business, in normal life, or in the world leaders don't really understand money. It is something they think about. They have a sense of what it is. They certainly want more of it. But they also make statements like, we want more money, but we don't want more debt, which just shows a misunderstanding of what money at its core really is. So they don't, most people don't, they want to make it, they want to save it, but to understand it intimately is not a normal character.
At the first trilateral or something. Yeah. Just give me approximate. You joined the trilateral.
I think it might be.
We'll be able to show we'll pull down the chart of where your name was, but just give me roughly when it was.
I think it could be 90. I don't remember.
Okay. Let's say early 90s.
Yes.
When you got the Trilateral Commission and had the first, where was the? Do you remember where the first meeting was?
It was in Tokyo.
In Tokyo, and at what hotel?
I would like to say the Hilton, but it's probably not.
And it's a 3-day, 4-day.
Can we say a 3-day event and
walk me through the whole thing?
Speeches.
It starts with a dinner. Just walk me through it.
It was boring.
You could possibly think it was boring.
It was boring.
You had any stars in your eyes.
No.
Did you fly over privately?
Yes, but it wasn't my plane.
So it didn't count?
No.
You fly over.
Yes.
And it was, who were the first, like when you first met those leaders, you had to be wowed.
No.
You're 10 years out of Coney Island.
No, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas. And I don't care if it's the bus driver. I don't care if it's the student I had who has teeth coming.
These guys had to have great ideas as the leaders of the 3 great continents of the world, North America, Europe, and Japan.
You know, many of these world leaders become world leaders because they're popular and they were able to get votes, or they were able to convince people to vote for them. I learned later. Many of them were just good at what they did in terms of politics. Remember, world leaders are politicians in general. They're not scientists, they're not intellectuals, they're not great thinkers, they're great politicians.
At the first Trilateral Commission meeting that you remember in Tokyo, sometime in the early 90s, do you remember what were the big issues of the day that they were talking about, and what did you think about it?
Yeah, in fact, it was funny because they were talking about inflation, and they were worried that what would happen, how do you control inflation? And as a mathematician, I didn't understand the concept. I don't understand the concept today. How's that possible? Well, when you talk about most things to do with money, money is meant to be local. It's US dollars, then I understand what it means. If inflation, it means my dollar today inflates, and it doesn't buy as much as it did a couple of years ago. The prices go up. I don't have this, and it seems that everything's great, but in fact my dollar's shrinking in value.
If you, and you're the financial genius here, I'm just a lonely M&A guy.
If you let me finish the thought.
Go ahead.
So if you're in America, you can feel inflation. Your salary's gone up, but you can't buy the same car. In fact, it starts to feel weird because that's
why I wanted to answer the question. This is my point.
Sure.
The people who live and breathe this, the central banks, have been haunted by the specter of inflation since the late 70s.
Yes.
First off, tell our audience, how did that happen? The two great financial events in the 20th century, I'm not going to get to the 21st, were the great inflation in Europe after World War I, the Great Depression, the hyperinflation in Germany that led to the rise of Hitler, and then this inflation in the mid-70s. What was it, before we go to explain inflation, why is the specter of inflation always the central thing in central bankers' minds?
Because it goes back to the first concept I said, the weird concept of fractionalized reserves. The system is not well understood, and most systems, in fact, are not well understood. We don't know how a digestive system.
This is impossible. This is impossible. The world banking system, the world currency system, the world monetary system has to be so well understood by the Greenspans of the world and the Bernankes of the world and you, right? The currency traders, The guys making billion-dollar bets every day. The legendary guy on Wall Street in the late 90s, Versalin Brothers.
Ranieri?
No, the guy that wrote Money.
Michael Lewis? Lawrence Booker?
Yeah, Lawrence Booker. Who's that about? That great trade.
Ranieri.
No, the guy that ran the desk, that eventually ran the hedge fund that went long-term capital.
Ah, yes, I don't remember.
Who's the guy?
I want to say, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Lunar is big, but those guys have to understand the system perfectly.
No, they don't understand the system. They understand the local part of the system. So, for example, why is not only inflation, most bankers are terrified if the public understood that the bank really doesn't have their money at any one time. One of the things during the Depression, there were runs on the bank. The reason the banks don't keep much money in the actual bank is they assume that not everyone's going to want their money on the same day. So that's not really the fear of inflation. The fear is a run on the bank. Everybody wants to take out something that doesn't really exist. Inflation is tied to interest rates. It's a more complicated example. But when your money doesn't buy the same amount of product this year than it did last year, if it buys less and less, like it happened, you used the term hyperinflation. There's certain countries that are not managed well, like in Africa at the current, a $100 billion bill, $100 billion bill in Zimbabwe is worth 1 American cent. That's the perfect example of hyperinflation. It goes up, it doubles every day. So people are afraid that their value in the system starts to break down. But so if I said to you, does your doctor understand your body system? You'd say, well, I hope so, because I want him to keep me healthy. But then they have a kidney injury, you could have a heart attack, you could have a broken knee. There's lots of pieces of the system. And in fact, when you ask the question, very few doctors understand your entire body. There's a specialist for your knee, there's a specialist for your polynoidal cyst, there's a specialist for your head, and now we have specialists in different areas. So, I'm going to get to your first question about Santa Fe Institute. The world economy and your body are both comprised of little systems interacting with each other and making one big system.
This is what's stunning for all the little guys out there, the populist movement, the little guys that haven't had a pay raise in 30 years. They think that these elites, have everything. The guys in the room making the decisions, the party at Davos guys. You're sitting there, and you don't think many people today really understand the complexity and really all the moving pieces and how they interconnect to the world's financial system.
No, not only don't they understand the complexity, and that goes back to Santa Fe Institute was an attempt of trying to see if there was a way to mathematize, formularize, or algorithmically understand what the term complexity means. That goes back to the original question. Complex systems are complex by definition, but there's not necessarily, it's not one level of complexity. We might say, well, our fingers are complex, the movements, the muscles of our hands, but it's not as complex as the blood system. Now I have a circulatory system. I have systems on top of systems, so that there's no one group or person that really understands the way the body works. There's no one group that understands the way the financial systems work. You might understand U.S. bond market, long-term capital. That was a bond fund, very small part of this very complex system. So the goal of the Santa Fe Institute was to see, is there a way to get in, somehow understand how complex systems interact? Fast forward, Steve, to today, where Google and these other engine companies, the other tech companies, are trying to build artificial intelligence. The strangest thing that they found, one of the strangest things, is that the systems that they design, this artificial intelligence, which lots of people have heard about, is they design a bunch of systems, they're called neural nets. Terms simply taken out of brain work, neurons in the brain, nets because they actually look like a net. They put in some inputs words. The computers work, spit out an answer. Sound normal to you? It's because you're thinking about that calculator you had in 1976 on your desk. When you ask the person who designed the system, how did it come to that answer? How did your neural net, can you show me the calculations? They say, no, we don't know. We don't know how the thing we designed actually came up with that answer. That's pretty strange. They take the same neural net now, and they put it in front of a video game. No learning, nothing. They say, to the computer, they say, sit in front of your video game and learn how to play. It seems that the computer learns better than any human in history, faster than any human in history, beats any human in history, but when you ask the designer how did it do it, no one knows. It just did it. So that's the first little touch of things that we already have gotten to a place where we don't understand it, and we build it.
On Sunday afternoon, September 14th, 2008, where were you?
Sorry.
It was the night they put Lehman Brothers in bankruptcy in London.
I was in jail.
Seriously?
Yes.
So the financial crisis of 2008 happened when you were in jail?
Yes.
Oh, that's going to be so amazing. That's going to be so amazing. I take it you didn't have your Wall Street Journal dropped off to you in the morning, your Financial Times?
No.
How did you hear about that? How did you hear about, because I want,
I forgot about this, but yes.
I'm trying to get, this is going to be amazing. Let's go back and do that again. Sunday afternoon, because I want to find out about people, the geniuses understanding the complexity of the financial system. Because I think the best example we have is the financial crisis, the crash of 2008. Sunday afternoon, September 14th, I think it was, 2008.
Listen, let me tell you.
Is when they were working furiously in Midtown Manhattan at the Lehman Brothers offices and various law firms around town, and with the Secretary of Treasury about the Federal Reserve, what they're going to do with Lehman. They decided they weren't going to send it. And so they prepared it, put it into bankruptcy at the opening of the market in London the next day. How did you hear about what was going to happen to Lehman Brothers, and what did you immediately think when you heard that it was going to be put into bankruptcy?
I'm glad you asked that question. I was in solitary confinement September 14th. And again, some of the public stories about the wonderful time I had in jail and my work release, which didn't come until months after. I'd been there since June in an 8x10 cell with a bed in the back, 6-foot bed in the back, a chrome sink with a toilet attached to it, and a little piece of metal sticking out that was supposed to act as a table. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place which is called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. So I was in an 8x10 cell with a little slit in the door where they would serve my food on a tray about 9 inches by 4 inches. And then as soon as I finished eating, they'd take the tray and close it down. And one of the guards said, do you understand there's Wall Street's crashing. I'm worried about my pension fund. What should I do? And I said, sorry, Wall Street's crashing. What's happened? And he said, there's some crisis and some companies are going bankrupt. I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, it's all over the papers. We're all terrified. We're going to lose our life savings because we have either a 401k or our pension funds. We don't know anything about money. Mr. Epstein, can you tell us, like, what's going on? Oh, am I going to be able to afford my children's education? Am I going to be bankrupt? Like this company called Lehman Brothers. And there's another company in the front page today called Bear Stearns. Oh no, I said. Why? Because that's the company I was a partner in. And in fact, that was a company I had a very large investment in. So, there's a great story. I didn't have my Wall Street Journal, but in the early mornings, you're allowed to make 2 phone calls, collect. And when you pick up the phone, you can dial a number, and when the person picks up, they say, you're getting a call from the Palm Beach County Jail. Will you accept reverse charges? And the person either says yes, and the call goes through, or the person says no. The person I called was Jimmy Kane, the president of Bear Stearns. And I said, tell me what's going on. And so that my knowledge of the financial crisis happened with Jimmy, who was at the center of the storm, telling me about what Lehman had gone under, and they were trying to figure out a way, should they bail out Bear Stearns?
Did it strike you at the time of the mess you had made of your life to be in a situation that you're one of the greatest financial minds in the world, looked at by world leaders and asked their, your thinking by the most prominent and important people in the world, and here you are in solitary confinement. You got to make a collect call to somebody. Did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you would put yourself in that position?
No.
So it never struck you when you had to make a collect call, one of your 50% of your collect calls that day, you called the president or the head of the CEO of Bear Stearns. The biggest financial event in your life is taking place, of which one, every important person in the world would be seeking your opinion. Number 2 would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to apply your craft. Number 3, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money if you were smart, and obviously you're smart. You're telling me here, truthfully, that it never hit you at all of how you ended up in a place where you had to make a collect phone call from a jail cell that was 6 by 9 with a steel bed and your food being passed into a slot.
The question you want to ask is, who was the other call to?
Who was the other call to?
The other call was to my friend at J.P. Morgan, who was then, I didn't know it at the time, trying to buy Bear Stearns. So at one point, I had 2 phones. It was difficult because they're afraid people are going to hang themselves with the phone cord. So they don't actually come together when they're pretty short. So I was actually going between 2 phones talking to Bear Stearns and J.P. Morgan at the same time. So I found it amusing.
And it never struck you about how to end up in a situation like this?
No, that would be probably me. I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
You're telling me that during that day, you never had a moment. You sat there and go, what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6 by 9 jail cell when I should be on a trade desk, or I should be in my $250 million, the greatest townhouse in New York City, taking calls from the King of Saudi Arabia, the President of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that never happened?
You're suggesting I was sort of somewhat depressed, and how could this happen to me?
I'm not saying depressed. I'm saying a moment of awareness of how could I get myself into this situation.
No, I would just say how strange that this happens. Just, it's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
Brown jumpsuit and flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
With no access to books, no access to newspapers,
No access to anything.
You had lived on information.
Except my almond joy bars. I had extra almond joy bars.
Did you eat almond joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Is that because of that you were in for the crimes that you were in for?
No, it was just in fact, I was
because you're wealthy?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Well, people would constantly come if I was passing by or have to go for my medical, people would either ask to borrow money or make some other types of comments about.
And
In the beginning,
what were the comments? At the beginning, what were the comments?
it serves you fucking rich guys right that you're here next to me.
There was nothing about your crimes.
No.
So all this rumor you hear all the time about people in prison that commit the type of crimes you commit, that's, you're saying in your personal thing is not true.
No.
It was all because you were rich.
Yes.
And it was all because they wanted to borrow money.
We'll get advice.
That's where they get advice to go long.
Yeah, sure.
You're telling me,
It's time to buy.
you're telling me in solitary confinement they're interested in going long?
Yeah. They want the
What does
West
that say about human nature?
Well, I think what people find, one of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they're afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy. But what happened was, after this crisis, now it's on the front page of every
I
newspaper.
don't want to lose this day.
Sorry.
When you first heard that, was it Bear Stearns had been kicked into bankruptcy, 6 months before?
No, it's just the same time. This is part of the same deal.
I thought, no, Bear Stearns, they saved Bear Stearns and didn't save Lehman Brothers. That's
Right.
6 months before they had bailed out Bear Stearns. But Bear Stearns was still a zombie,
It's not what form Michelle of its former
a
self.
former self. But they had quote unquote saved it. Why did they make the decision in your mind? Why did Hank Paulson and Bernanke, this concept of moral hazard? Explain to the audience what moral hazard is. Why did they save Bear Stearns 6 months before? And why did the smartest guys in the room decide not to save Lehman Brothers?
It's a good question. The real issue is I'd have to go back when you have these systems to the way your doctor responds to any type of emergency in your body. If they might decide to save your kidneys and let your gallbladder go because the gallbladder is less important to your overall system. If at that time, even it's not that long ago, the boogeyman was when he said, well, what really happened? Jeffrey, what really happened? What is this financial crisis? And, some of the progressives and the right wing blame it on the banks. It was the banks' fault. And it's the fault of this very esoteric, unknown concept of derivatives. It was really the derivatives that caused this financial crisis because the derivatives got somehow out of control and in the Mickey Mouse.
And that was the way you started your road to a billionaire went right through derivatives.
Yes. But derivatives were not the cause. Derivatives were not the cause at all. It's like saying your hair was the cause of your heart attack because it was on top of your head.
So what was the cause?
There isn't, let me say, there's no one specific cause. There's a system collapses. So many times when you have to make your death certificate, when you say, well, what did he die from? They'll say heart failure. But if you say, what was the cause of his heart failure? Well, he had low blood pressure, his sugar was high, he was diabetic, he had all these other problems. But they said, no, we need a word on your death certificate. Did he die from brain damage? Did he die from heart failure? And that's the financial crisis. Many people said, well, what caused it? They wrote on its death certificate, derivatives. But derivatives were not a fundamental. Derivatives are not a fundamental cause.
computers that actually you had to blow through these circuit boards. Did you know the circuits? Did you understand the circuits? Or did you have a concept of the circuits that were going to get blown through?
Yes, but only because of an analogy to a body. And in fact, from my telephones against the wall with my little metal wires, because the next day I talked to another person in Washington about the issues of what I thought was happening, and I made the same discussion about the...
They were at the Treasury Department?
Yes.
So in a 6x9 cell in...
The phones were outside the cell.
In Palm Beach County, California.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
West Palm Beach, Florida.
That's what your juice diet.
West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. West Palm Beach, Florida. You were making a call to Washington, D.C. to talk to some deputies, the Secretary of Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Someone in Treasury.
Right.
That does not, the night before you go to bed, it doesn't dawn on you at all. You never have a moment of self-reflection that, how did I end up on this metal cot when I should be at the center of things?
No, I had a telephone, so I said, I can talk to, it makes no difference where I am, in fact. I'm still talking to the same person if I was at my home in Palm Beach. But I'm here in jail.
In Palm Beach.
I can dial my own phone.
That's bullshit. No, but you can also make 1,000 phone calls. Here you gotta make one, and he's gonna take
Think how much better that was. I had to decide who was the right person to call. That was unusual for me, because I would have called 20 people.
And what was the advice you gave?
I said, you have a sick patient. And it's very much like a sick patient in the emergency room. You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out the bot, put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, and looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
What's liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
Forget
system.
about what it is. Liquidity is liquidity. It allows the system, the system to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it flowing. And if you, especially when you're someone dying, you're not going to nice things of, well, you got a shoulder, you know, some damage, pumping that blood out.
When you talk to the person in Treasury on Tuesday the 16th, did you get any feeling that you were sitting in your system in the original cell, West Palm Beach, before you went into jail, you were still very active in the financial markets.
Yes.
When I say active, you trade currencies every day, you trade stocks every day. When people,
I don't do
someone like you, or you give advice to people who trade stocks or trade currencies.
I don't trade every day. I think that's, like Woody Allen said, you can't beat the bank. So So I try to pick my spots. George Soros picked his spot when the pound collapsed. This would have been a great money-making opportunity that passed me by when I was in jail, but that's not how I think.
In the run-up to that, in the spring of 2008, that's when Bear Stearns got in problems, I think, in the spring of 2008, and they decided to bail it out. Did the Bear Stearns guys talk to you for advice at that time, in the big crisis in Bear Stearns?
No, but see, again, unbeknownst to most people, and it's easy to blame people for the financial crisis, like you blame someone for giving your father the drink before he had his heart attack. But what really happened, the real enemy of the finance system was Bill Clinton. And if you ask me what and who caused the financial crisis, I would tell you it was Bill Clinton.
Because of what Bob Rubin and he did to deregulate the financial system?
No. Because as the last time we had our 60-minute interview, you talked to me about home ownership. And you asked me whether everyone should own a home. And I told you no, it's too risky.
So the financial collapse of 2008 is because of...
So now that we also know that there's just absolutely rampant fraud, to think that, we all know that people in Florida were buying, 10, 12 houses. So the lenders, the banks that packaged and pooled these collateralized mortgages, these packaged derivatives. Hello? Okay. So we're going to continue listening to this. It's 45 minutes in. It's an hour and 57 minutes. He's getting to Bill Clinton. This is what's so crazy. This is a never-before-heard interview with Epstein. This is the Steve Bannon interview.
Hardworking African Americans, Hispanics, and whites who wanted to have an ownership stake in the society that all rests on their shoulders. They're the culprits.
No, not at all.
Okay, then.
I didn't say they were the culprits. I was pretty clear it was Clinton.
Okay.
And why was it Bill Clinton? Because Bill Clinton wanted to get votes from those people. And he sold them the idea that instead of renting in a house, and historically the values of houses have gone up, and he said, you guys in these local communities who haven't been able to afford a house before, I'm going to show you a way. I'm going to give you a way, because I'm sure I'll get your vote, that you can own a house, because I want your vote. So what we're going to do is I'm going to let you buy a house, Mr. Bannon, when you really, you're right on the border, maybe, or not even on the border. Your credit is not good. Okay, let's be honest. And it's not my fault, it's not Bill Clinton's fault, but whatever happens, at the moment your credit score or whatever it is, your credit's not good. Now, normally, you come to me and you want to borrow money, I'm a bank, and I say, I'm sorry, Mr. Bannon, I can't lend you money because your credit score is not up to where it needs to be. Hopefully, if you work harder and clean up some of your problems, it will be. But no, what I said to you is, I'm going to figure out a way to lend you, not give you. I'm going to lend you money anyway, though you don't have a good credit score. And don't worry, I'm going to get rid of the term that you don't have bad credit. Bad credit sounds pejorative. You don't want to be a person.
Sounds judgmental.
Yeah, it sounds judgmental. So what we're going to do is we're going to call your credit situation subprime. Oh, nobody knows what that means. Subprime. That means prime is good credit. Subprime is not good credit. Less than good credit. So we'll call it something that people really won't follow. And we'll tell you what. We're going to have people lend you money though you are a subprime borrower. And I will figure out some government agencies to guarantee your loan, though I don't think you're a good banks say, no, 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 we don't want the issue. The banks have decided this is true risky. It's too much for us. We're in the business of managing risk. It's not the United States government. We'll take it all. Take as much subprime as we can handle because it's the best investment for the moment. It's a strange investment because it has politics that's inserted its way into the numbers. Politics doesn't belong in the markets. But now we're going to have, I want the votes, we'll make guarantees that you who can't get a house normally will be able to get a house from the bank. The bank says, this is the best deal in history. We will package 100, 300, 1,000 of you subprimers and we'll sell it off to somebody else. And the whole system becomes mired in subprime mortgages. That's becomes the
What do you mean mired? There's too much supply, it's a supply-demand problem, you get too much supply?
No, it's a very good question. What does too much supply mean? Well, then you get the people, go back to your first question to me.
So these are CBDCs, which is what that movie with Kevin Spacey and the British guy who says sell it all. He says, you're going to kill the market. He goes, they stay stacked. Meaning that they were useless bonds. Foreclosures went up like crazy. I myself got crushed. I lost all my equity because the real estate market collapsed, which is another layer of marketplace activity, which is crazy. Because you got the mortgage marketplace, you got the home ownership marketplace. This is an incredible interview with Epstein, never heard before, released just about 24 hours ago.
Government leaders know if they're good, and they can do mathematics, they can balance their checkbooks. So certain people in Congress said, well, how do you value these subprime mortgages? The bank said, we've been valuing them the same way we've always valued them for the past 20 years. The accounting firms, there's something in this country called GAAP accounting, which is a standard type of accounting. And we account for them the same way we've always accounted for them. If we pay $1,000 for your mortgage last night, when we put it on our books today, we're going to say its value is $1,000. Which makes sense. I paid for it last. What's its value? It's $1,000. That's what I paid for it last night. No. The Congress people said, that's not really a good answer, you know. That doesn't give us confidence that you know what you're doing. Because what happens if you have to sell it tomorrow morning? Something's happened and you have to sell it. paid for it the day before. And well, she says, that's not the way to think about this. This is crazy. We always buy before, which we pay before.
let's go back to 1990. And that arc from 90, from the fall of the Berlin Wall to 2008.
Good.
We started with the implosion in Tokyo of the Japanese economy, Japanese financial markets. We had the huge run-up in internet stocks, right? We had the implosion of that in 2000. The bankruptcy of Drexel Burnham in 90. Implosion of Japan, huge run-up in equity markets for the internet, implosion of the internet in 2000, 10 years later roughly. And then this run-up through the Iraq War and all that, the run-up to 2008. Every 10 years, it seems like, we're in some sort of 10 years before the 1990s was the 70s.
You sound like an astrologer.
Okay.
That's mysterious, exactly right. Because people like to see patterns. People like to see patterns by their own.
So a pattern of a financial crisis every 10 years is just a line.
Yes.
Long-term capital, that had to bail out. And that one, that they let the big books.
Understand is the problem. I don't understand the system. So I don't understand the financial system.
Please stop. You cannot sit here and tell me, what we just went through, I'll go through again. The hedge fund managers, the money managers, the central bankers, the commercial bankers, the heads of the investment banks, the heads of all the trading desks, the top economists, and I'll throw in the business school lectures at Stanford. Of all the top 200, 250, you can't name at the top of your head the guys are at least at your level. You have to understand it somewhat.
No. Sorry. We all don't understand it. No one understands it. It's a miracle. That's part of the problem. It's impossible to understand. That word understand simply means if this happens here, that will happen there. It's predictable. Understanding means it's predictable. It's not predictable. That's the problem. It's in complex systems, that was the fascination, is the way to tease out some level of predictability. See, in fact, when you asked this was a great question. It wasn't so hard. Most people don't know what's going on. They just have this, they understand.
things deeply fucked up with this. You will get through in this film,
Right.
but you cannot possibly have to sit there knowing that you came from nowhere, knowing that you went to the very top of what is considered outside of science and maybe physics, the thing people most admire because it's like alchemy, understanding high finance. To sit there in what will be the defining financial crisis of our time, like Black Friday and or Black Monday, whatever it was, in the Great Depression, and be there at that exact moment, triggered in part by a firm that you used to be a partner in and knew intimately well and created much of your initial net worth because of, and know that you couldn't, someone who lives on a phone, right?
Yes.
Because you do live on a phone, right?
Correct.
You had to collect calls. You cannot tell me sometime during that day you did not have that conversation with yourself of how the fuck did I do this to myself to put myself in West Palm Beach in a 6x9 cell with a metal fucking bed with a brown shirt that said trustee spelled wrong.
So did I find it amazing that I was there? That's
Not amazing. I don't want to say it's not funny. I thought it was
I wasn't funny.
right. Not amazing.
No, it was incredible.
Incredible in what way?
This-
Incredible like how do I do this to myself?
No. It's as incredible as me sitting here in this house. They're both just two sides of the coin. That's how I think about it. That my life today is incredible.
Do you consider yourself a stoic?
No, I just consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy.
Being a hermit then, being in that 6x9 cell, being in the cell qua the cell was not the problem, right?
Correct.
What was the problem?
Eating the almond joy bars.
Because you couldn't eat the food.
No, right. And then, but remember, my life is
Did that ever strike you that I can't eat the food because somebody might have done something to it? I gotta live off an almond joy bar, one a day or two a day or whatever. How many you ever sneak in a day?
no sneaking in.
Your one almond joy bar, it did not hit you at some time? How the fuck did I do this?
No.
Let's go back to the spring of 2008. Were you so wrapped up in your personal issues at the time you were not spending enough time on the financial markets, or were you deeply involved in the financial markets like you normally were?
I was involved.
And so we're saying that the smartest guy in the room didn't see it coming.
No, of course.
The bankruptcy of Bear Stearns, you just thought was a Bear Stearns problem. You didn't see it as systemic.
Yeah, I know you keep harping on it, but it's not.
I'm not sure we have to understand the system. Understand that they have a systemic problem. At least we can first of all research it. Because that means that this is some sort of sense that something's going on. That's the way I see the financial world. You funded Santa Fe in the early 90s or late 80s?
I believe it was early 90s. I can get back to you.
But early 90s, Santa Fe was funded for the study of complexity theory.
So you would say so let's back up. So why did I buy a ranch in New Mexico in 1993? So that gives you some sense. So I would have funded it in 1990. Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists.
And it was was where Oppenheimer and where a lot of the nuclear weapons were bombed.
That's where Manhattan Project.
Manhattan Project was,
Yes, sir.
that's Los Alamos, and you bought your property out in New Mexico to be near that?
Yes, because the scientists were going to be, they cut the funding for high energy physics. But the people who worked in Los Alamos would still be in the Santa Fe area.
They cut that because this was the Cold War dividend, right?
I don't remember exactly why. It was because, again, people thought that physics and high energy physics really wasn't that important.
Because that was about nuclear weapons.
No, it was because they decided, it was maybe not right. This was the same time that Murray Gell-Mann came up with the term quark, Q-U-A-R-K. He picked it out of an old poem, the word quark, but it was mysterious. So they were starting to understand in the 90s that our world of the physics world, there was things that were just unexplainable. They called it strange things. You gave it a name. You gave it some characteristics. You called it had charm. It was one of the terms. It had a charm. It had a flavor. It had a color. But nobody really knew. No one, Mr. Bannon, understood what it was. Just like the financial system.
And you wanted to investigate that.
I wanted to see if we could build tools so others smarter than me could help investigate it.
And that was the beginning of your concept of the Santa Fe Institute.
Yes.
And Santa Fe Institute was founded to do study in this type of...
Can these areas of strange things be described by some form of mathematics?
So that's what I'm trying to get at. The foundational thought, the organizing principle of Santa Fe
Yes.
in the high physics lab at Los Alamos,
Right.
which had created the headquarters of Manhattan and the Trinity Project, right, to bomb.
Yes.
So you're talking about the elite, the high priest
Of physics.
of physics,
Yes, sir.
which high priest of physics, some subset of that is also mathematics, isn't it?
Yes, they're both similar.
Project out, one of the tools you want to do is to make sure that in this complex system, the finance system, I'm doing a lot of this for philanthropy, a lot for the good of mankind, but also be able to understand this complex system, the most complex outside of maybe our body, of the financial world.
Yes.
Did they create tools, or were you smarter in the mid-aughts, 15 years later, than you had been then because of what they've done in Santa Fe?
350 years. So you have Isaac Newton, and you have Leibniz. From move forward, you have to think people like Heisenberg and Gödel, and what every one of those mathematicians and philosophers came to understand is that there's something with, there's numbers can describe certain things, approximate certain things. But in fact, trying to put measurements and numbers on other things that are really unexplainable is folly. It's so 300 years ago they said that unexplainable realm was God. And people who attempted, in fact, to explain the unexplainable, who said, yes, I understand the unexplainable, were charlatans, they were the occults, they were the astrologers, they were the con men.
Alchemists.
Yes, well, no, alchemists was in fact, they believed that there was a way to transmute one metal into another. In fact, they always wanted to see if they can create gold. There's no reason, if you think about it, they recognize that one metal is different than another metal because it has some additional pieces to it. It has additional neutrons or protons or electrons. So, because they thought it was a machine, they believed it was a machine, if I can take 5 protons and add 5, that gives me 10, I should be able to get gold. So move everything around inside these systems, the molecules transmute one molecule into another, and if this molecule I've transmuted it into is gold, I'm a rich man. It's back to money. But there's something strange happens. Isaac Newton says, this is really weird. If I want to push a ball on the table, I have to touch it. Maybe I have to blow on it. But I actually have to push one side of the ball or the book to move that side. I'm pushing here, and obviously this thing is what appears to us humans to be solid, so it moves as one thing. But the only way to get something to move was to touch it or put a force against it. Okay, seems to make sense. Everybody has that experience. I want to lift the glass, I lift it. If I want to push a ball, I push it. If I want to pull a ball, I pull it. But he recognized when the ball fell off the table, it went in a different direction. How's that possible? Nobody pushed the ball down. And he said, this is crazy. Why did the ball go down? I didn't push it. I just let it go. So someone's pushing the ball. Because I know that I am confident that the only thing that gets something to move is with a force that pushes. So there's a force that's pushing the ball down. In fact, he called it gravity. He measured how fast it was pulled, but never was able to explain why it happened. What is gravity? It's this, everybody says, well, why does gravity do? It's gravity. That's fine. It's the name of the thing. We have no idea what it is. This goes to the same thing. We're trying to explain the unexplainable. The stock markets. These types of chaos. away to the wall, then 1 foot away, and if I take another step that's half again, that'll be half a foot away, and then a quarter of a foot. I could walk forever but never touch the wall. Doesn't sound realistic, doesn't make any sense in our real lives of the physical. But what Newton understood is many problems like that. Many things approached the wall, or in calculus, approached the limit, but never really reached it. So he said, it's okay, you don't have to reach it. We can do lots of the mathematics as if it was so close, it was almost there. And we can do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. This is really important, Steve, for today. How close it was almost there. And we can do lots of mathematics almost being at the limit. And this is really important, Steve, for today. Because most of the science up until today was things that are starting to approach the limit. You were taught in high school that if you had 1 divided by 0, if you remember your high school algebra, you were told, what's the answer to that? Is there an answer to 1 divided by 0? No, if you were in high school, I'd say, stay away from it. It's the boogeyman. You could write it down as it's undefined. It's not determined. There's a bunch of things. But in fact, 1 divided by 0 is a strange things happen. It's a world of the strange. And what I'll explain to you after is that when you get 1 divided by 0, you get into a world we don't know what happens. The answer is it's not explainable. We can call it things like undetermined. We can have a convention to say it's X, Y, or Z. But in real life, we don't know what happens when you are actually at the limit. So that's Newton thought the same concept is that the limits were filled with God. You got close to God, but you can never be God. He had this sort of religious interpretation.
Okay, I want to go back to Newton. Why is Newton such a big dividing line in mankind's history? What is it about Newton? What is it about what he tried to solve? What did they not know beforehand? And because we live to a degree in a Newtonian universe, although I realized later subparticle atomic physics, but at least for a while it was Newtonian. So what's the dividing line? Why is he so important? Why is he an inflection point in mankind's movement from the swamp to the stars?
That's a great question. Because stars was by Kepler. What Newton starts to allow us to do is to make accurate predictions. Remember that we've talked about that with money, about the things in our physical world, how cars, but he didn't have cars then, how horse carriages moved, how bowling balls moved, how pool cues and pool table balls.
And people tried to solve that before Newton. Heraclitus or Plotinus, Pythagoras had these greats that we hear about. Had they tried to solve the same problem?
Not the same problem, but they tried to, again, what Pythagoras did, he starts to figure out this relationships in triangles. For example, everyone knows the a squared plus b squared is equal to c squared, the Pythagorean theorem, which basically says these shapes in a triangle, each side of the triangle has a fixed relationship with the other 2 sides. That's strange. He knew, again, but it was all numbers. This was a system of things in the physical world, and Pythagoras says we can start putting numbers on things that help you predict how they will behave. You can add 2 triangles and make a square, some different shapes. They're looking at geometric forms. Newton says, well, I want to know how planets move. I want to know how things around me move. Can we find formulas? Can I find formulas that explain what I see in the physical world, how physical things interact and how they describe one another? Again, the fact that 2 solid masses, for some very strange, unknown reason, unknown today, attract one another. no matter what they are. People have seen the experiment. You hang something, two little metal balls from a string, and they move towards each other. In fact, they move towards each other was I'm very specific. So when you drop the ball to the floor of this room, Newton says, in fact, the room came up a bit to meet the ball. The room moved. It's imperceptible. You can't really perceive that motion, but they attracted each other with certain ratios. So he started to be able to measure things in the physical world. And that was great advances. It also, you wanted to move very quickly. Unfortunately, most people, especially in the 20th century, 19th century, said, well, like Newton, let's measure everything. Let's measure people's behavior. Let's measure their psychology. Let's measure their health. You go to we can have my blood test. Let's measure everything. Measure Wall Street.
Their voting habits.
Measure. Can we put a number on how much I care for my wife? Can I put a number on how I feel? And we tried, unfortunately, we tried to mathematize the finer things in life, and then recognized that there's things that, unfortunately, just fall outside. Schrodinger wrote a very famous book about what is life. He was trying to figure out a way, can he describe the difference formulaically between things that are alive and things that are dead? The answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles, not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
You don't believe in the spirit or the soul? That's what animates people, is their spirit or your soul.
No.
But have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So
There's no question to you about
no
that.
question.
There's no question to you that there is some animating life force within us that leaves when you're dead.
Yes, in fact, I refer to the soul. There's obviously a certain, the questions in the past, even
Because
though
people would normally think you were soulless. So to have you talk about you actually believe in it and have done some thinking about it is pretty shocking in its own right, isn't it?
well, again, mathematics, Leibniz thought, so no,
Newton was at Cambridge. He was the head of the math department, right? He's a professor, essentially. But Leibniz, who was Leibniz, a German professor?
yes, but what Leibniz said is, the soul is so strange, because God took chemicals, which is simply the material, like tables, and he somehow made this material able to have a thought. How strange is that? Not only does it have a soul, but some way it was put together that this material substance is able to think. So when you say to me, it's obvious to everyone that there's such a thing as a soul. Now, if you're part of the Charlatanville, you try to explain it to people. The soul I describe as the dark matter of the brain. Why is it dark matter? Because in high energy physics nowadays you hear terms of dark matter, dark energy. Again, terminology. It's a complicated term. Why is it dark matter? Because we can't see it, that's all. What do you mean you can't see it? Well, somehow we see something moving towards this area of darkness. I can see this thing. This appears to me to be empty. It's just black. But I see it being drawn this way. So I said, well, I know if this were matter, that would follow that equation. If this was solid, it would explain the way this particle moves. But I can't see anything here. So I'll just call it dark matter. And I'll say, I don't know what it is, but it behaves as if there was something there. The soul is obvious to everyone that there's something different between things that are alive and things that are not alive. But we have no idea what it is. It's currently unexplainable. I believe we need an entirely different system of analysis to try to figure out.
I'm sorry. Now, with Newton, with all his alchemical studies and things he worked with, the spiritual side, Leibniz had just talked about the soul, Schroeder talked about what is life. If a modern scientist or someone that you funded at MIT or Harvard or one of these things talked in those types of terms, they would be considered to be a winner today, wouldn't they? They would not be on the path for tenure, right?
Unless they were in the philosophy department.
This is exactly my point. We're talking about three of the greatest mathematicians in mankind's history that have really changed mankind. Talk like this. What happened? How did we get to a situation where they could not be in the high physics,
especially men like myself, find unexplainable. They have great, women have intuition, men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything, women are not really interested in measuring.
And what you're saying in macro terms, you actually think science, mathematics, maybe ultimately technology is moving to that more intuitive.
I think science and math are old-fashioned. And unfortunately, people are still taught that they have to learn algebra in school and certain things in school, as opposed to learning to
Is this what Larry Summers was trying to get at? Maybe he didn't say it perfectly enough, but what he was trying to get to in that system, the systems we study today, and the way mathematics either taught or understood, that women just haven't gotten up to the highest realms of engineering or physics or mathematics because of that, and you're actually implying that there's a either new branch of science, or we've hit an inflection point like in Newton that's going to go in a Newton took mankind in a different direction because he was able to measure. Then you had subatomic, non-Newtonian physics later. Are you saying that you think there's another developing field that's coming up that may take us, I don't know how many decades to get our hands around, but that's what's evolving out of this?
Yes. Yeah. In fact, I think that mathematics, it's not the end of science. And every year someone says it's the end of, we can't discover everything. There's lots to discover with a relationship to the physical world, but we know a lot already. In respect to the unexplainable world, we almost know nothing. Women, again, sense it. And instead of Larry Summers, I won't digress too much, but Howard Gardner early on said, there's not one form of intelligence. It's not mathematical intelligence. There's emotional intelligence. There's kinesthetic intelligence. There's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences, and they excel in some intelligences usually, and less so in others.
When did it come to, because the world of high finance is a world of pure reason, or is it a lot of emotion and gut checks and on trading desks and central banks when these decisions get made? Is it that high church, like the high church of science of high energy physics, or is it as much emotion that comes in as much as the mathematics and the reason?
That's a great question. I think if you talk to really experienced and successful traders, and you ask them how they know what's going on, they can't give you an answer. They don't know. They feel it. They can feel the way the market's moving. They can feel the way the stock's moving. And that these are not very well-defined terms. It's difficult to put it in mathematics terms. How did I feel it? You could look back and make guesses what I was seeing. But great traders feel it and then act on their feelings. That's the difference. Many people feel it but are afraid because they want a mathematical justification before they take that next.
When you first got on the trading desk at Bear Stearns in the late 70s or mid 70s, were you shocked by how little actual understanding of mathematics that the traders comprehended?
No, again, we had a Texas Instrument calculator. Most stockbrokers, especially before 1975, if they were good stockbrokers, could add. That's about it. They could multiply. If you could multiply, you were already in the top 15% of stockbrokers. Stockbrokers simply meant there's a story. When I went to the first person, I had no money. And I said, how much money do you make a year? And he said, $400,000. Impossible. I'm making $10,000.
That's probably more than your family had made in this entire existence.
Yes. And he makes it in a year. I said, what do you do? And he said, it's too complicated for you to understand. Which is what the main thrust of Wall Street people, they want to tell you it's too complicated. Because if you understood that person was simply, he had a brother-in-law, in fact in this case, who ran the pension fund at General Motors. His brother-in-law would call and say, buy 1,000 IBM. He'd hang up the phone, he'd write it out on a ticket and walk it to a window. That was his entire skill set. Hello, write what my brother-in-law says, walk it to a ticket window.
Give me an example when you were on the trading desk in the early days at Bear Stearns of a time that you felt uncertainty or you saw total panic, where something was happening that people couldn't foretell, and that they were like in an airplane cockpit where it's going wrong. Let's do that.
In 1978, I think it was, across the news wires, the collapse of the currency in Thailand. On the other side of the world, had no relationship to me. I wasn't sure where Thailand was. But the fact that a currency, a country's money, had all of a sudden dropped tremendously in value, affected the rest of the world's markets. And people panicked because they'd never seen that before. A very small part of a very complex system had a shock throughout the whole system. So prices on Park Avenue apartments, the bond markets, the stock markets, everything started to gyrate. You know, there's an old mathematical expression that if a butterfly wings in Mexico make the wrong turn, it spins out, and eventually, by the time it gets to Canada, it turns into a tornado. So these are part of complex systems. So yeah, in Wall Street, in certain parts,
Santa Fe Institute was supposed to actually come up with a formula for that, for the butterfly wings. Why in 15 years did you reach the end of at least that experiment?
every attempt to, that's why it's so exciting now, because I think certain people are starting to realize that there's so many things that are unexplainable that we have to think about them differently. Music is a great example. It's a common man's example. You know when you hear a certain song, it makes you feel a certain way. How does it do that? We don't know. We can't mathematize it. And even that music, Steve, nowadays we compress music. When you have a violin, it's compressed onto your iPhone. So what does compression mean? I'm taking lots of information and I'm cutting it into lots of pieces and squishing it together. And when I squish it or compress it, I have to take out lots of pieces, but I say that they're not very important pieces. It's those pieces that we take out when we compress
why can't Newton's theory explain everything? Why did subatomic quantum mechanics or quantum physics have to come in to explain this?
Well, so let's go right back to square one. Why is it called quantum physics? So quanta is a word that simply means packet, small amount. So it's quantized. So we recognized, when we recognized that this table appears, another very complicated word, solid to us, it it's really made up of molecules or atoms. And atoms, we've given lots of names to what some of the behaviors. If you were in school, when you and I were in school in the 50s, the model was a little center thing in the middle, and an electron went around and around it. It was seen as a ball that went around and around it. And as we started to look and say, well, let's see what this ball looks like. I want to be able to examine that little thing called an electron. We found that there was nothing there. There wasn't the thing. It was simply a cloud of energy that we can call an electron. So we already started to see mysterious things as we go into very super small quantities, quantum physics. So quantum physics started to go into the very small, and at very small distances, we see things that we can't explain, just cannot explain.
How about go on time?
4 minutes.
Fine.
And to summarize, no, sorry.
Let's go back to human life. When do you think human life starts?
It's not, so you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's
It can't be measured. You just hate making commitments. Say
That's why
measure.
I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question.
I don't
As
know,
they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
You do know what it needs to be measured. You're one of the leading currency traders, hedge fund guys, or stock market financial wizards. You're in the high priesthood of high finance. You certainly know how to measure. That's why you're a billionaire. Any other answer besides that is total and complete bullshit. And you know it.
I know very few things.
You know things can be measured. You measure every day. You weigh and measure every day. You weigh and measure people. You weigh and measure leaders. You weigh and measure economies. You weigh and measure politics.
It's a very
You weigh and measure. You weigh.
Hang on.
Your whole life, in fact, is measuring.
So what you've now done is a great thing, is you've used the word measure, a mathematic term, in the common vernacular, and abused it. So I don't even recognize what it means. It's so abusive to my field.
Why? Let's go. In mathematics, measure means what specifically?
That's good. There's no specific. It's an approximation, or giving something a number. Einstein.
We're not asking you to go to the 9th decimal point.
Oh, that we didn't say that before.
No, you're not going to the 9th.
I don't. What if I say measure? How tall are you? You'd say 6 foot.
6 feet.
But is it 6 foot 1 inch?
Give or take. Between 5'11" and 6 feet.
But what's that? But I want. So the question. I want an
It's
accurate.
I got Zeno's paradox.
I don't even know what it means to measure you. Am I measuring the top of your hair, the top of your skull? And the finer, the more.
You're being rabbinical. This is like.
I shake my beard off.
No, my point is, isn't that going through the Torah where you're parsing every definition?
No, so,
However we broadly define measure, your life literally is about measure, is it not?
it's about putting numbers on things so that I can try
But that's
my
measurement.
best. You can call it whatever you like. If that makes you feel better.
No,
I want to
to
make you
back
happy.
to your scientific inquiry.
No, even a number, people know a number is a complicated.
When did you come to this When did you come to this aha moment? Was it when it was in your solitary confinement when the biggest financial
resort to a 500 or 1,000-year-old response to that question, which was, I don't know.
You know who else found that out? It's Socrates. That's what Socrates kept doing, right? Socrates kept asking all the experts. He would go through, question after question after question, and realize at the end they didn't really know. They really didn't basically understand what they were talking about.
And one of the things that people will enjoy, it turns out that potentially one of the bad things to teach children is how to write. You say it's impossible. Writing, reading, and arithmetic was supposed to be, everyone's supposed to be taught. Writing forces you into a very narrow channel of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern. So your thinking becomes somewhat narrow. The most legitimate reason I brought up writing is one of the recent discoveries of mine with respect to Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. Is they never wrote. They smart and people around who could write. Socrates could think. So that if I could Jesus and answers are the same way, right? What do you think? I think he's a carpenter. He's a carpenter. Just to run. Institutions that are set up and try to put forward knowledge and understanding and truth, should they take your money? Derek Bach at Harvard said, taking money for good causes is a good thing. So if Hitler took all the gold out of the teeth of the Jews and said, I want to give this to Heidelberg University to fund the Leibniz chairs so that I can study high energy physics, Derek Bach would say that was fine? Again, these questions are questions where good people on both sides, like your Charlottesville, could differ. I don't know the answer. So tell us the two. Give us the two answers. The one answer why it shouldn't be, and then the one answer. Derek Bach says, I'll essentially take cash from anybody because I got so many projects, so many good guys, and this is the way I'll do it. So I'm indifferent to where the cash comes from. Money's money. And if I got good guys, I'm the fiduciary that says these are good people, this is good research. Okay, I'll take the cash from any source, including you. What's the other? I'm going to give you that. I know in my case, is your money dirty money? If you live, I just ask a question. Is your money dirty money? No, it's not. So, in fact, why is it not dirty money? Because I earned it. But you earned it. We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money. So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question. You think it's a legitimate question? Yes, in the Washington. Because I think ethics is always a complicated subject. But I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people. If we wanted, and you're in that
we walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from a, what are you, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Pregnancy
What's
test
tier
came back
1's
negative.
the highest and worst?
No, I'm
The lowest?
the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yes.
That the money came from, what percentage of people do you estimate, on a state only probability, do you estimate would say, I don't care, I want the money for my children?
I would say everyone, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them,
The
if I told them the devil
100%.
himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars
Do
for
you-
your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
I'm sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know, why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. And you remember, the devil is
Somebody
knows
knows what?
the devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
No, the devil scares me.
Satan is at the number 1 or 2 archangel. And the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay? We have to go.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, that's the Steve Bannon podcast.
Tonight, lawmakers. Some people call me Maurice.
Because you're all the ass. Why would you say that? Oh my god. Too funny.
Action is like a car without gas.
An action without faith? That's just pushing the car.
Politics in Chicago is getting the sitcom treatment. Local actor John Kitover stars in a new comedy called Windy City Council. The show follows a street, smart alderman trying to survive city with a sense of politics in Chicago is getting the sitcom treatment.
Hi, is this beginner yoga?
You're in the right place. Just roll out your mat and join us.
Great, easy peasy. Everyone downward dog.
Hi there. I'd like to make a deposit.
Of course, sir. How much are we talking?
Just a little something I picked up.
$1 trillion?
Here, take a penny.
Mr. Harris, you might want to see this.
That's a lot of
Hi there. I'd like to make. Right, in the bank of the future, about to drop $1 trillion Bitcoin.
Absolutely, let's do it.
Great, just authenticate whenever you're ready.
Here we go. Transfer $1 trillion Bitcoin deposit.
Absolutely, let's do it.
And deposit.
I'm to make a mountain. Starting with this foam block, I'm cutting in the ridges so it feels like the real thing. A coat of rock gray up top, some earthy tones down low.
Your next mayor? Chicago, I'm ready to tackle the pension crisis head on.
Did you just say penguins because I only brought
Pensions, Aunt Marlene, pensions.
All Americans, the national debt has surpassed $34 trillion.
Mrs. Bauer, Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us together.
Friends, let's settle onto our map. The laundromat, the post office, I don't feel like me without it.
I think I lost my authenticity.
Forget?
Did you check under the couch?
She sent me a message at 3:05 a.m.
Yeah, she probably wanted to fuck you.
I fell asleep, but yeah. But then I sent her a message. I went and woke up. I'm like, just woke up. Yeah, what's up? She's like, I said, she thought she read it. I wrote it to you last night. All good. I'm like, okay, I passed out. That's what I told her. She basically said I wrote it last night. I'm like, what that investigated?
You missed your chance.
Is that what basically means?
Well, at least for now.
I got it.
Rafi, how badly did you guys get him? They got him out. That's 30 centimeters in the bottom here. closed all the schools on Monday and Friday. And
Yeah, makes sense.
don't you miss your Midwestern winters?
No, if it's a winter, I want it to be a winter. If it's a summer, I want it to be.
I was supposed to go skiing, Rafi, but like, it was just too fucking cold. Like, it was just way too fucking cold. Like, when it's minus like 20 or Celsius, you can't ski. It's miserable.
No, we have good fucking clear weather coming, so it's all good.
Bless you.
Fuck, thank you.
So is she hot, Rafi?
I was gonna say, she looks like a boy with tits.
Who's in New York City and wants to do me a favor?
Sandwich from Cat's Deli.
Hello?
I want Cat's Deli.
Here, dude. It's like $41
Nick,
for a
Nick,
sandwich.
are you in the city?
I'm up in Michigan. I wish I could help you with that.
Okay. Seth, are you in the city? No, Seth's not in the city. Fuck.
High is in the city.
Hey, does anyone have any contact with Elena? I need to talk to her. Jeff?
Which Elena? That's why I asked if it was a cousin.
It wasn't a cousin, it was just a scammer from India or his neighboring country. And they're saying in the year bomb while they vote for the BJP, because like it's an inside joke.
Abaya, you get those scam calls too. Was it on your phone?
Yeah. It was like an AT&T line too, yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing more and more of that crap. Like they're telling me now, like I win a free vacation, and you just have to sign up for this timeshare and come to a presentation.
Right, exactly, yeah. No, there was like, I like that AT&T bell commercial. Like, if a tree falls on the floor, you want to hear it. Does it really make a noise, right? Around bells,
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hello?
Hope you're having a great day.
Hey, Hermes! Hello?
Hello, Congressman. Can I help you?
I just want to say this is a sweet Sunday.
Oh, my best friend.
Definitely a sweet Sunday now.
Yeah, this is my best friend John. John, were you playing that?
Yeah, he was playing that. I like it, actually. Nice. I like the stuff of music.
Yeah, I actually consider John as one of the most intelligent people in this app. You know, there's many, but he's definitely one of them.
Oh, that is so sweet. Oh, the house. John, you call himself Congress?
I'm so smart. I gave up speaking months ago.
And just let you know, he's also a comedian.
Where is he from? Where is he from?
John, where are you from?
Yeah. I don't know. Everybody can listen to them. They'll come when they can.
Hello? 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 دلم برات خیلی تنگ شده. Hello?
Oh, there you are. We don't need that. John, are you still doing, you know, how you used to read, like the Kabbalah and things like that? Do you still do that?
Yeah.
Can you read something cool for us?
Depends who's asking.
It's Hermes Trismegistus that's asking.
Who's asking? Hello? Yeah, I can read something here. Okay, well, a poem is really the best, occult magic you can do. So, doesn't matter what you're reading, where it's from. If it's a good poem and it's, mystical, magical, that's what they're looking for. I don't know, man. It's just Star Wars by another name, It's the same story over and over again, just with a slight variation. And Sora, are you using Sora? Look up John Kitover on Sora, the app Sora, and I can prove to you that, life is essentially a matrix of, infinite proportion.
How you doing, Tariq?
Yeah, I do, man. Nah,
Doing good.
that's good.
Yeah.
Happy Sunday, everyone.
Happy Sunday, brother.
I'm going to set that long. I'm going to be going soon. I'm going to go to the church soon.
Happy Sunday, Terry.
Happy Sunday to you. Yeah, our church started at 3 o'clock. That guys I left was almost like 30 minutes.
Okay, do your thing.
Yeah, I'm just getting ready to go to church.
So I don't know if you guys follow the news, but there's breaking news that the Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein, 3-hour interview leaked, and it's all over, YouTube, etc. And yeah, it's pretty funny because essentially Bannon is working as like a communications strategist for Epstein, but at the same time, Bannon is roasting him and making fun of him. And he tells him, he's like, don't worry, like, I'm gonna be edited out, nobody will know what I say, so you need to ask the question after I ask the question. So he's trying to so basically Jeffrey got played by Bannon, because Bannon is just a disgusting sponge nobody, and so Epstein, who's worth all the money, Bannon is leeching off of Epstein, but at the same time Bannon is making fun of Epstein to his face, because he's trying to play the devil's advocate. And you should listen to what he says. He accuses Epstein of being the devil during the interview. There are so many crazy, cringe, wild moments because Epstein unloads on the truth about finance. And it is the most provocative, eye-opening, because you got to remember, Epstein was worth $800 million. I think that's what his estate was valued at. So he is actually providing you, the fact that this got released, I don't know how it got leaked, but it's page 1 on all the news, and it's all over YouTube. I just listened to the whole thing. It's long. It's 2.5, 3 hours. And I screenshotted some of the most provocative, what the fuck moments. Because again, this was supposed to be edited, but it's the full-length transcript. So YouTube even has the transcript when you watch the video, and you're like, I'm screenshotting the transcript, you can't believe what these guys are talking about. It's so fucking, because again, Epstein shat all over Bill Clinton. Because you gotta understand, these emails that came out, Epstein is attacking Bill Gates, in meaning that he's blackmailing him. He's like, I'd hate to, he's essentially, Epstein's writing a note about their inappropriate relationship to create a record, a trail. So Bill's like, fuck, he's writing this in an email. He's entrapping me by sending me an email with all of our shenanigans. So like they say, Bill Gates is never coming back to America. He's just going to like live in a European exile because he's basically now confirmed as Tito. And just like the famous director who did Chinatown, that Polish guy, whatever his name was, he couldn't come back to America. So Bill Gates is Roman Polanski. So Bill Gates is probably going to live in exile. Maybe not. I don't know. The whole thing depends on Department of Justice. But this release is like unbelievable. It's the second release, and the first release was amazing, but the second one, the fact that now a new video of Epstein has surfaced, which is 3 hours long, like they can't control the narrative now because now everybody's like, nobody knows what to believe. They're saying that he's a KGB funded agent, and everybody's like, whoa.
I got a question. Where is Bill Clinton living at right now?
Probably at his house. He's a top CIA president mafia don, man. Nobody can bring down Clintons, and they don't have to show up to anything because they're literally at the pinnacle of this organization. You know, like they are the ultimate. I went to Little Rock, Arkansas. The airport is called the Bill and Hillary Clinton Airport. They made that state, man. Like these people, you know, say what you want about them. They're not worth $1 trillion, but I mean, Bill and Hillary are worth a lot of money. Anyways, sweet Sunday, sweet Sunday, the day of the sun. I got a room full of light, right in the other room. I gotta go lay out in the sun. Hello.
So, welcome, Tina. Tina, that's my best friend, John. He's actually very entertaining, very intelligent. You'll see he's like all over the place.
Hermes and I did yoga. We did yoga on a live stream together. Remember that, Hermes?
We did. One time, John and I were on a live stream, and we were doing yoga, and we were standing on our hands and all kinds of stuff. That was fun.
That's hilarious. Aw, welcome. Welcome, John. Dean, are you okay? Really, Dean wanted to tell me something that was going on. The room ended up going left. I didn't get a chance to hear it out. You know, you there? It's okay, sister, you're busy. Happy Sunday. What about you, Abraham? You asked about what, sorry? No, I was talking to Dina, but she was not responding, so I was like, hey, Abraham, maybe you're there. So what time is it?
So, Yodia, I want you to join my house. It's several houses, but the house to join would be Hermes' house. And I'm going to do a room on all of the immigration, deportation, ICE, right, that's been going on for the past year. And so I wanted you to come and support. I'm going to schedule it like in the next couple of days. That way you'll have plenty of time. And I would really, really appreciate if you come by.
Yeah, I think I just joined.
Oh, awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're
Gracias.
welcome.
You too, Dina and Abraham.
John. You had to join the house. It's Naomi's house.
Did you hear us?
Okay, I hear everything. Like in you, yeah? No, yeah, like it's also high and low too. And because if my husband is dead, I will throw myself in the mountain. I was not born. I'm okay. I never be gonna be okay with that poison. Born, but with
Whatever poison, yo no me puedo llamar. Aquí no me gusta llamar. I can miss that.
okay, thank you, sister.
Dame de inglés y son cosas de chicken.
Okay. It's Angela in Potri.
Inglés. A ver, toma de inglés para ver. No, miss that. It's okay. Just enjoy the weekend, Mama. You don't have to talk. I have family members around me, guys, so you'll hear a lot about grandmas.
Hey, can I play a quick tune?
Yeah, go for it. And the topic John brought up was really good, actually. Well, let's just talk about it. I'll just wait to see if you get it. You guys enjoyed her weekend?
Yeah, that was a very good topic, right? The new Epstein files.
Yeah, we're still about to
And,
look at it in this term. But I
yeah.
think everybody has their information on it.
How you doing, me? Happy Sunday. Joe, Mario.
Hi, Grimace. How are you, everybody?
TJ,
How you
Laura.
doing? Happy Sunday.
Yeah, Maury, you forgot to say hi to me.
Everybody, that's my friend John. The PTR says Congress.
What? What up, Yaya?
What's going on, people? How are you? I wish you were here yesterday.
What happened yesterday?
Or this morning, actually.
What happened?
We have so Mama sister that came in here.
Mm.
Introduce herself a little bit. And then she starts saying she's from Vietnam, her parents were born there, all her generation is from there, but she was born in Somalia.
What?
Outside. No, I don't even want to repeat it. Let me read it like that.
What the hell is none?
Lignan.
Oh, Lubnan. Hey, never heard of these, bro.
And then I was like, oh, okay, but when she's talking, I'm like, you have that Somali accent. That's how I called her out. I was like, are you sure you're not Somali? And she said, no, I'm not Somali. And then she started claiming those other areas.
These other nations.
And then she comes to the end of it and said, okay, what's your heritage? And then that's when she was like, oh, Somali. I was born in Somali. And then everybody in the room was like, then why would you lie in the first place? And then there was a whole debate on it. And then I was like, damn. So I was teachers here right now, and they were asking a whole bunch of stuff. Somali or not Somali? And there's a lot of stuff. And she wanted to fight, you know, she was really aggressive about it. She kept asking questions, kept dragging it. And then it's just like, okay, at the end we just gotta just be quiet, just chill out. You're always welcome in here. Take it easy type of shit. So we'll see what's in Canada.
Them light-skinned motherfuckers be saying, we're not Somali. I hate them motherfuckers, bro.
And then she goes, I was born in Somali. And they were like, okay, so you know the language? Yeah, okay, so. And then she's like, well, I know a little bit of Arabic too. And I'm sorry,
Now, this is the thing, though, right? You claiming you're not Somali, yet you have the accent. You say that's where my people from.
And yeah, when the Somali Somali topic comes up about what's going on in Minnesota, then she wants to be all up in it. And then, yeah, claim that she's not Somali. And then when somebody said, what's your heritage? She goes, I was born in Somali. And my heritage is Somali, but all my ancestors are not born there. They're not from there. I was like, oh my goodness. It's just a whole different roller coaster.
I was gonna dig her grave, man.
Yeah, but it's okay though. One of them to tell me to just chill. Like, why you guys trying to judge me? I don't want black people in here. I don't consider myself black either. This is good.
Oh my god, man.
She's so funny. Her name is Didi. She's on this app. She's really other than to steal somebody out.
Didi?
You know her?
Now, this is the thing, man. Y'all crazy, man. Why y'all talking to somebody named Didi?
Yo, what? Is it the same DD with like DEEDEE?
No, it's D-I-D-I. This one is
Okay.
it has a picture of.
Oh, man. You guys should do better next time.
It's okay. I told her a lot of Somali people come in here and she's like, really? That. I'm like, girl, stop. She's like, yo, why would you go around guessing if people are Somali or not based on their voices? I'm like, girl, don't play with me. I'm like, I've been around Somali before. I have Somali friends. I know how they speak on this app. I can hear it from their accent. He's like, well, you cannot just judge a person and say they're just Somali based on their accent. I was like, yo, we're not going to argue about this. It was just so funny. And then when somebody was like, okay, so what's your heritage then if you're not Somali? She goes, oh, I was born in Somali. And we're like, no way, you're Somali. She's so Somali. She wants to play these little games. It was so funny. Yeah, welcome guys. Happy Sunday. Happy sweet Sunday, let's just say that. No, they cannot hear you. You want them to hear you? Okay.
Hello, sweet Sunday vibes.
I don't know if you guys can hear her. That's my daughter. She's so funny.
I get hear TJ's.
I know you can't hear his mic is open, but you can't hear it since it's in my headphones.
What up,
He said, what's up?
What's up? Anyway,
He said, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
You're doing a little bit of painting.
I'm just doing some painting right next to my bed. It's water paint. It's water paint, so it's a little bit cooler.
You better not mess around.
I'm not messing around.
What's she painting?
She's painting something. What are you painting? He said.
I'm painting a rainbow that is violet.
Okay.
Rainbow, but what?
This girl, she's an artist. Oh my god.
She's so funny. Man, let her paint in peace. She can't hear you guys. I'm sorry. I have my headphones on. I'm doing my own thing over here. She's over there painting. Yeah. So sorry guys. Every time I'm in and out, it's because I have some family around me or whatnot. So give me a bit. It's an open room.
Yeah, I'm about to go to the gym and get my workout on. I've lost, I want to say, 23 pounds of body fat.
Congratulations.
Yeah, and I've lost that. That's been since really since November. So from November to now. So I'm getting back in shape.
That's good. And also you're training and stuff like that, so I think you kind of getting on that as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. I went yesterday and I bought like the equivalent to like $20,000 worth of clothing. But, you know, I had to do it because I had nothing here. And I've been here since November and I've just bought like some really expensive stuff. So yesterday, I went to like their nicest area, and you know they had Louis and Prada and Hermes and all the other shops that you can imagine, Chanel, Dior. And I just sort of I splurged a little bit on myself. Thank God I was able to do it, but I got some really nice stuff.
That's good. Happy Sunday to you all.
Happy Sunday.
Allah.
Hello. Can I speak?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if such these kids are the price for university, we have Sudan gold, oil, everything is there. And I'm not gonna push you. Again, now okay. Can the gym? All day in my garage. And the garage that will do for the year. Hi, I'm good.
The whole time I was speaking on mute. Oh my god.
You said something about South Sudanese kids. What happened to them? Dina, what did you say happened to them? Oh, she said, what happened to the oil? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry about government. If you have lands there, so it's not your story. Maybe he's talking about politician. So
Yeah,
you know
talk
that.
about the politics all the time. But I don't know what specifically. Is she talking about the kids? Is she talking about the oil? What are you talking about? Be specific, Dina.
Maybe oil.
Can I speak? After information, you guys die so much for information.
How is after your permission we're dying so much for it? It doesn't make sense. Are you okay? I get it. I know it's the weekend. I know some people are turning up. I think they need
It's
drinking.
not our weekend. I don't know.
Whatever they're doing, but
I don't know.
it makes it really hard to even have like
Okay,
a
sorry.
conversation during the weekend.
Sorry, it's not about
It's not about you. It's not about that. It's just about like I can tell. I can tell the difference.
Okay, our kids are working. We're working too. We can't stop working because that's not around by stupid. Okay, while we are working, we can make peace and every day have a check. I don't know how that happened because my mom told me when I was in Egypt, you gotta work. Protective.
Yeah, what's the benefit of the work? If you work, what's the benefit? What do you get?
Nothing.
Nothing, right?
Yes, but if I'm gonna go to work, that makes my mom happy. I'm gonna go to work too.
Maybe
They tell me that if you're not going to school and not working too, it's not me. They tell my brother that my brothers were told you can work, you can go to school, get out of my house. Why that thing is not there to female too? So we can understand ourselves. That's abuse, my brother, that's abuse.
What do they do there? There's one, right?
Can you listen to me a little bit? Okay. That's actually this woman hustle man. Even your own child, you can hustle them too. I can't speak about that. But they told you are a man, why you don't bring income home? Get out of my house. That's your own mom. Okay. Can you explain that happened to you? How had that happened? I am done. You can speak. I'm listening. I'm not speaking right now. I want to ask you, why your wife?
Hey, y'all. Hey, everybody. Sorry.
Welcome there. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Okay. The money that women make is holy, but the money that men make is holy. Can we speak a little bit before I quit?
Before you quit what? Before you quit working or before you quit getting money?
Working. I would have a lot of money. But Mama said that if you're not working, you're useless.
Do you plan to retire someday?
I'm sorry. It's not a problem right now become my problem.
What is not your problem? Retiring is not your problem at the moment?
Yeah, كلام صح يقولوا كان في قاعد في البيت يقولوا كان في راجل تاني بحويشة يلا نسوي كله غير من بارانويا ده المشكلة بتاعي ومشكلة النسوان اللي ببير أنا جام وأنا بينير كده الأول تاكم رن
Yeah, no comment, I know you're saying a lot of good things, but like, the way things are going here in my background, that's it. I don't know if I can comprehend everything that you're saying to me right now.
sorry.
It's okay. I have a lot of questions, but I'm not gonna go there right now. I don't wanna put my energy out there. I know it's the weekend, so enjoy your weekend. You wanna talk about anything else that people can relate to? No problemo. Once again, it's
Oh yeah, why have we?
Because you work so hard. No politics, nothing crazy.
Work so hard.
It's okay, sis. It's not an issue.
لكن بنتك تقعد في بيت الشغل تشتغلي كمان الحملة من البنت تقعد في بيت ساي.
My daughter's only 7 years old. She's not old enough to be working yet.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know the only problem of woman is make drama.
Okay.
Is anybody watching the Sunday football games today?
Now I have a company.
Okay, girl, period. I were watching the Seahawks earlier that plays the Rams, but I'm not betting nobody this weekend. Hell no.
You want to put a course with what white color wearing?
I think I did it and I don't know when I was like 2 hours.
Okay, my sister. I remember about the Louis.
What did you eat today for lunch?
Could you edit it?
She said I ate a lot of things. You've been munching.
My sister. It's not your fault.
Who's Mr. Yeah, who are you talking to?
You?
Yeah, Dina, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Hey, I told Mr. Mr. or Mrs.?
99 A student. Like, couldn't share with what?
Yeah, Dina, wallahi, you can okay. You're funny, oh. You remind me of someone that said something to me like that before.
My mom always told me that.
To tell you this is wrong and this is right. I don't think that it doesn't work like that. So I don't know why they use that for no reason.
When you're in a good house, she will ask you. If you don't want to get married, then work. Is that my fault or a God consider fault? Live better or live away, but we'll cook and cooking. يعني عندي عندك سكت بتنكري ولا كان بتنكري يعني يكون يعني
You're not going to do anything take it easy, anything don't do it. It's not the way it was yesterday. But we got to up. Anyways, Alhaji, how are you? Happy weekend. أنا أقوى كمان. أنت أنا أقوى كمان. Yeah, I get it. You guys can try.
How you doing?
I'm good, Captain Tom. What are you doing? What's your show?
Huh? You still at the H-Town?
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing something. Yeah, yeah. Hold on.
Alright, that's good. How's everybody doing? Abram, Marmore, and Jordan Newton, Brown, and Congressman. How you all doing?
word one minute, so link up here, you guys can actually read up to it. It's pretty good. I will put it in from there. Check it out if you can.
Yeah, what you up to today?
Oh, man, I'm over here with the family and whatnot. I got a lot of stuff to do. I'm not gonna lie.
And you started a room, girl?
Yeah, I can start a room and still be occupied, girl. Multitasking is
Okay. Okay.
it's not the first time I open rooms on this app.
Right, that's for sure. Are you cooking Sunday dinner?
Yeah, we already ate dinner and everything. Like,
What you guys eat?
we already ate lunch, breakfast, lunch, brunch. When it's like, can we eat breakfast?
What time is it for you guys? It's only like 3 o'clock for me.
No, it's only 2 p.m. I don't know if you can hear it in the background. Someone's working. Hold on.
It's 3:07 for me, almost 4 o'clock. My day doesn't end till like 5:30, 6 p.m.
You said your day is like what?
My day doesn't end until like 5:30, 6 o'clock p.m. Just to wind my daughter down, so I try to have a set schedule.
Okay, so you're hanging out with your daughter right now too?
Yes, she's actually watching SpongeBob, and my TV's pretty loud, so that's why I'm keeping muting it. I'm sure you guys hear it.
You said how old is your daughter again?
My daughter just turned 6. She's 6.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, me too. I'm not ready for her to grow up right now.
And you know when you're talking and they be in the background, they want to talk to you at the same time and stuff like that. That's why I confuse myself.
Yes, girl, tell me about it. Like, girl, I give you attention, dang. It's so quiet.
come to Mexico City to come visit, come hang out with me. You'll love it. Welcome back, Abraham. Originally, I'm from Texas, but now I'm living in Mexico City. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it here. It's completely different than what I expected. You know, because of all the propaganda that you hear in the U.S. It's
nice. I'm from Sudan, North Sudan.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Yes, I really like Mexico too much. Want to go to Mexico.
They have beautiful beaches here, but you know, I prefer like the cities, the big cities. Like Mexico City is like New York City, Tokyo, London, Paris. It's a big city like that, right? So
Yeah,
there's
there's too much
lots,
enjoying.
yeah, lots of restaurants, and coffee shops, you know, shops, stores, you know, where you can buy all kinds of things. The people are very interesting. Now, here's what I love about Mexico City is that because it's the capital, the embassy of every country is here, right? South Sudan, you know, Egypt, London, you know, England, all the embassies are here. So you find a lot of foreigners, people from all over the world, from every country.
Yeah, I have my brother, they say like Mexico too much because you want to go there and drink and he holds a gun. Say there's too much people have gun, right? In the street, in the Mexico. Is this place not safety, right?
No, it's very safe. See, that's the propaganda that mainly the United States, you know, lies about, right? You know, it is completely safe here. The quality of living is extremely high. The quality of food, the lifestyle, no stress. I'm loving it. I really am. You know, every city, every country has its pros and cons. You know, I still miss the U.S. because that's where I grew up at. But, you know, if I had to be anywhere else, I'm glad I'm here.
Amen.
Oh yeah. You're not
Yeah.
finished. You're not finished yet.
Yeah. Well, we're finished. She wants me to take her somewhere, and I told her she has to clean up, organize her stuff. Look, tomorrow is school, and so we're just kind of getting some stuff ready and just organizing everything because I have a lot of stuff to do in the morning. So that's what. And then after this, we can. She's still painting as well, so we're gonna go to the park. We're gonna go hang out somewhere outside. It's nice and beautiful, and then we'll come back hopefully by 6 p.m. for dinner.
You didn't miss South Sudan.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to go South Sudan.
No, I was there last year. You know, I'd rather go every other year. You know, so yeah, I was there last year for like a good 2 months Went to the village, went to Juba, did all that. Like, it was nice. I enjoyed my time when I was in Africa.
What is your village name?
Hmm?
I like sounds sweet.
You said what?
Where is your village name?
Oh, my village name? Okay, you go to Rumbek, and then you keep going. Yeah, you go to Rumbek Center. That's where my mom family is, and then when you drive down like about 30 minutes down the road, you'll find a nice small village that has all my family over there. That's my grandpa's village. It's called Langdi.
Now it's Rumbek.
It's called Langdi. Langdi in English means like spare. Like the spare. The spare. Yeah, and that's what my city is called. It's called Langdi. It means the spare. So yeah, it's that area right there. It's really nice. It's so beautiful, man.
There is no fighting, no people fighting at this year.
No, my design. There's not too much crowd. You know, everybody and their mama can live there. Yeah, and they're very welcoming. You know.
I have my friend. I am Dinka people.
You wanna be linked up? Like, alright, come visit from Lake State actually. Go to Tribet, closer to Tribet over there.
He develops that country because he built the parliament and something. And then people.
So I'm in the middle of Tribet and Toy. So I'm like in the middle of it, and then after Toy is Wow. So it's like it's that same highway that you keep going straight. You know, that's where you'll find your cities.
Next year, maybe I will go to Juba.
Yeah. Come. It's really nice. It's dope. It's fun. It's not as the way people project it to be. You know, you have to go to South Sudan yourself to kind of see it for yourself because a lot of people talk a lot on this app. They exaggerate how South Sudan is based on what they hear. But when you go there in person, you get to experience everything. You get to see things. Like, you just like, wow, the beauty of it is just amazing. You know, and people don't exaggerate like news like this the way that the Western people exaggerate about a little tiny thing that happened in South Sudan. They take it as a big deal and do a whole bunch of division about it, you know. But over there, it's just more like, okay, we just have to accept the reality, and everybody's just kind of hustling, you know, and working hard for their families, trying to feed their families, and making ends meet and stuff like that. So, yeah, business is booming. A lot of people are investing, you know. So,
I'm just saying the other thing.
yeah, it's developing a lot. It's just all these little side hate needs to stop because we're still from the same country, if people like it or not, you know. There's so much space and so much to do. We just need a little bit of resources. But people exaggerate a lot in the Western world, and I'm like, what are you doing here? Why are you crying and puffing and all this weird stuff? Like, if you really want to be in the military, just take your ass back to your country and go fight the fight, bro. Ain't nobody got time for this hate. You know, it's crazy. Yeah. And so they're taking this whole conflict to a whole different level, allowing things that they're not control that, and it's just weird. It's just out of control. Mm-hmm. Hey, football. Zone, I see you down there. You guys can come up. Happy Sunday. I'm hanging with the big boys.
Amazon, White Army.
Everybody on their feelings. There's so much been happening lately. People been fighting like crazy. I can tell it affected a lot of people, but they don't want to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? It's weird.
Really?
go. What's stopping you?
My brothers don't maybe from Jungle because his profile is white up. White.
No, him? Yeah, a lot of people told him to change it. He doesn't want to change it. So I'm like, I don't know where he stands in the politics. Politics is getting the best out of people. Especially my people, the ones that live in the Western world. Especially when they come on this side of something like they just invest all their energy in. And I'm just like, yo, nothing can be done. Just talking is not going to change anything. Arguing is not going to change it.
When you're lying to people, giving them idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's no good.
It's not good. Folks have to their time, their energy, they get mad, yell at other people just because of politics. It's weird. They're not even in the politics themselves, I do. Just the outsiders, though. Listening to news and doing the most out of it. But I'm sorry.
Imagine and see what's going on in Sudan. So kill people for no sense.
Instead of doing a big rally or doing something to make a change, guys, they cuss each other out. Where they do that at?
The people just don't understand anything. Maybe now it's Darfur is divorce or what's that mean? Darfur is becoming it's not South, it's not Sudan. Now it's like Darfur. It's separate to Sudan. Now it's separate two times. It's a problem. I don't know what they want to do in Sudan.
Yeah, I hear you. So show me my artwork.
My father want me to be army. Imagine.
Your daddy wants you to be in the army? What did you say? What did you say? What did you tell him?
I'm going to go to army. I don't be able to be like engineering and like that. Then we used to go to army school. I said no, I don't want to write down. I want to relax to live.
What did you tell your dad when you said you would go to the army?
I said no.
He mad or he said okay?
No, yes, we are going to. Maybe I go with him to registration in the high school. We are going with the way he tell me what do you want to be. So I want go to that with that. Okay, there is two type, right? Or you go engineering or like another program. Then I want to go to pharmacy. Tell me school. Now I'm pharmacist.
Congratulations. Okay, answer your phone. I guess we got a pharmacist in the house. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got a bachelor's in psychology. I would love to, but give me a second. I think I've told you about it before in the past, but I don't know if you forgot. Give me a second, man. You're not doing it right, mommy. You gotta keep it in one place. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm doing something here. Ooh, why are you fussing like that? Are you okay? Talking to this other girl. I have my headphones on. They can hear you. Yeah. Finish your artwork, please, and then we gotta move on to our next task. Yeah, we got another task to do.
Mommy?
Okay. Hold on, sir. Yes, so I can just make it short to you. Psychology is a very good field, you know. There's a lot of broader things that you can do in psychology. So I chose to go based on the behavior side of psychology, and that's what my aim is with the master's program that I'm studying. Other than that, can't talk much. We are painting at the same time, doing things here at the same time. So the room is definitely open. I don't know what Harmer's profession is. I don't know what Congress profession is. Maybe you can ask them the same question, and we can go from there. Mine is psychology, going to behavior analysis. And you say you're a pharmacist? You're a pharmacist? You didn't hear anything? I don't know what? No, I said the question is good. I told you I did psychology and I'm doing my master's in behavior analyst. So I'm telling you, it's a good question to ask. Give me a minute because we are painting and we're doing some other tasks over here, but I'm in and out. I can hear you in my headphones, but I'm doing something at the same time. But I said I don't know what Harmer's profession was or John's profession was. So you can ask them as well. And as long as you don't have to sit down there, you come up, you can answer as well. What do you do? What's your profession in?
My profession is that I'm gonna be a doctor and an artist at the same time, and I'm gonna be a model.
Oh, that's gonna be a profession when you get older? Okay.
Did y'all hear that?
My daughter just answered. She said her profession is gonna be a doctor, a model, and an artist.
So that's
That's what she just said. A doctor, a model, and an artist. Yep. All right. I'll let you guys add in. Yeah. Well, feel free. It's an open room. Unless if you still have that music, you can play. He wanted to play music earlier.
please play music.
Please, yeah, please play some music if you can. Or John, if you can.
Or else I'll get
Play
some music.
some music. Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Those people drink tea too much.
Which people?
My friend.
No.
Usually they come and drink tea.
Not good on that. If you're not getting on kind of the Australia, do you know what they're drinking right now? I think some people are hungover. They were drinking since yesterday and maybe they lost that. Yeah, right now they're in a room where everybody's drunk. Drunk or high or something.
What you use? You like, I like orange.
My Mommy, don't mess it up too much. Don't do the most. Keep it simple. What did you say?
And what you use? You like
What do I like and what?
orange?
What kind of juice I like? I like any kind of juice.
Orange juice?
Yeah, I like all the kind of juices. I like juices.
Okay, you like water?
Yeah, I like water too. Yeah.
Ginger ale?
Yeah.
Do you like grape water?
Spring water. Yeah.
Okay, you like sparkling water?
You? Not a big fan of sparkling water, but I heard the benefits is good. I try. And yeah, I like all different types of beverages, except shots. I don't like
Girl.
shots. I don't like shots. You mind your business.
Yeah.
Just when it too much.
Yeah.
Your doctor make you happy.
Yes, she does. I'm never bored, yeah.
Small kids in the home.
I'm never bored. This girl stays talking. Parang kasi sama.
If you have baby at home, oh, you stay there. He say he like kids at home.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Ernest, or John, play your music, please. If you can. I wish I had my Bluetooth with me, but I don't.
Yes.
Okay, I just got through down with the workout.
Okay, sounds good.
It's kind of interesting. Let me squat on this bitch and shit all over it. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to name names. I think a lot of people do it on purpose. And your approach encourages them to do it on purpose.
My approach?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why everybody likes you. Because you say, oh, it doesn't matter if you shit all over the house. I got some Clorox wipes. And some Mr. Clean, I'll clean up the shit.
Sir, that's not true.
It
I
is
have
true.
definitely stopped. That's true. That's not true.
You just said, let him go. Have you heard Matthew Poodle? Have you heard Poodle speak before?
I've heard him talk here and there, and you all have had some going back and forth conversations. It wasn't, he did not agree with you, you did not agree with him, but y'all had a discourse going back and forth.
Because it was on topic.
Right. So how was I supposed to know that he wasn't going to find his way back to the topic? He was talking about
how can he be on topic?
exactly. But I don't. That's my point. It wasn't like it was a diatribe, and we sat for 5 minutes listening to it. It wasn't that long.
All right, I'll take it back.
You can have it in your state. I'm not arguing the point for this particular point. I'm just saying, I agree with you. There are definite times that, no, that's not what we're talking about. We'll get back to the conversation. And I've actually I've also done that with the very same person that you said that eats enchiladas and comes and crashes on the stage. I've definitely cut them off and told them, no, you're not going to change the subject here.
So why didn't you do that with she today? Did you hear what she did?
As I said, I did not understand him to be changing the subject. I don't know, maybe I'm
First lady, I can actually respond to that. So this is funny. How did that whole thing come about? Spirituals had brought up the issue of a news article that's talking about Trump, the UAE basically pouring money into his companies. That's what started it. And we talked about that, and then I said the exact words. One day I would love for us to have the conversation about the proxy war that's happening between MBS and MBZ, right? And Spirituous asked the question, okay, what was happening? Can you explain? I went ahead and talked about it. I could tell just by reading from the chat, the only people that are aware of actually what's happening, at least on this stage, were Neoliberal and Marian. And that's not to have the combo anymore.
No, I did not. I just said what I needed to say, and that was it. But then, when people started complaining, what happened? I went on mute. You motherfuckers just had a whole conversation on student loans. Guess what? I've never had to apply for student loan. I've been on meetings. Because there's something that I want to contribute.
So, let's just calm down, take a deep breath, right? Because if you've apologized for it, then, having an explanation for it might just seem like you're trying to, make excuses. But I just want to say, I'm going to prove my point that it wasn't 25 minutes because after she finished, Spiritu said, oh, okay, well, I'll just hit you up in the back channel for the additional information. And I said, well, no, go ahead, have it. She's like, no, I don't think people want to have it or what have you. And then it was over. So it wasn't 25 minutes. Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. All right.
Just say hi to your mama. Love me, your mama. Welcome to the stage.
Okay, no, you cannot. No, take it back. Hello? What happened? You're disrupting the conversation right now. That's not the conversation. Let me say hello. So, I'm just teasing. Anyway, the bitch part, I'm just gonna say, the way I read it, because I would never have thought that you would have called it that. So,
First lady, I said it. I apologize to her in the chat. The fact is this. I'm just going to say this once and for all, and I won't get into it again. I've noticed it's a thing, whether we want to admit this or not, when people write in the chat, we all fucking read it. And the fact is, I've noticed anytime I open my mouth, for whatever fucking reason it is, Maya, bitch-ass boss man, whatever the fuck his name is, has something ugly to say. Here's the thing. If you think I'm boring or whatever the fuck it is that you think, come on stage, talk, and I'll stay on mute. We were having a conversation between MBS and BZ. I get it, it's boring because you haven't read on the goddamn thing. That's just what it is. Some of us do, unfortunately. I'm not from the UAE, but I'm interested in that stuff. That's all it is. So if you didn't want to talk about it, you could have just simply shut me up and told me, hey, dude, we don't want to talk about this. I'll respect the stage. I'm done. Thank you.
I'm still gonna say that you could have ignored it. You could have taken the higher ground. There's no need to insult her and call her a bitch. I hear what you're saying.
he said he apologized.
Just ignore
Do
the
y'all
chat.
get on her farm? He do the same thing to the girl.
Y'all have something to say. Mel, what's up, man? Goose with only. We're not going back. What's up, brother, man? Is that some sort of weird joke, Omari, calling me Goose? Like, it's really, really not hitting. Yeah, call him man, Goose. Mel, you raise your hand. Walk.
Hey, Bill Box, how are you? All right. Nothing. You know what happens? When we don't have clips to play, this is what happens. What's going on? What's going on? And this Cleo's PTR is so cute. I love it.
I was hoping somebody liked the newest addition to my PTR collection. And I started the Instagram about all of these pictures, so I'm excited. So I'm slowly telling little vignettes about the little cartoons. So I'll drop the Instagram if you want to follow.
Absolutely.
Oh.
At the risk of being called a state shitter, did anyone watch Holman's press conference when he took over operations in Minnesota?
Watched it right here on this very stage. I could be wrong. Do it rather. Yeah, we covered it. Hey, yo, my boy. Your mama, what's up, sis? I love me some your mama.
Ain't nothing. What's going on?
What's up, sis? Just want to hear you talk, that's all.
If y'all
So vibrant.
haven't seen the film Soul Patrol that's at Sundance, highly recommend.
Oh, okay.
No. Yo, Monica.
Hey, ma'am.
Your boy Elon Musk is 5K in the Epstein file. How you feeling about that?
Not 5K.
Oh, Lord.
Still in 4K. I'm sorry, First Lady. I didn't mean to interrupt your sport.
First Lady, Liam got his hat and backpack back. Oh, the original? I'm assuming so. I just found a little 2-minute clip on it. Let me see.
He's the same kid that was let in the cockpit of the Delta plane and they were showing him the controls and all of that?
Yes.
Wow, that got my heart.
Of Minnesota, where 5-year-old Liam Ramos and his father returned this morning after being held in a Texas detention facility for more than a week. In a social media post, Texas Congressman Castro announced the return, sharing Liam is back home with his hat and backpack. MS Now's Jillian Eagle has the latest on their return from Columbia Heights, Minnesota. So, Jillian, do we know any more on what it took to bring them back home? So we know the basics in this case that Liam and his father were detained here in Minnesota on January 20th and later taken to Dilley, a detention facility down in Texas. A judge yesterday ordered that they be released within the next few days. They were released last night and actually picked up by Representative Castro yesterday evening. They overnighted in San Antonio, Texas, then flew back to a very snowy Minnesota early this morning. We're now here in Columbia Heights. This is a suburb north of Minneapolis where Liam lives here with his family, and we heard from the mayor of this community earlier. She said, of course, she's happy that they've been returned, but she warned that this is not over yet for this community, that these federal agents are still on the ground here and carrying out these immigration enforcement actions. I want you to hear more directly from her. Take a listen. We're very exhausted. Our community has been just working hard to keep track of what's happening and, who's been kidnapped and snatched off our streets without due process, without warrants, and damaging property, and really just abusing people who are practicing their constitutional rights to observe and make sure our families are safe and witness what's happening. Now, the Columbia Heights public school system, where Liam is a student, put out a statement saying, of course, they're overjoyed that he and his father are now back in their home state, but they also flagged that 4 other students within their school system are currently being held at Dilley. We're also waiting to hear back from a family attorney about how they're all doing today. If the Trump administration Well, I'm happy Liam made it
it back and he got his belongings back, so that's good, but I am sad for the other kids. Thank you, TT. That was sweet. So, don't beat me up, y'all. Will Don Lemon still be able to cover the Grammys tonight?
Yeah, he's out, isn't he?
Yeah, I know he's out, but I'm saying he's gonna be able to do his job.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know, like, his follower count and all that. If people are tuning into him, post this if he got a bump.
No, so that's did was his for tonight or was it on a day of? You know, is he really supposed to be like on a red carpet? Or we just know that he was out here for the Grammys. I didn't get the full story from the beginning. If he was, gonna be there tonight. So the Grammys coming on tonight, right? Yeah, he was there for the whole week to cover. Okay. The whole week. Okay.
I imagine that he'll get some bump. He's already his name is on the tips of people's tongues because of his involvement in the church protest. And there's this picture of his husband, of him and his husband that I've seen circulating on the internet. With his husband holding his hand. His husband looks determined and stern, and Don Lemon looks happy. He has a smile, and it's getting some traction. So maybe all of those things will make people pay more attention to him for the next week or so.
It looks like he did get a bump on his YouTube channel. He has more subscribers. I think it was a little over 1 million, but now he's at 1.5 million subscribers. So that happened in the past few days. Thank you, Sharon. Appreciate it.
First lady, I'm good with brother. He explained himself. So just for the record. Yup.
What'd you do to brother?
Omar's a liar. He's just trying to rescue his reputation. He's a homophobic piece of shit.
Wait, nobody challenged that was actually the craziest thing.
Some things
That
is
was-
better not to not even engage. I'm not gonna engage that because it's not worth it.
I wasn't necessarily even meeting you. I mean, nobody on stage. Like, the whole stage went quiet, but just an observation. That was interesting. I don't know shit about that being whatever it is. I just thought the response was really interesting. Or lack thereof.
Hi, Daddy.
Hi, Monica.
Did you like that salad? I don't know, the bottle, the container. I thought it was pretty cool.
I sure it yet. I'll look for it.
I got an angry react because I asked Patty about a Sally container. Y'all need to get a grip. There's a suggestion in the chat for Jubilee clips. Has anyone saw a good one lately? One just dropped 4 hours ago. Maya, is that the one? Is it the same one? One Democrat versus 20 MAGA? And I put the one that I found in the chat so Maya doesn't have to answer me, Quinn. And also, there's one called Round Table where there's two liberals, two conservatives. I believe one is a progressive, one is MAGA. I haven't watched too many of those. Make me, Quinn. I mean, I can get the conversation started, but then
We don't need to delete it though.
dropping people matter on the stage, and I object to that ban. That's a little hurtful. What's wrong, Snoopy?
Are there any goals you guys are trying to meet for this month? Today's February 1st.
Yeah, I'm about to order some overhead racks for garage.
Yeah, getting organized. Sounds great.
I have a bet to stay out of White House chiller zone for the month of February, so that's a goal. Bernie, how about you?
Yeah, just transfer some things, clean off a device, just prioritize health, get back on my skincare routine, just other than that, just living life.
Is this the quietest politically correct it's ever been? There was some tension earlier, Patty, before you came in.
I read somewhere that silence, something about like it troubles people who have anxiety, because there's a peace and stillness or silence that should not come across as awkward unless you are anxious about something. I could be wrong. I read it somewhere and I thought that was powerful.
I think it's a bit of cabin fever. I don't know how many of us live in cold region. Sorry, I know I'm feeling it. A lot of I'm an outside kind of person. Like I'm literally, taking walks, just going around the whole way to see friends, going on my bike, and being inside does take its toll, especially somebody like me. I ain't gonna lie, the cold, it gets dark early. That shit fucks with people. I don't know about you, but definitely fucks with me.
I think that there's a lack of grace in this room sometimes, but everyone who lives in a cold place should just try spending a winter in a warm place. It might make you much happier. The overwhelming majority of Americans are happier living in warm places for the winter instead of cold places. Now, that's not popular to say. It sounds elitist, but it fucking happens to be true. And one thing that's never discussed in this room, and I'll land my plane here, is rents in Los Angeles are falling very rapidly. And if you Google it, no one in the room wants to admit it because it goes against the narrative, but the decision to kick out the illegals has caused rents to go way down. It's much more affordable to fucking move to Los Angeles, so try it. I'm done speaking. Did you duck your head when you went off mute too? Yeah, because people in this room don't want to hear the truth. Everyone's a liar. Everyone has a narrative that's a lie. And I come in here and tell the truth, and people shout it.
I just moved it down. We was letting the stage breathe. I moved it down.
I had my finger on the trigger and somebody shot him. Classic.
Why does he have to be moved down?
I don't know. I didn't touch him. Unless he left.
Well, then you say that was wrong. That people. He's a stage shitter. So allow them. See, this is what's so strange about the room. We were just told by First Lady to let people speak. Let them speak. I didn't say that was wrong. Rents are down. People just need to look at the substance.
Dan, I'm thankful for you to
Hold on, sir. Don't interrupt me. He said that they drew. Why can't people deal with the substance? Maybe getting the illegals out of California help bring the rents down. What do you need to be moved down for?
I have more than 10 links that prove what I'm saying, but every fucking person in this room is so pro-illegal that they refuse to admit the truth. When you kick out illegals, rents go down. I have 10 fucking links. And you know who's complaining? The landlords, especially the slumlords. Every fucking slumlord in Compton and in Van Nuys and in Pacoima, every one of the slumlords is crying and screaming that deporting illegals has lowered rent 30%. But the fucking liars in this room don't want to hear it. The liars in this room want to pretend that filling America with illegals has not pushed up rent because they're liars. I'm fucking done with you.
One second. So, yeah, they got a new show coming out on CNN. It's called Disaster. I might check that out. You don't have to engage. He said what he said. Okay, that's his truth. Move on. Period. That's what I said, Mr. Ban. I didn't say every conversation you have to engage in. Why do you keep trying to change my words? I didn't say you said that either. I said you have to allow them to say what they want to say. But he did say what he had to say. They moved him down. Excuse me. He was done. They guess they moved him because they didn't want to hear what he was getting ready to rant off, what he'd already ranted off. I'm not sure. But he did get a chance to speak. He spoke, he said everything he wanted. But most of what he was saying is the fact that he wants to prove that people in this space are liars because we don't accept his truth. I mean, I don't do that. Hey, listen, if that's his truth and that's what he wants to believe, then okay, fine, cool. If y'all want to have a conversation with it, okay, cool. Whatever it is, it's all good. Scurvy, baby. What?
John is caught astray.
Alright.
What do you mean she caught a string? What do you mean? Tell us about what do you mean she caught a string?
Never mind, she's okay with it.
Okay. No,
She got put down.
interrupting.
She got put down to the goo?
Yeah, she was interrupting a state shooter.
Wait a minute. Now who moved Johnny's football?
I did. She was interrupting a stage shitter.
Oh,
You just chastised me and told me that people, it's rude when they do that. So she was moved down until he finished to come back. That's literally what you told me. You said the person that interrupts the stage shitter is the rude one. So I told her I moved her down, and when he's done stage shitting, I'll bring her back up.
Justice for Johnny.
Welcome back, JoJo.
Omari, I did want a couple minutes of your time.
Omar's in the group. So when Brother and Spirit is interrupted Matthew's stage shitting, we were told that. So I was just moderating. I have a second because I took a break from work, and I'm allowing the stage shitters to have their space. They can let it go. We don't have to engage and move on. But people have to let the stage shitter shit. That's the rule. That's what you told me. That's what they told me. Now they're back.
Wait a minute, but no one was shitting on the stage at the time, though.
Yeah, they were. We were talking. I'm stage shitting.
You sure?
You interrupted me in the middle of my Monica just interrupted me. She goes down to the goo till I'm done. This way people can finish. And when you let them finish, it'll be over soon enough. Because the rude one is the person responding to the rude one. So Johnny's interrupted, came off, ankle bited, as they said, did her little smart thing, and she got moved down. That was the rule.
So they're rude at you. The person that shows love to the person that got. I feel like we need maybe some written rules on this station new format.
Does the State Shitters Union have a president or like a VP, secretary? Is Concrete the president of the State Shitters Union? Do we hold elections? Tear a t-shirt. Are you gonna get a copycat? SSU? SSU for life. position has changed with the indictments.
No, he shouldn't have been arrested.
Did you hear his comment about, I know this crowd looks coded?
Yeah, still First Amendment speech.
I wasn't arguing that that wasn't First Amendment speech. My point was that it was weird.
Yeah, but I mean, my assumption is that you are asking that question because you believe he should have been arrested, right? I think that was your stance, and mine is he shouldn't have. They should have left him alone.
So, interrupting a church service, whatever church it is, I find that violates the First Amendment, freedom of religion. I don't think the First Amendment free speech should succeed or precede the right to freedom of religion. And nor do I find it should, freedom of press is more important than freedom of religion. I think they're all important, all five of them. And you can't deny someone one of their First Amendment rights because you're exercising one of your First Amendment rights. That's not how it works.
What about the Second Amendment, Monica? What about the president flat out doubling and tripling down and saying that Alex Trey shouldn't be bringing guns to a protest, even though that's explicitly written in the Second Amendment? What are your thoughts on that? A lot of Republicans are very upset over that.
I haven't seen a lot of Republicans being very upset about that. I'm going to have to go look.
What about you? What are your thoughts?
I believe people have the right to protect themselves.
Yeah, I think if they had a problem, they should have took it up like with I think I don't even know if there's a case there because I'm not a lawyer, but civilly, I think that could have been a civil case that the church could have took. I didn't think the government had to come in there and arrest those people. Nobody got hurt.
You know about the event?
I mean, I watched a lot of this video. It was a lot of lagging. I fast forward through some of it, but let's say I watched only like 5 minutes. I still stand by the H. Go ahead.
The three protesters that led the 30 to 40 protesters that were there, do you think they should be charged?
I don't think anyone should have been charged. I think that should have been handled civilly. No one got hurt. There was
Actually,
no
that's not
violence.
true. A lady, in their rush to leave the church with the side exit, a lady fell and broke her arm.
Right.
The kids were terrorized. The parents were not allowed to get to them in the basement. People were harmed.
And I think that's a case where that said individual could make in a court for in a civil case, not have some act that's never been used to try to fit, just so that they can get people. Look, I'm consistent as I know you do, they differ. I just think they should have let those people go, and that's just my opinion. So I'm sorry, Monica.
You don't have to apologize for your opinion. Everybody gets an opinion, even state shitters. I mean, I just disagree with you, that's all. I don't not like you now because we disagree on this. Do you find it interesting though? I don't know if any services at mosques or hold on. Services at mosques or any other religious services, if people would interrupt one of their services, I can't imagine people saying that would be okay. But it seems because it was a Baptist church and it affected mainly white people, not all white people, but mainly white people, that everybody's okay with it. That's strange. Hey Stan, how are you?
I
I'm just asking myself if Alex Petty was Muslim, how much uproar there'd be in the U.S.
That's an interesting thought experiment. What do you think?
I think that the 20 to 30% of folks that are MAGA and aren't as deeply educated as maybe the moderates and some people on the left would pile on the bandwagon of making it worse.
I want to make sure I understand you. If the Alex Petty was a Muslim, you think the MAGA conservatives would be more upset or less upset?
I think the less educated MAGA folks would suggest that Killingham was more warranted. And because of a different religion, that it would be, as such, it would be a bigger threat to the U.S. And I'm very confident that people would have hammered that, the agents, the bots would have hammered that on Twitter.
So, not all, but many conservatives are pro-life. We tend not to celebrate the death of people. We will mock people who are foolish and contribute to their deaths, but we don't have many videos similar to the celebrations that I saw regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination on social media that I find. So I don't know, Stan, if your idea would hold water, that MAGA would rally around and celebrate the death of a Muslim who was killed similarly like Alex. But maybe you have information I don't have.
Well, I was trying to distinguish between educated people that are right of center.
Yeah, that's the fourth time you called MAGA dumb. You're speaking to the choir here.
I'm breaking it into two different groups. There's smart MAGA and there's less educated MAGA, and the same applies to every political.
And yet you felt the need to call MAGA dumb 3-4 times now. I don't hear you calling anybody else, but that's okay, Stan. Thanks for the conversation.
Well, there's some links that elucidate if the moderators will allow it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, but now I'm curious, Bugs, you're gonna provide data on the stupidity of MAGAs?
Well, Monica, you're not going to like what I have to say, but allow me to say it before you interrupt me. When they give IQ tests to white people in America, and whether it's a real IQ test or a proxy for the IQ, the white people in America that score high on IQ tests are not MAGA. MAGA white people score much, much, much lower on intelligence tests. Now, that doesn't prove that white MAGA people are wrong, but it does prove they are cognitively weaker. I'm done speaking.
Well, as someone much, much, much lower, obviously, than you, Bugs, I don't care. I think we have a problem in our society thinking the smartest of us are the rightest of us, the most correct. And sorry, but I know the theory of stupidity, and I also know why I have several videos in my back pocket why smart people believe stupid things. And actually, it's more dangerous to be very smart and set in your ways thinking you know everything than being, well, you've seen the bell curve, right?
Well, Monica, if you allow me to finish, just.
I didn't interrupt you, punk.
Well, you asked.
You interrupted me.
Oh, hold on. You asked if I read.
You interrupted me.
Just let them.
Rude.
Go ahead.
Let the shit happen.
When you're done speaking, Monica, I will never interrupt you. Finish.
I forgot what I was saying because you interrupted me and then accused me of interrupting you. Kind of got my attention. Go ahead.
Well, you please finish. I would never interrupt anyone, so please finish.
Remind me what I said, and I might be able to be prompted to finish my comment.
The reason why white liberals in this room make such a show of hating other white people is because it gives status in the white liberal community. The more you say that you hate white people, the more high status you are. That's why all the white liberals in this room are in favor of mass non-white immigration. That's why they're all in favor of DEI. That's why they demand things like white genocide. What gives you status, and everyone who is in the white liberal community confirms, what gives you status in the white community, in the white liberal community, is denouncing patriotic whites. And I will post links that prove it. So, the smarter they are, the higher the IQ of white people, the more they realize they can get status by calling for white genocide. I am done speaking, Monica.
I don't disagree with that. I have a huge problem with white privilege, white guilt, white rage, all the negative, nasty things that woke white liberals, I call them awfuls, affluent white feminist liberals, heap upon the shoulders of white Americans. So, good. Congratulations. You can send me one if you want in the DM. All right. Covered Don Lemon. Anyone want a shot at Ilhan Omar? I asked a question in a room the other day, and they couldn't hear the nuance of it. I don't have high expectations for you guys either, but since the stage is mine to crap all over, as Goat so eloquently put it, shall we entertain it?
Yeah, I will.
What percentage do you believe that Ilhan Omar knew about the apple cider vinegar attack before it happened?
0.
Okay. Anyone else want to give me their percentages?
You can go with me as soon as higher than 1 meter. I use 0 also.
0, 2, 0, 2, okay.
Okay. That's it.
Well, it's your opinion. I mean,
Was there a follow-up? I know it's my opinion.
well, yeah, like, King Solomon says 98%. I think that's a little too high. I'm hovering around 40-45% based on some evidence that I'm looking at, but I don't have a...
So you think a member of Congress committed federal crimes? Because that would be a federal crime. You think she set up...
No, I don't. I don't think that.
Oh, you're at 45%, so the other 55 she doesn't know.
Right.
Okay, well that's the same as 0 then, because that means you don't think she knows.
Okay, all right.
What is? So if you think she's at 50%, she did.
Well, I'm not sold on it.
45. Please don't interrupt me. I don't wanna see how. This is what's so fascinating. I've cleared the space for you to speak. I was the one to engage you. Let me respond. Thank you. If you think she was less than 50, then you think she didn't know. So we agree. Was that the experiment? Because I did have a follow-up on Ilhan Omar, which is the reason why I want to engage you. Do you have something else? I know it'll be uninteresting and boring, but do you have anything else?
My Charmin is at the ready. Go ahead.
Okay. So I don't stage shit. It's just boring and uninteresting, as I was told yesterday and throughout the last several weeks. But I saw Bill Maher and Joe Scarborough yell at each other. Well, Bill Maher was yelling. And Bill Maher was saying that Ilhan Omar never says anything good about America. I said, that's kind of strange. I Googled it. She says good things about America all the time. All the time. It's very accessible. I was very surprised. Did you see that, Monica?
Michael Scarborough?
No.
Yeah. She also defends President Trump abroad, which has been reported and then confirmed by Republican members of Congress. When people in other countries mock him and say like bad stuff, she comes to his defense. Hey, don't talk about our president like that. It's a shame, actually, the way this woman's name, the way she's been caricatured. I'm done. Oh, Jay, did you disagree? I can tell you the name, brother. It was on the hold on.
I thought you were like being facetious. You were actually seriously defending Trump.
The name of the.
I want to see the video of her defending Trump.
It's not a video, so let me respond again. When they're abroad and they're in meetings with delegates and stuff, I'll just tell you what the woman says. Because she's a Republican in Congress. Give me 1 second, brother. I'll tell you. It's Representative Luna. Here's the article. Representative Luna. Do you mind if I read it to you, Jay?
I would listen to it.
Make it uninteresting. Well, I don't want to make it uninteresting. Representative Luna lauded her Democratic colleague, Ilhan Omar, for defending President Trump while speaking earlier this year with members of the EU, the European Union. Luna and Omar traveled together to meet European counterparts in April as part of a congressional delegation for the House Democracy Partnership Institute. Luna said there was a member from Belgium that was being called a total asshole by a telling group that Congress isn't respected by your own president. The Florida Republican said she quickly fired back and engaged in a verbal sparring match when Ilhan Omar jumped in to defend Trump. Quote, this is Representative Luna, quote, "This line blew me away." She looks at this guy and goes, "You might not like what our president is doing. You might like our foreign policy, but when we're here, you're going to respect our president. No, excuse me, you will respect our president." End quote. This is what Luna said on the podcast. And then she was talking about Donald Trump. I said, the way this woman is caricatured in the media of right wing is a total disservice. And, well, first of all, Jay, did you want to?
Well, I mean, I can't really respond. I wasn't there, obviously, but it doesn't sound characteristic of the things I've seen her say on video. This is kind of like a second, third-hand account.
It's not a second account. So the lady was.
I mean, you were kind of third-hand.
I'm reading the quote, bro. What's going on?
I know that if you were an eyewitness, then that would be a first-hand, right?
No, I'm reading what she said. It's a first-hand account. I'm just reading it.
Okay, but it's still
bro. It's not a second or third-hand account. Hold on. And then, when he said that Ilhan Omar, never says anything positive about America. Let me pull up this stuff I had this morning. It's strange because I actually think of the squad, she's like the least, like Rashida Tlaib is much worse. Like much worse, but let me see if I can find it. 1 second. Let me see if I can find this one quote. It says he never says anything positive. This is what Bill Maher said this morning. That's her extolling the Constitution. That won't be good. Let me see if I can find something. I'm looking at it on a different screen now. I can find. Oh, here's some. Oh. All right. I can't find the ones from this morning. I'm sorry, I'm on a different thing. But the woman has said, yes, she criticizes America. Lots of people do that. But she says positive things about the U.S. all the time. About the American dream, about what it means to be America, about what she can see for America. It's just, I was kind of stunned at Bill Maher. Okay, here's one. He said she had, unquote, unwavering love for America. I can't open this because it goes to a tweet. Quote, this is the quote, "No person, no matter how corrupt, inept, or vicious, can threaten my unwavering love for America. I stand undeterred to continue fighting for equal opportunity in our pursuit of happiness for all Americans. How's that an anti-American person? That's like an incentive. Sounds like an incentive.
Words, though.
Bill Maher to say. Huh?
I said it's still just words, it's not actions, you heard?
Okay. Jay,
My actions is, and what I get from what you
before
said,
you continue, Jay, before you continue, I'm specifically talking about Bill Maher. So, do you want to put the Bill Maher thing away to change the topic? Because he said she never gives words. So that's what I'm doing is giving words. If you want to go to actions, that's cool. Are you done with the Bill Maher part? Because that's changing the convo.
well, I mean, I wasn't never really caught up on Bill Maher. I'm not really like a
Okay, cool.
fan of him anyway, so.
All right, cool. So let me finish what I was saying then, before you shit on what I was saying. I was surprised that somebody who is supposed to be the smart guy would say that a member of Congress, and so I began to think why that is. It's because he's an homophobic bigot. Bill Maher just hates Muslims. And she's the most prominent Muslim in America. That's all. That's all. I just want to talk about Bill Maher. If y'all want to go to Ilhan Omar, that's a different conversation. I'll meet up. Go ahead, Ilhan.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of tell by the way that you're putting the emphasis on Ilhan Omar. You know, like really just putting emphasis on it to try to, show your support for her and trying to name right there. You kind of biased towards it. But,
I do that.
yeah, I think there is, hold on, I'll let you finish.
You're not going to speak on me.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. So in the room, I always do that with the H sound in Arabic and Hebrew. It's just, I do the Hamas, Gaza, I do it with a bunch of words. It's not about supporting her, just so you know. You can just ask me. You don't have to presume.
It was obvious, man. It's bias. It's like, we don't even hear supporters saying that
You can go. I'm not going to go back and forth with dummies.
I wonder if there are enough smart, honest people to actually have a conversation, Dan.
Well, you're here.
Wait, you moved him down? Why'd you move him down? You can just answer the let you finish.
No, because we're not doing the personal. I'm not engaging. As long as I'm not engaging anymore in the personal stuff. He can get his point. I explained to him that I do that as a joke with a bunch of things, and he's like, "Oh, well, shows you support her." Because you go, how would me mispronouncing it and sound like a full big support? I'm not going to go back and forth, or I'm not going to engage in idiots speaking on me. I literally said it's the thing I do with Hamas, with Gaza. I do with all types of crazy things, mainly to mock the watermelon people. I'm actually mocking the watermelon people. I explained it to him. He's in his feelings. I'm not interested in it. You guys can let people go back and forth with you. I'm not doing it.
Man, just real quick. So this is not related. I wanted to just read Judge Berry's order about the 5-year-old boy. I think some folks here.
I mean, they read it 3 times. They read it 3 times.
Look at me. Yeah. Just real quick, I had him for a case. He's a very interesting judge. Even procedurally, he was like, he has something where, like, if you violate his procedural rules, he has you, like, write this quote from Abraham Lincoln, like, however many times to court sees fit. Very interesting judge. But, yeah, shout out to Judge Berry, Clinton appointee, for the order.
Definitely, Chi brought it in. We went over it. Patty went over it as well. We shared it in the chat for those who wanted to read it. But shout out to you, Black. It's okay. You always got to say, did you guys talk about?
I'm always behind.
It's okay, brother. You're no worse than me. I am the worst with trying to bring shit in this room. But I don't think, all right, so you have to do it right now. Did we talk about, and I don't know if it's true, that you can't say Epstein on TikTok anymore. There's people complaining that their accounts are being suspended, their direct messages are not going through if they say the name Epstein, which is crazy. We know that the ownership has changed hands to, horrible with names. This guy owns a lot of shit, and now he owns it. But yeah, it seems like there's some censorship going on
people are deleting the app. Others will say people delete the app all the time. So I don't know if there's an increase in people leaving the app since the purchase, and if there's any truth to the using the name Epstein and being banned and blocked and shut down. So like,
my homeboy told me they're using it to actually look at people for facial recognition, so biometrics.
that's the new terms of, I forgot that part, the new TOS, the new terms of service of tracking. I mean, we know they're tracking anyway, but like political ideologies, sexual preferences, like a little bit more than the average. I don't know of any app tracking my sexual preferences. Mine says they all are. I don't know. Facebook cares if who I'm hitting. I don't recall that. I could be wrong. But yes, there's some strange things going on with TikTok. I don't know if you guys are users. I know it's a moneymaker for a lot of people. You have your TikTok shops. You have your NPCs, people out here just doing foolishness, making tons of money. I know a DJ who's over there. He's killing it. I don't know if he's still there. He used to be on Instagram, but he moved over to TikTok, and the little gifts and presents and like everything has a dollar amount, and so he was definitely racking up. Quinn, I didn't want to say his name. Yeah, it's D Nice. D Nice made this with him. He was killing it. Quinn, I don't know if he's still doing it since the purchase. And shout out to D Nice. He had a gig here in the city last night. I heard it was all that. Yeah, that's all for me, guys. Spirit.
Yeah, no, Divine, I still see a lot of content, Epstein content on TikTok. So it's hard for me to know if it's been pared down or if the people are being targeted or anything like that, but I see a lot of the content still. And they identified the shooters of Alex Pretty, by the way.
Say that again, I was reading the chat.
They identified the shooters, the Border Patrol shooters of Alex Pretty.
Names on the name?
The names, yeah. Jesus Ochoa and Raimundo Gutierrez. I will post the link.
That's crazy. I'm not trying to judge, but those names
further comment.
Those names don't sound like Robert Smith or Joshua, what have you. Those names.
Chad O'Neill.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, Mr. Resilience, I heard about that. I don't know if it's the same movie, but I was speaking to someone and they said that Trump won the first time because of social media. People could argue that fact. They said he leveraged it and it played a difference, and the Dems were asleep at the wheel when it came to the influence of social media and politics. I don't know, whatever you guys want to talk about.
I mean, I like the that Bill Maher. I watched some of it. I gotta finish it up, but it was pretty good. It had Margie Taylor Greene on there. It was definitely a pretty good show last night, or Friday night. When does it come on? I saw it yesterday, so whatever day it came on, I was watching it.
They talked about Don Lemon too, didn't they?
Yeah, they addressed a lot of issues. The funny part was when Bill called in Margie Taylor Greene like Liz Cheney 2.0, and she didn't like that shit at all.
You're not gonna talk about those names that Spiritus just read?
What happened with the Spiritus? Let me see. Is it in the chat?
No, he gave the names of the killers, of the shooters in the Alex Preddy shooting in Minneapolis.
Okay.
I mean, it's not that much of a shock, is it?
I didn't know. I didn't think. I don't know how many ICE agents are Latinx, Latino. I thought we a lot of people like it's the.
None are Latinx, to be fair.
Okay, the names sound. I don't know what do they like to be called these days. They don't sound like white boy names. And we've heard many times the J6ers are now ICE and border agents. Like they hired all of these bearded white dude.
And it could be white. White people come from Spain, too. They were. Yeah.
No, I agree. What's the names again, Spirit? Put the names in the chat.
I'll put the names in there. I think one was Raymundo.
Are you guys gonna do a Super Bowl room next week? Have you guys thought about it? And,
I'm sorry. So either the Hispanics hate themselves or they believe in border security and a nation without borders is no nation at all, or they have fake names for the border agents and ICE, or what? They're white men with beards.
So the reason why I said that, I was joking. I don't know the people's names. That's the only reason why I said that. I mean, I had no idea it was true. To be real, I'm sure they get called in front of the court or judge. I don't know what's true either way. So I'm always a little skeptical of these things until they get confirmed. Instagram posts or TikTok, if it doesn't have something confirming, I don't know. I don't know what the joke was about people, the Hispanics hating themselves. I didn't get that. Could you break that down? What were you saying?
Yeah, she's trying to be funny. You gonna answer? I was gonna read something. You gonna answer, Monica?
I'm ProPublica. What is your take on ban on ProPublica? Good, bad, ugly,
Oh, they
different?
confirmed.
He asked you a question.
Okay, go ahead, Yvonne.
He asked you a question.
Yeah, if they confirmed it, okay, that's what I'm saying. If outlets confirmed it, that's fine. I didn't know what it was on. I didn't know where people were getting it from. I don't click on random Instagrams in Clubhouse chats.
No.
So if it's a source, and it's just a picture of the source or video, that's fair. That's all I was saying. I don't click on y'all's stuff. I don't want my phone and computer infected. Now what was the point about the joke about the self-hating or believing? I didn't get what were you trying to say?
The narrative from some people is that ICE and this administration just they don't like people of color. And so the goal of ICE is not just to deport illegal immigrant criminals first, then illegals, but soon they're going after everyone. And then we'd have to square that belief with the knowledge that a large number of ICE agents are not white. Not the majority, I'm sure. Statistically, probably not. But that would be a cognitive dissonance that people would have to wrestle with. I don't know if they're ready for it.
Well, I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance. You could be part of a group and for your own selfish benefit work against the interests of the group. It's happened throughout history. Yeah. So I don't think it has to be about self-hating. It could also be people who are engaged in enterprise because they want to make money, and there was a lot of money thrown at them. There's lots of reasons. I don't think it has to be about cognitive dissonance. It could also be you come from a particular heritage, but you don't identify with that heritage, and you identify with America. You don't like illegals in America. There's all kinds of reasons that one doesn't have to go to cognitive dissonance. I thought you were like half joking or not joking, so I can't tell what you're saying. But in every historical event where a population has been targeted, there have been people who share the heritage, lineage, and genealogy, ancestral genealogy of that heritage, and they participate in oppressing the people who are the group being oppressed.
The group being targeted are illegal immigrants, some of them who have raped and murdered fellow Americans. That's the group being targeted, not Hispanics.
I agree. Well, I agree with that as a general thing. I'm making the principle thing. So you suggested when you set it up that was a big target. That being said, so I will take that. I think that's fair. That being said, the people that are in captivity, the numbers suggest they're not going for the violent people first. I read somewhere that it was over 90% of the people who were detained were not violent offenders. I'm incorrect. That's a lot of numbers.
Is anybody? I'd have to research that. I heard 50% were
Let me check.
Okay.
I can check for you. I think DHS itself, percent of detainees, ICE with violent. I think ICE itself released these numbers.
Wait, how are you gonna prompt? Are you just do violent offenders?
I'm not prompting anything. I'm just googling it. It says percent of detainees ICE with violent criminal record.
Can you just do criminal records?
I think it was 5.
Well, they all have criminal records because they're illegals.
Fair.
But I'll do criminal record to start. All right, here we go. Let's see. According to Track Report, TRACE, I don't know what this is, so maybe it's not. Transactional Records of Access Clearinghouse. I don't know what that is. I don't know what they draw from. Looks like they get their data from. Second. I'm happy to do this because I want to know the numbers for myself. Okay, they get this data from CBP and ICE themselves. Does that count? Is that okay? Are you okay with this one, Monica?
It sounds so good so far.
Okay. 73.6% had no criminal convictions. That's what they had. This was as of November. They haven't updated from the next quarter yet. So so 3 quarters according to this. Violent, just to be fair, just to look at it. 1 second. And that was the number I think I was referring to before. I'll be done soon. It is about 5 to 7%. And my understanding was from the roughly 5% of ACE, the vice detainees have convictions for violent crimes. Cato has an analysis as well. Cato's analysis also puts it at 73, 74% with no criminal convictions. And so my understanding from the election was they were going after violent criminals first, but so far only 5 to 7%. it's all very weird. I mean, I don't know. The whole thing is kind of strange to me. I heard the conservative governor of Oklahoma the other day, talking about not deporting illegal immigrants without criminal convictions. I don't know. It's all a mess. It's a mess. All this stuff sounds good in pains, but
Okay, I have something.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so 73% is also from the link that I put in the chat.
What's the source on that?
Grok.
Well, what source did Grok pull from?
Internal DHS data cited by CBS News indicates 47% of the approximate 73,000 detained in mid-January of 2026 had U.S. criminal charges or convictions, and the rest were primarily immigration violators without such records.
Oh, okay. So I guess one was convictions and the other one was charges. Okay.
That's interesting.
You do admit that. What's interesting about it?
It provides more context and a better perspective.
Well, how so?
Because ICE categorizes detainees as 1, those with criminal convictions, 2, those with pending criminal charges, and 3, those with no convictions or charges but immigration violations such as visa overstays, re-entry after deportation. So we were missing a category in our previous discussion.
Well, I thought it was about violent. I mean, I thought we were looking at people with criminal records. So if I've been charged for something, I don't have a criminal record. Do we agree on that?
Right.
Okay, cool. So I wasn't missing anything. I Googled what you asked me to Google. Now, if people want to include people with charges, it might be interesting to have those charges played out in court, and then we'll see. Because there's a possibility one could be charged, and in America, you're innocent until proven guilty. So, by your own conviction for American ideals, these people are innocent on those charges, and then see where they are. I actually think that they should let those cases go through, and if they're convicted, then you have that on their record, and then they're not able to get in line and do it. You actually could, in a weird way, you could deport somebody who had a pending charge, don't meet out the charge, and then they come back in. I would actually rather them go to court first and say they're guilty, and then they can't come back in at all. That to me actually makes the most sense, because they can get back in line, they can come quickly, they can sneak in, they could be what I would count, they could do an asylum claim, etc. If the thing is pending, I would like it to be completed to see if, in fact, they did. They were convicted on aggravated assault. If that's the case, they can't come back. But if you do it while the conviction's pending, you might have some monster. He doesn't have it on his record. He comes back, kills me. Does that make sense, or is that a leftist brain rot?
Don't put words in my mouth. It's shitty.
I'm not putting words in your mouth.
I didn't make that argument, man. You did.
I know you're not. I'm asking, is that like a weird thing to say? Like a leftist thing to say for them to go through the court process first, the criminal court process, before the deportation process?
Like they did with previous administrations. I do have a request for the room for those.
One second. What do you mean like they would previous administrations? You just said something. I had a question. You know what? How about this? I'll just stop engaging you. You said something I found interesting. I didn't know what you meant, so I asked you a question. I didn't know that was going to put you into labor and make you 3.
Fair.
Fucking A.
You're all right. You'll be okay.
I'm the only person in here who will engage you in good faith and respect.
It's not true.
And you out here, who else will?
Patty, sometime.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she does. Patty's my friend.
Me and Patty. So Patty's on mute. I'm the only person involved who.
Divine.
And now you're sounding like you've been constant.
Divine's been decent to me. I don't know Brittany very well.
Go ahead and ask your question to Ramon.
Okay, so in the chat you'll see a link from Grok. I've been tracking the veteran named Parks, Yusun Parks, I self-deported when it became clear that the government was going to deport him, and he left behind an aging mother with Alzheimer's. When Kristi Noem testified before Congress, one of the legislators played a gotcha with her about him, so he made national news. Well, he's still not back in the country, and there is a petition for Kathy Hochul to pardon his drug charge so that could clear a path for his return. So I'm asking people to retweet it, repost it on X to get some more eyes, and maybe the government leaders will feel pressure to do the right thing by him. Thank you. How's that for a dump? Patty, are you here? There was some interest in playing a Jubilee video. That moment of silence was brought to you by SSU, Stage Shitters Union. We'd like to thank Goat for sponsoring this segment of Silence.
Alright, enough. My house is a goo. Just please. It's enough.
Neil liked it. Suck it. I'm not sure you guys are aware of my ability to entertain myself quite easily. So, anyone else want to broker a topic? Because I could be here all day. I'll make y'all listen to some Jordan Peterson videos. Wednesday, that's not nice, Wednesday. We're not supposed to speak on people with speech impediment. Moose just came back in the room. Hey, Moose, can I have a second of your time? I'm guessing that's a no. Okay, Moose, no problem. I won't ever call you Goose, though, so, you might want to consider engaging with me for a few seconds. Is this a MAGA takeover? Really? I don't have the badge, though, so not quite. I could play some music. Try that in a small town. Some Tom McDonald. No? You don't like rap? Super Bowl lineup, Patriots versus Seahawks. Bad Bunny's planning on doing the halftime show in a dress. I think I'm gonna be watching the Turning Point USA halftime show though. The commercials are already lit though. Let me share y'all the one from the beer.
You are funny.
I'm in trouble finding it. Hold on, guys. Thank you for your patience. Eureka! I got it! Here it is. It's so good. Watched it half a dozen times. Oh, hey, MJ. How are you? How's your mama? Your mama? Isn't the commercial great, y'all? Quite patriotic. Much better than the Dylan Mulvaney one, in my opinion. Patty's left, goat. You're in charge. What would you like to do? Boom the room? And then there were 7.
Stupid ass.
That's all you got? Is insults and slurs? You have no range, MJ? Oh, MJ got good. Well, at least we know Goat's paying attention to the room. I could do more with the badge, Goat. How about it? Mod me? No, never mind, don't mod me, because then you would boom the room and blame me, or not you, but shenanigans and hijinks would ensue, and I would get the brunt of the censure. Spiritus is ready for you to boom it, so anytime you're ready. I'm gonna stick it out, though. Let's see where this train stops. Oh, P. Hi, P. Run any great rooms lately? What's the name of your house again? The backstage? The back room? Something from the back. Huh. Not very memorable. Sorry, I forgot. I guess I could check your profile and see. sorry. I didn't mean to put that kind of pressure on you. I wouldn't mind talking about twin incel brothers who are vast disappointments to their mom. Anyone want to engage in that conversation of inbred, podunk, hicktown bastards? Anyone? James? Bieber? Anyone? You have to raise your hand though, I don't have the power to bring you up. Oh, that's an idea. Go divine, is it Tiana? Tiandria, so pretty. Can you do the hand raising not needed thing? Just in case there are people that want to wander up and sorry. Wednesday, how's your mom? Michael, Happy New Year. Don't talk to me though, Michael, because then you'll get the stain of the MAGA on you.
Come on, Monica, really?
Hey, Ultra. What up, Jay?
Greetings, collective. I wanted just to let you all know that we love and appreciate each and every one of you, individually and collectively as a species. Welcome to Politically Correct. 5-year-old release from ICE, MAGA down 1,000. And that FC list with Jay-Z and Beyonce in them, I had to burn all my Beyonce and Jay-Z CDs today. And I know how you feel. I feel like, damn. You flaunted all of your fame and fortune and all that shit in my face and didn't once call me or my associates of business or management to collaborate. I am offended. How dare you eat the babies in blood, allegedly.
Ultra, I didn't hear about the blood babies. You have more information for me?
Girl, the Epstein Island was filled with children and babies and shit. And they were doing scientific experiments on the children, allegedly. Body parts came up missing. Babies and children dropping that Ramsey, that bitch. Not a bitch, excuse me. She's a little girl. The little girl dropping that Ramsey. I thought it was Katy Perry the whole time in real life, but no, that's not JonBenet Ramsey. They was fucking them kids. They was doing all types of freaky shit. And then chopping up the body parts and selling them off on the
Is it me or is he in the Matrix?
Probably because I'm telling them.
I can hear him. Ultra, the Pizzagate, the terminology, that was revealed in the Epstein files is accurate. Did I hear that right?
Didn't go to Pizzagate because there ain't no way. I love me some good pizza, Italian pizza, but ain't no way I'm ordering 40,000 boxes of motherfucking pizza. That don't sound right. Can you eat all that pizza in one night? I hope that answers your question. Back to you. It's a lot of pizza.
The same napkin as last time? It's weird.
40,000 boxes of pizza. The question is, what was in that pizza? Excuse me, I think I smoked too much of my blood.
That's okay. Politically correct values, excellent stage sitters. Like you. Thank you, Ultra.
And look, Monica, this is all affection. As I follow you, because I love your energy. And I'm following back the house because nobody's going to the goo like they did 2 weeks, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. Every time I start to tell some truth, they threw me to the goo like a rag doll from Toy Story. Like a new toy has replaced me. And I feel valued here again. After Gemini, where he at? I knew it was Gemini told me to the goo. Oh, he ain't here? Okay, never mind. Shut your dumb ass. You know what? Shut your motherfucking mother should have swatted
your bitch ass motherfucker. What's up? Exactly. Anyways, I love you all individually, collectively as a species, and we are here to get the truth. And Donald Trump is saying that there was votes unaccounted for, which means that it was a fraudulent election, allegedly. Two, they said that Donald Trump, I almost broke my drink at this plastic.
No, not the drink.
That's okay. Oh, I broke the drink. I gotta be right back. I broke the plastic bottle. Oh my God, I gotta put it in the motherfucking cup. Oh, I get away on my cups. But I just washed my dishes. Thank you, Jesus.
Amen.
So anyway,
Amen. Amen.
Hallelujah. So anyways, they said that it's a lot of motherfucking shit going on in the politics. You got them, they just a few votes away from impeaching Donald Trump, y'all. Oh my God. And they said allegedly that nigga, your mother should have swallowed you again, nigga. Why you still talking? You ain't even existing in this reality that we talking about, you motherfucking bitch ass nigga. And that's the drink talking, nigga. What's up? Fuck with me and find out again, nigga. I'll beat your ass spiritually, nigga. You got a black eye and don't even know why. Spiritually, I've been giving you black eye, motherfucker. Anyways, back to the report. Donald Trump, he needs our support. If you're an asshole, nigga. Nigga, I ain't fat. I used to be fat, 355 pounds to be exact. I lost all the motherfucking weight, nigga. Was paralyzed in the fucking wheelchair, homeless on Skid Row, and I walked out that bitch victorious. What are you doing, nigga? Exactly. Shut the fuck up. You got all that excess skin now. Excess skin on, nigga. I look like motherfucking Usher, LL Cool J, because my trainers, Mark Jenkins, who trained me, Missy Elliott, Beyonce, LL Cool J, and D'Angelo. What the fuck else you got? Exactly. You ever seen me naked? That means that you gay. I'll tell you about these DL motherfucking niggas. Anyways, back to you. I didn't forget what I was about to say because this bitch ass motherfucking DL previous ass nigga. Motherfucker. Go suck your own
Talking about your drink and the unfortunate fact that your cup was broken and also election irregularities from the 2020 election.
You need to be a court reporter if you're not already one, because you are excellent, because I forgot what I was talking about.
Don't compliment me in front of First Lady.
First Lady. Oh my God, First Lady of Your Highness.
That's right.
The dean is here. I fucked you last night, nigga, if it ain't already fucked you. Have a good day. Y'all, back to the rest of the fucking geniuses and not this ingrate of a low vibrational fleet. Well, this drink is really kicking in. What is going on? I don't know. Something only. Enough. Okay. All right. He said enough. I'm trying to conversation.
Wait, Moose didn't leave, he just moved down? Moose, you moved down to avoid talking to
Hold on now. Trying to establish a little bit of order here. Jeez Louise. Ultra call mute. Shout out to you. Alright, so we need a conversation. I brought a TikTok. You guys weren't into it. I'm not gonna talk about my mayor. I actually shouted my mayor out there melting the snow. Shout out to that. He gave a brother a job to work with corrections. Hopefully they can sort that out. What's going on in your town, your city?
Let's pause that right there for a minute.
There you go.
Because
Zine show up. There she is.
let me put a pause right there because Spiritus did tell you that the day before that they had these hot tub trucks or something, and you totally ignored it. So I'm glad that you finally came to the understanding that they're trying, they're working on it.
First Lady, with all that's going on with if anyone knew, about the strike. There was a blackout that occurred on the 30th and yesterday. It was a blackout. No school, no work, none of that. No shopping. And it was to revolt against, it was like almost like everyone else in America protesting, but not being at the ground zero protesting, but protesting in a way up to the corporations that have been benefiting on us and not giving us, even redlining us since eons ago, right? So that effect has definitely decreased a lot of the corporations' business and their money that they're looking forward to. They're looking forward to the billions of dollars, but no, you lost billions of dollars in 2 days. That's a huge statement that we all collectively, and I participated in. You know what I'm saying? Shut your coconut booty ass up. Nigga, shut the fuck up, Queen. This is what first lady.
Why you, MJ, have you been drinking? What's going on? Why do you keep having these outbursts? Did someone educate your Tourette's? Oh.
Tourette's. Undiagnosed Tourette's.
Why you putting down?
He ain't niggas. He ain't himself.
Will you shut up? Anyway, so you interrupted the conversation I was having with Divine. Divine.
I brought it up earlier. I brought it up earlier as well, and Spirit has said that he did mention it, and I told him my apologies for not acknowledging that he said it. And I was just trying to fill the dead air because people were arguing, and I tried to, you were, I guess, on a 10-100, we used to call it. And so we needed the dean to be here because the class was getting rowdy. Back to you.
Anyway, Linus, what's wrong? What do you have going on, Linus? You want to come back and tell people what they're not doing?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay. I'm not interested. Do you have anything else?
No.
Great. MJ, you on the phone? So they said everyone at the DOJ arrested was black. Is that true?
Arrested.
I guess with the Don Lemon situation, was anybody outside of being black? I don't think so. Yeah, the Minnesota church protests, they were all black.
Anyone have any information on the detainment center that was overtaken in California?
So, Devon, did you hear me?
Yeah, didn't know they were. You said DOJ arrests, or you meant arrest at the church? I thought you said DOJ.
I did say the DOJ. The DOJ arrested.
Oh, okay. I'm having a brain fart. Everybody they arrested at that protest was black. I was unaware of that. I did not know that. I still didn't watch the video. I heard it's 6 hours long. I never watched.
Oh, I never watched. The church video was 6 hours long?
The Don Lemon Man on the Street video is 6 hours long. I heard.
Oh, okay. So this is.
Part
the footage is a part of that long day of him filming.
Yeah, they were on CNN talking about it. Let's see what else. Did we listen to Speaker Mike Johnson speak earlier today? What Patty was playing? I don't remember. Well, he talks about this vote. He said he's confident he's gonna get them to join the vote and have the government open by Tuesday. You want to listen in? Or no? Yes. Thank you. All right, one minute, though, let me prepare.
First lady, I want to apologize for my outburst earlier. I was triggered.
You wasn't triggered. You just wanted to be a contrarian.
You absolutely right. I wasn't triggered. I lied to you when I apologized about being triggered. Hopefully, I just wanted control. Thank you.
I appreciate your honesty, brother. Appreciate your honesty.
I accept your apology too, MJ. Thanks.
Put your crap ass up.
DNA. Just tell me what I tell you. Just ignore it. Keep moving.
You know, somebody asked the House, Mike Johnson, Republican of Louisiana. Speaker Johnson, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Always great to be with you, thanks.
It is great to have you, and as we sit here today, we are in the midst of a partial government shutdown, so I want to start right there. The latest reports are that you've spoken to Leader Hakeem Jeffries, that he has made it clear that you don't have Democrat support to reopen the government. So let me put this bottom line question to you. Are you confident that the government will reopen on Monday with Republican votes? Do you have enough Republican support?
Well, let's say I'm confident that we'll do it at least by Tuesday. We have a logistical challenge of getting everyone in town, and because of the conversation I had with Hakeem Jeffries, I know that we've got to pass a rule and probably do this mostly on our own. I think that's very unfortunate. Here's what's happened. You know, the House and the appropriators worked very well together, bicameral, bipartisan, committee-led process, especially after the 43-day shutdown, the longest in U.S. history last fall. No one wanted to put that pain on the American people again. The Democrats forced it. We were insistent that we would not allow that to happen. But, you know, I tip my hat to everybody, appropriators in both parties who got this together. After the Senate acted over the weekend, we will now have 11 of 12 separate appropriations bills approved by both chambers. Because they modified our package, they've sent it over a little differently, which means we've got to address the bills again. So they're going to separate the Department of Homeland Security bill. Our intention is by Tuesday, all agencies of the federal government, except for that one, and then we'll have 2 weeks of good faith negotiations to figure it out.
And just bottom line, do you think you have enough Republican votes to reopen the government by Tuesday?
Yeah, because Republicans are going to do the responsible thing and fund the government.
But you have a razor-thin margin. That's what I'm
I have
getting
a
at.
vote margin, yes, for the rest of 2026. But we're going to demonstrate once again that this is the party that takes governing seriously. The Democrats have played games with this, and I think it's very unfortunate because what they're doing is they're jeopardizing services to the American people. When you're talking about the Department of Homeland Security, remember what's included in that. You have TSA agents for these airports. You have the Coast Guard. You have FEMA. We're in the middle of a winter storm disaster on the East Coast.
So those weren't funded? FEMA, TSA, that wasn't already funded? Guess not.
Can't play games with this.
So let's talk about what Democrats are demanding as a part of this. They want to see changes to DHS, to ICE, in the wake of the deaths of those 2 Americans in Minneapolis. The changes they're asking for include an end to roving patrols, no more face masks, mandatory body cameras, and judicial warrant requirements. Given what has been happening on the ground in Minneapolis, Mr. Speaker, do you support any or all of those changes?
Listen, there's been tragedies in Minnesota and in Minneapolis in particular, brought about in large measure by the circumstances on the ground. You have the governor and local officials there some cases inciting violence. They're encouraging citizens to disrupt the operations of law enforcement, and it sets up a dangerous situation.
They're calling for peaceful protests.
Well, they are, but they're also saying to resist. They're also saying to, they're doxing the agents of ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And so when you're talking about masking, the reason that ICE agents wear masks is to protect their own identities and protect their own families. And in some circumstances, they've had a price put on their heads effectively by local officials, and that's what's created the dangerous conditions.
But these state and local officials respectfully didn't pull the triggers that left these two Americans dead. President Trump has even acknowledged that ICE has made mistakes. Do you think within that context, any changes need to be made to ICE and the way it's operating?
Yes, look, I think President Trump was right to acknowledge that. I think he's operating in good faith. He said he wanted to turn the temperature down. He put Tom Holman in charge there. He was right to deputize him over that situation. He has 40 years experience in Border Patrol and these issues. So I think that this is going to happen, but we need good faith on both sides. Some of these conditions and requests that they've made are obviously reasonable and should happen. Others are going to require a lot more negotiation.
And you'll support some of those that you say are reasonable.
Yes, in fact, I was in the Oval Office with the president a few days ago when he was on the phone with Leader Schumer, and they agreed, and Tom Holman was on the other line, and they agreed to most of those conditions. But the mask, for example, the additional judicial requirement for a warrant would be a whole other layer of effectively bureaucracy. Remember, immigration judges have already issued warrants, and that's what the ICE officials are acting upon. So there's a lot of details in this. We can get deep in the weeds, but we will do that over the next 2 weeks. And I hope that Democrats, Republicans are to try to bring some order to all this.
Did he answer the question?
Or did he just well, he said we can get into the weeds of it, but do you agree with it or do you disagree with it? Do you have a problem just with the mask part? You think that people should be able to continue to wear masks? Is that the part he's disagreeing with? Because she said more than that. I don't understand why people can't just answer the question.
Any proposed changes you wouldn't agree with? They're demanding also roving patrols and body cameras be worn by ICE officials.
I think even Tom Holman has acknowledged both of those things are acceptable and what he was intending to do already. So I think we're on the path to get agreement, and I really hope that everybody will come to the table in good faith. That's what's going to be required here.
Well, let me zoom out and ask you about Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. As you know, there's been a lot of focus on her hours after Alex Preddy was killed. Secretary Noem accused him of being a, quote, domestic terrorist before the investigation had been done. She said he had brandished a gun at agents, which videos and DHS itself later contradicted. Do you think the Department of Homeland Security needs new leadership, Mr. Speaker?
Look, I think Kristi Noem has been called to do a very difficult job. Remember that the agency was effectively eviscerated for 4 years under the Biden administration. Wide open borders of nearly 20 million illegal aliens came across that border, and many of them are dangerous, hardened criminals and even terrorists. So she's taken over a crushing assignment. I mean, anyone who is in that position would have a difficult time with it. I think it's important for all of us at any level not to prejudge circumstances until we get all the facts, and I think that that's been a good reminder to everyone. We've seen now in the last couple of days that Mr. Preddy that passed, it was a tragic situation, that he was involved at least in the week before that tragic event, and inciting law enforcement, and everybody's seen the video now of him kicking the taillights out of an ICE vehicle. If local law enforcement had been involved, we have to ask ourselves this question: would he still be alive? They had apprehended him, and he was in jail safely. He would not have been on the streets to have been involved in that circumstance.
You don't think kicking a taillight amounts to something that's punishable by death?
Of course not, no, and that was a separate circumstance. But the point is, it is unlawful to impede the operations of law enforcement, and it sets up a dangerous situation when people do that.
But do you have 100% confidence in Kristi Noem, Mr. Speaker?
I do have confidence in Kristi Noem. I think that...
Full confidence?
Yes. Look, she has a difficult job. I have a lot of sympathy for her job. I've got a difficult job too. But look, I think that there will be a recalibration in some measure. This is President Trump saying that they're going to look at the way operations are
I don't understand, why did he bring it up? If it has nothing to do with one or the other, then why are you bringing that up? And the videos that we saw on that day, he was not getting in trouble. He wasn't getting in the way of ICE. He was helping the lady and trying to help her. They were American citizens. So
The intent is to rid our communities of dangerous, illegal aliens, hardened criminals who are here, causing great havoc across the country, and they need to continue that work, and that is fully supported by the American people.
All right, let me ask you about another major story. On Friday, the Justice Department released what it said were the rest of the Epstein files. A group of Epstein survivors responded with a statement saying it's not enough, saying, quote, Epstein's enablers continue to benefit from secrecy. The Justice Department cannot claim it is finished releasing files until every legally required document is released and every abuser and enabler is fully exposed. As long as the survivors say that not enough is being done, has DOJ finished its work, in your opinion?
We all want every abuser and enabler to be fully exposed. We want justice to be done. It's long overdue. But I do think the Department of Justice is complying with the law. We have now 3.5 million documents. You have over 2,000 videos, I think 180,000 images out there. And as soon as they finish the final release, they give us the full report to Congress, which is required under the law. And then they issue I think in the Federal Register, they have to publish why they've made any redactions. The DOJ will have fully complied with the law, done their job. But think of the mass, the volume of documents that they've had to go through. Remember, they have to go through and make sure that they're protecting the innocent. So some of these young women who were victimized, we do not want them to endure further harm. And so that's been the intention, is to make sure that their names are taken out of there.
President Trump's name appears throughout the Epstein files, including in many of the new documents released this week. Now, I want to stress, appearing in the Epstein files does not amount to or imply criminal wrongdoing. But do you have any outstanding questions, given that, about the relationship between President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein?
I do not. I mean, I've spoken to the president about this privately and personally many times, and he's spoken very candidly and openly to the public. He says the same things privately that he does publicly. He's never had any concern about that. Remember, President Trump was one of the first people that called Epstein out. He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago off the property because he heard of some of the nefarious things he was engaged in. He's never had any concern about that at all.
So he did at one point call these files a Democratic hoax, but let me ask you about something.
Well, what he said specifically was the hoax of the Democrats try to turn this into a political issue and use it against him.
Let me ask you about something that Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, of course, who's now resigned from Congress last month, in part over this fight to release the Epstein files. This is something she said about you in an interview with the New York Times. I want to give you an opportunity to respond. She says, quote, I want you to know that Johnson is not our speaker. He is not our leader. And in the legislative branch, a totally separate body of government, he is literally 100% under the direct orders of the White House. Mr. Speaker, how do you respond? Are you 100% under the direct orders of the White House?
It's comical. If Marjorie had ever attended conference meetings and been involved as a member, she would know that that is simply not true. I vigorously defend Article 1 of the Constitution. That's the legislative branch. I was a constitutional attorney before I became Speaker. The President and I work closely together because we have unified government. That's what the American people voted for last fall. They gave the Republican Party control of the White House, the Senate, and the House. And the intention there is that you work efficiently and effectively together. So the President and I have conversations multiple times a day about policy procedures. We have a lot of our discussions and sometimes debates together behind the curtain, because you don't want to do that when you're in the same party out in public. That has made a very effective and efficient government. And I will say this, the first year of the Trump administration that we just got through was probably one of the most so you can go back. That's what history is going to show. Very productive, very efficient, effective government. We have reversed all the madness of the 4 years of the Biden administration, and we got so much of it done already, and still more yet to do.
Is there any area where you do disagree with President Trump? Is there one place that you can point to?
Yes, but as I just said, we do this privately and not public. I'm going to support my president. Our party is leading. We are governing. We have closed the border. We've gotten the economy going again. We've fulfilled our promises, and that's why we're going to win the midterm election. By the way, team, let's go.
Okay, you take me to my next question. In fact, I want to. Any comments?
The questions are bad.
Yeah, we're gonna run the midterms. Let's finish this one.
Talk to you about the midterms. And I want to play you something. This was in focus this week. President Trump said this last week at Davos. This was about the 2020 elections. Take a look.
It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did. It's probably breaking news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections.
Is it healthy for this country's democracy for the sitting president to be questioning the 2020 election 5 years ago? Something, claims that have been deemed to be false. Again now that he lost.
What's healthy for our country and our democracy is for everyone to be laser focused on election integrity.
That's not election integrity, Mr. Speaker. This was asked and answered and litigated and relitigated. The page has been turned. He's still talking about an election that he lost, allegations which have been deemed claimed.
The president is keeping the focus on election integrity. It must be in the forefront of everyone's minds, because if you don't have a free and fair election, you cannot maintain a constitutional republic. He's bothered by what happened in 2020, and we all know there was a lot of irregularity and problem in that, and we're not going to relitigate it. That's not the point. What we have to do is go forward and ensure that we don't have these problems in the future. That's why the House has passed the SAVE Act twice already. We have further election integrity measures that we're working on now, and everybody in both parties should applaud that. They should support it.
You're saying there were irregularities. State and federal election officials called 2020 the most secure election in history. But let me ask you about what's happening in Georgia. This week, FBI agents executed a warrant at an election hub in Fulton County, seizing ballots and records tied to the 2020 election. I want you to listen to what Democratic Senator John Ossoff of Georgia had to say about this search. Take a look.
And here's the thing. This is a shot across the bow at the midterm elections. He tried to steal power when he lost it in 2020. We have to be prepared for all kinds of schemes and shenanigans. We have to be prepared for him to try to deprive people of their voting rights in Georgia.
What do you say to that allegation that President Trump is going to meddle in the 2026 midterm elections, that that's what he's doing in Georgia?
I find it comical that one of the senators from Georgia is talking about schemes in elections. And remember, Georgia was example A of that in the 2020 election.
So it's two statewide recounts in Georgia.
They sent mail-out ballots to everyone. Everyone knows all of the problems that had occurred in Georgia. It was very controversial and remains so to this day because of all the things that happened there. Again, we're not going to relitigate that, but what we have to focus on is going forward to ensure that there are not questions about the elections, and that's why Republicans are working at the federal and the state levels to clean those things up, to clean up voter rolls, to make sure illegals are not voting, for example. That's what the SAVE Act is about, and we have to continue that, and the president is keeping a proper focus on it. This investigation is to ensure that all the questions about the elections in Fulton County are investigated properly so that people have confidence in the system again. That's very important.
But there are really no questions about election integrity from 2020 that have not been asked and answered. Even the Republican-led governor has pointed out it's been years and no one has ever come forward under oath with evidence of fraud in Georgia. But let me ask you, was it appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, she was on the ground there, she is prohibited by law from taking part in domestic law enforcement. Was it appropriate for her to be a part of the raid on the election center in Georgia?
I don't know. I do believe the DNI has some involvement, some role to play in ensuring election integrity, but I don't know the details of that, and we have to reserve judgment. I will.
The National Security Act of 1947 bars U.S. intelligence agencies from exercising law enforcement powers.
But we don't know that that's what happened there. I don't know that she was part of a law enforcement function there.
Okay, let me ask you bottom line. Do you have confidence in the results of the 2026 midterm elections, that they will be free and fair?
I do, because of all these efforts and the legislation that we've been working on, and the efforts and the attention that we're keeping on this subject. I think it's very important. And again, it's not a partisan thing. Every American should applaud that. We'll continue.
All right, House Speaker Mike Johnson, thank you.
Director of National Intelligence. Well, I guess nobody has anything. So
appreciate it.
No worries.
Yeah, it was just a bunch of lies. That's all. That's all he was spewing. He was speaking to an audience. Speaking to an audience.
Just tell them stories like that.
Yeah. And she had a list of questions she wanted to get to, but, she could have also followed up on a lot of the things that he said. For example, was the 2024 election, was that fair? And then, drilled down on a couple of the things that he said, which were fucking nuts. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, it really is propaganda.
It's everything propaganda. I mean, let's look at who owns our propaganda. Let's look at who made up the word propaganda and who introduced propaganda. The co-owner of Netflix is. Can I say a word or no?
No.
Can I say juice box? Is it fine if I say juice box or no?
Do you want to respond to the Mike Johnson interview, maybe?
You say what?
Do you want to respond to the interview we just heard?
I would love to.
Okay, we're listening.
I don't know. I feel like my account gonna get leaked. If that's the thing, that's it.
Well, you shouldn't. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. If he's that, then you probably shouldn't say that.
Yeah, I think I just shouldn't say that.
Okay.
Because the things I have on my mind, I feel like, even though I'm not a big hound or I'm not a big person, I feel like that shit would literally make me disappear if I say certain things that I want to say on here. It's crazy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes I just keep some certain things to myself because how it could be perceived.
How it could be perceived. And I think as human beings, we have such high intellect and ideologies that we chase.
Not
Everything's not gonna make sense to the next person. So it's fine if the next person hates you for your ideologies. But man, I feel like I fought for the wrong country. I'm a veteran. So I feel like I fought for the wrong country. I hate this country.
Oh, wow.
I hate this country with a passion. I used to be a patriot. I used to be,
What would be the alternative? Where would you like to go?
I'm actually saving up money to go to Germany. I'm pro-Nazi. Pro-Nazi. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Linus, you were gonna say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, First Lady, for bringing Threat onto the stage because he really illustrates the level of intellectual discourse in this room better than most other people. So I would like you to welcome Threat up more often to remind people of what the discourse level is here. Thank
you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Ban approved.
I wish more people would understand everything that's going on.
Sir, your mouth is full.
I'm sorry. I'm talking my fault.
Yeah, no worries.
I was taking my thing full no more. What I was trying to say is, I wish more people understood that the history that's written, man,
it's still in there. But it's okay. It's okay. That's not the subject. The subject.
No, that's not the subject. You're right.
Exactly. So we're talking about, Mike Johnson, and him not answering the questions as we were having, as he was being asked questions. He didn't answer the questions. That was the conversation, and then you started talking about, these people are wrong and so on. So I don't want to get into that. I just want to
we ain't gotta get into that. I apologize. I'm just.
No worries.
My mind, it's just, your mind explode when you hear conversations. It's just my mind just explode.
Okay.
I'll go on mute and listen. I'm so sorry.
With the explosion, then that means you're splattering all on the people who don't even know you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I got so much to say, and I think I should just keep my mouth shut and just listen to the conversation and stay on top of it. So I agree with you. It's just, I'm as an American, I'm just so upset. Sorry.
Okay. I wish you healing.
I'm healing, Mama.
All right. So yeah, Johnson said he can get the votes in by Tuesday. And my question with Tuesday,
you join the stage? Hey Charm, how are you today? Glad you joined us on stage.
Nobody's talking. Not me. Please.
No, we don't want to hear your ventation. Your venting is probably, it's going to be, I don't know who's going to engage with you.
And I don't mind because I'm ready to.
Well, why do you, I don't even know you.
And that's the point. You're gonna get to know
I've
me.
got a few minutes to engage with Thread if I'm allowed.
Let's do it.
If I'm the person with the green bean, and I say no, and then you want to come on, and then you want to tell me no, you got to hear it. I'm telling you, I don't want it in my veins.
We're living in a spiritual war right now, man.
I don't disagree with you. But
We have to attack those things. Like, we have to.
You don't have to attack them. If
Like, you think we're in Venezuela for oil? No, we're in Venezuela for ancient artifacts.
Artifacts?
Yeah. Oh, boy, yes. We are the modern day Babylon.
That's what I'm saying. I don't have the capability.
And that's fine, but if you're going to have a room up for this type of things, let's have that deep debate so you can open your mind. Let's open.
Debate about artifacts.
Okay, so let's disregard the debate, but let's open your mind because I'm not here to argue.
I don't want you to open my mind. Let my mind stay closed. What's going on?
And I'm here to open it.
I don't want it. That's
If we're gonna have these rules, let's have it.
If somebody says no, you're just supposed to accept that. Why can't you accept that?
Because you're the owner of the room, but if you were
I'm not.
you would have to accept it.
If what?
I'm not spreading religion on you. I'm spreading the truth on you. What's going on in the world? Let's talk about the million. Let's attack everything.
Guess what? You have, let me tell you something. On this wonderful app that they created, you have the freedom to go and click the plus sign at the bottom of the screen on your home page and start your own space. And guess what? You can talk about everything you want to talk about. People still come and join you. They'll join you. They want to listen
Why
to
don't we
you.
talk about the things we need to talk about?
But that's not what we want to talk about here.
Let's attack the things that matter. Look what's going on in America. Open y'all fucking eyes.
I'm not going to continuously argue with you.
I'm gonna just leave. I'm sorry. You have a good day.
You have a wonderful. Hey, ma'am.
That's like, I was curious about the orthodoxy,
I'm so glad you didn't come up.
I mean, that's the first time I heard that. I never heard artifacts. We heard oil.
Look at George. Curious George. Hey, I always say curiosity kills the cat. See? Why you like what artifacts could we possibly talk about? That's crazy.
Rap room. You remember them? Oh man, there's a guy in New York. He swears that New York, especially the Bronx, he makes these weird videos. I don't know why I follow him, but he insists that New York was built upon some ancient cities. And he's always going to these weird parts of the Bronx and showing the these bricks. He's always like, see, the bricks. The shit is hilarious. So that dude reminded me of that weird guy that I follow on IG. I was interested. What artifacts are in Venezuela?
Well, I didn't want to be accused of just allowing people to change the subject, so I tried to stay on the subject and not allow that. So I hope I did a good job.
Good job. No shit zone. No shit zone. That's right.
Exactly. So, I don't want anybody defecating all over the place. So I decided to take, the lead. And, there's, people putting people in the goo if they interrupt. I never said that, so that is a rule that somebody else made up. I never said or to do any of those things, but people want to make up things as they go along. That's fine, but ascribe it to yourself, not to me. Thank you.
What's wrong with line of? I feel like you used to have some well thought out argumentation, but now you just rant and rave about illegal immigrants.
Well, if you want my true assessment, that would be because a certain person hasn't been dialoguing with them and engaging with them, so they just choose to go to the extreme just so they can get some type of conversation. That's what I know. Yeah. That's what happens to certain people. They go through withdrawals, They need it. They want it.
So is it going to be anti-hooping for Black History Month? Or it's just a one-time thing for today?
Anti-who?
Anti-hooping on the stage for Black History Month.
Oh, I like that. That is a challenge we could add. No defecating on stage for Black History Month. But what would be the example of defecating?
Good question. The issue is it's so subjective, One man's poop is another man's treasure.
No, I wasn't ready for that word. That was crazy. That was fun.
No shitting on the stage. Keep it moving. Keep it.
Really? You had to listen to an hour of defecating? I'm sorry. Well, I don't know. So, if y'all got nothing to say, we can definitely close. And 420 can take its rightful spot in the time. And till the day of tomorrow, so that's nobody got nothing to say. That's just what it is.
What was the PPP fund though?
The PPP loan, we're talking about who had businesses, who was paying the loans back. Most people were saying that they were forgiven the payroll.
Yeah.
And talking about, because this one person was saying that it's a lot of fraud and people going, then he tried to blame it on Biden when PP loans started under Trump.
was a good book. It was definitely needed, you know. Like this not having enough funding on hand and then go after people who are, you know, abuse of food, like one critique of it, but one of that's what I think I thought it was a good idea.
Yeah. And those that decided they were gonna get greedy for it, right?
Yeah. It reminds me, in the UK, there's this biggest scandal about this. I think she's a constable to Peoria, Michelle Monet. Well done with that. Well, this wasn't for patient, it would be a safe parking businesses to get grants for the NHS to the public health service. And Michelle Monet solicited a company called PPE Medical or something like that. That company was awarded about 19 million euros, sorry, 9 million pounds. And the company just took the money and didn't provide any of the actual equipment. And the equipment they provided was faulty. Time back then, you know.
So they did have a business, but they wasn't providing quality.
They got sued. Apparently, Michelle Monet and her family moved the money out of the company to some other company offshore, and it's just a whole mess. But all that to say that, you know, back then you could get money whenever you wanted, you know, it was a good time.
And is that the reason why people voted for Trump again? Because they thought they was gonna get another PPP loan? I heard a lot of people say, I made a lot of money off of Trump. I made a lot of money. Was it the PPP loan?
Well, you know, Republicans always have this like mystique of being good for business and good for entrepreneurship, you know. I just kind of feeds it. I just can't fell into that.
Could you do that scammer impersonation again, please? First, how they said it?
I don't know which one.
A lot of money on Trump. A lot of money.
They did. Hey, CEO.
Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. How are you?
Pretty good.
That's good.
What I miss?
Nothing. Mel Wand. Maya Wand? How you pronounce your name? Is that how you say your name? Maya Wand? Hello? Hello? Hello, are you there?
May want?
Hello? This is a social audio ad. Welcome to the stage. How are you?
No, I speak in English.
You don't speak English? So why'd you come on stage?
This is about
Is it late where you are?
yeah.
So you came on stage, but you don't speak English.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You understand it, you just don't speak it. Oh, okay. Huh? Oh.
Is this a stage shooter? Would you like to join the union?
I didn't touch her. I didn't touch her.
Hey, what I miss? What happened? Nothing. Hey, P.
Oh,
literally out there terrorizing Clubhouse.
I've seen that.
Oh my goodness.
I gotta see it. I gotta see.
Well, she went back to her other account. I think she can't change that one for a couple weeks. But thanks to everyone who gave her a hard time, so she found it. Her excuse was she was arguing with someone named Z on the app in Costco, and she saw some peanut butter, so she went with PB.
What? Wow.
I don't want to just generally asking, why did you vote for Trump in 2020?
Who said I voted for Trump in 2020? Where did you get that from?
Oh, listen, maybe I remember that someone said he voted for Trump 3 times.
Oh yeah, so a lot of these people, they're CIA, NSA style, work for Space Force, so they can see who you voted for, and they probably learned it from Maduro.
Okay,
That's all good.
So the interwebs don't personally think that even if Trump endorses Cornyn, it will help Paxton not lose or not win. Sorry, not win. They think that his endorsement. Everyone's saying his endorsement is supposed to clear the field. He just endorsed Johnson today, and Scott Brown said he's not dropping out of the race. I think that people are going to make a case that Trump's endorsement actually hurts you more than helps you. And honestly, I don't know if the MAGAs automatically vote for Cornyn if Trump endorses Cornyn, because they hate him so much. And they love Paxton. So, remember y'all, isn't it March 3rd? Isn't that when the primary is? So, this is going to be interesting, y'all. We're just going to report live from the interwebs. Huh?
What state is that?
Oh, Texas.
Oh, that's in Texas. Okay.
Because he was, everyone's thinking that he's going to just endorse Cornyn because he's realizing, or he said something like, the president always loses midterms and it's just about trying to mitigate your losses at this point. He said something like that today. So it makes people think, oh, okay, like on top of him saying he's going to basically stay tuned to see who he endorses. It makes it seem like he's going to go, for Cornyn because that's the smartest pick, but Trump doesn't necessarily always make the smartest decision. He, in his mind, could very well have thought, well, it was only 56% turnout for Republicans last night. If I would have been, endorsed and really helped campaign, then more folks would have shown up that are MAGA. I mean, Trump's really that delusional and that much of a sociopath and, narcissist. So, I don't know. I think it's a coin toss on which of the two he endorses. I don't think it's going to be Leslie Hunt. But, even if he does endorse Cornyn, I don't necessarily think that means Cornyn will be the nominee. A lot of people online are kind of dooming about it, but there's a lot of discourse happening. So I just wanted to offer that while I've been going up and reading and chatting and all of this stuff. But whoever moved Monica down deserves a gold medal. I'm not really sure why she wants to be on stage with a bunch of African Americans anyway. She doesn't even like us, so. I thought she believed in segregation. You remember that room she had? She was talking about segregation.
Well, I heard something about, she said that she's boycotting, not boycotting, but she's not supposed to go into chauvinism as a vet or something. I don't know. So,
They kicked her out?
I don't know if it was a bet or what. I don't know.
People kicked out of chauvinism. That's a different type of.
don't know if she got picked. I'm just saying that she said something about the month of February, her not going in. I don't know if it was a deal or did she lose a bet. You know what I mean? It could be a whole plethora of things.
That's true. I love your PTR, Billy. I don't like you, Matt. I know you don't like me, and that's fine. I don't like you either. So what's going on? You don't like black people, though. You say the N-word. You know, R-E-R-E. You don't like us, so. You know, while you look at you throwing your emojis from the chat. Her favorite thing to do. She loves doing that when she's in the good.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, how you doing?
And your, yes. Oh, that's cool.
Infused shrimp and grits.
Oh. That's a lot of stuff in there. That's grits.
I think grits is in the gumbo sauce.
I don't eat grits. But looks like you did a good job, or whoever did a good job on cooking the meat.
Oh, yeah.
Cook the meat.
The restaurant, yeah, the staff, that's the blackened shrimp, so you can see the then there's turkey, ham, and chicken sausage, so no pork in there.
Ham? Oh, you said turkey.
Sausage.
Turkey ham? Wow. Never heard that. Okay.
That's pretty good. Scott.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, that's one of the customer favorites. They love that.
How many calories was that bowl?
Was a lot of protein in there. You see the protein? Right there, right there.
Let me just bring it back real quick. CEO Matt, does the GOP have the Republican votes to pass this bill tomorrow? Or no?
No, they would have sounded more confident if he did. No.
Oh, okay. Matt, what's your take?
What was it? Sorry.
Mike Johnson said he's got the votes and he won't pass the funding by Tuesday.
He said he'll have them on Tuesday, not tomorrow.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I feel like he said something about.
So my question is, do you think he'll have the Republican vote or no?
Oh, yeah, I think you will. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Expound. I just wanted to know that part.
What was it? Was it CEO talking? Sorry. Well, I think they'll do this. They'll swear in Menifee, whatever his name is. It'll be a full day. And then they'll spend the next 2 weeks arguing over this DHS funding bill, and then we'll see if the march will shut down regarding that. I'm not necessarily certain they're going to touch, but I think Republicans want to survive. Tom Tillich just went on podcasts. I listen to, Republicans and Democrats, even though I'm a Democratic shill. He was talking about how if Republicans want Senate, they have to figure this shit out by June. I mean, that's their deadline in his mind. And he also said that officially he thinks that he must be in right now. Because he doesn't believe in any of that's happening now. He thinks it's insane, and he wants to save the Republicans and allow a majority, which objectively is a smart thing to try to do. But he feels like all of these different failures around ICE and all the different failures, there's so many different ones to discuss, that he feels like if a lot of this stuff, if there's no course correction before June, then he thinks the Senate is going to Democrats' hands. I think it's the first time I've heard a Republican, at least a Senate senator, say that he believes Democrats will win the Senate. So, I thought that was interesting. But, this is where Republicans want to be at. If they want to course correct, they have time, but not much. Especially not for the House. I think the House is done. But if y'all want to save U.S. majority in the Senate, now might be the time. Especially after last night's results in the special election in Texas 9. So, that's all. CEO, you better tell your friends.
Well, I think the Republicans are going to continue posturing with Johnson on Tuesday to see what else they can get. So I don't think he has the votes right now. I think he might get them by the end of Tuesday, but I don't think he has them.
Well, the Democrats said no in a resounding no to him today regarding something. I was kind of reading some of it before I got back on here, but I think he'll get the votes by Tuesday. That's kind of my prediction. That's what you're saying. I agree with you. I'm just more so meaning in the future, like regarding specifically the 2-week deadline for this other funding bill. I don't know how that's going to go. Nor do I believe. I mean, you have now Senate. You have dumbass Fetterman saying he doesn't believe that the ICE agents should be maskless. He says that it's bad for them. They could be doxxed. Huh? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this gets passed. I don't know. The DHS, the separate one.
Matt, did you see what the president said as far as Democratic cities, if they got issues with that anti-ICE protest, he'll help if they ask him?
Yeah, and then we all know no one's going to call him, and then he's going to lie and say that some governor ringed him up, and then he's going to say, well, someone did call me, and then he's going to send somebody in Maryland. I don't know if he's crazy ass. He always lies on people, lies on conversations, says someone said something they never said, and then acts accordingly. You know? So,
Wait, Matt, you should do the voice again. That was pretty
oh,
good.
God. And I'm going to just say this. The shamans that predicted us getting Maduro before the end of this year said that Trump is going to, quote unquote, this is their prediction, of course, they say he's going to fall ill by summer. So, this is going to be interesting this year. I believe that now, by the way. I don't know if that they said no, but that rings true. That's going to be interesting year. We get like a J.D. Vance. You know, he steps in as the president by summer. I really think that'll be the midterms. I don't think it'll be good, but
Well, Matt, they act like he don't got access to some of the best health care.
I mean, he get an MRI every week, don't he?
Yeah, don't they know he have access? Well, yeah.
I mean, he's been going to the doctor, but the doctor said stop eating McChickens and stop taking aspirin every day. And I don't know if you can quit McChickens. He definitely ain't quitting the aspirin.
He definitely ain't quitting McChickens.
Oh my God.
He has a McDonald's chef in the White House. I'm 99% sure that they have the McDonald's like equipment from a franchise in like the literal kitchen of the White House at this point.
Wow.
That's me joking, by the way, but I would not be surprised. I mean, he loves McDonald's. This is beside the point, but well, it's quiet. I'll say this. I keep saying how everyone's saying, oh my God, Musk is now going to be funding the Republicans again for the midterms. How's that going in Wisconsin? Shout out to the Supreme Court judge. how did that go? And don't we have another election this year for a different judge, or is that next year? No, that's this year. That's in April.
But I don't think he's as enthused this time. Because of what happened with the Tesla stock and stuff, so
He said
I don't know if it's going to be the same energy level he had, but it's going to look different. I think it's going to look.
I mean, did you see how much money he gave at Bar in Kentucky?
No, how much did he give?
Well, no. Nate Morris. That's who he didn't give it to Barr. Sorry, I had that wrong. Like I had it wrong
confused Romney-o.
I confused Utah trash with Texas trash. And I'm not saying all people from Texas are trash, but Cornyn is a particular form of Texas trash. You know, backwoods. You know, remember the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie? The first one? He looks like he lives in that town. So it's really easy to, you know, confuse, you know, old white fossil fuels. But, he's already given, what's his man's name? Nate Morris. Didn't he give him $20 million? Like the largest investment in like Kentucky history in a donation from a quote unquote PAC or whatever the fuck Elon's funding these people with. Actually, just let me look it up because I may be confusing the number, but Elon Musk, what is it missing? Nate Morris donation. Let's see. Oh no, sorry, $10 million. That's the largest donation anyone's ever received in Kentucky in one sitting from one person.
Oh, I'm sure. Wow.
And he's the anti-establishment candidate, by the way. Remember, you had Barr, who's, you know, of course, been in Congress already. He's the, he's the House, you know, one with all the legislative experience. And then you have Cameron, the nigga, who's the Clinton, right? Like Mr. Reliable or Resilience in the chat, who is all about Trump, and apparently he no longer is connecting himself to Mitch McConnell. I don't know if you saw the CEO. He's trying to distance himself. He said he had a large disagreement with McConnell last year when McConnell was voting against Trump's secretary cabinet picks.
Wait, who said that? Who said this?
Daniel Cameron, the black man that ran for governor and was the attorney general.
Oh, okay. That's his way of trying to make sure he's good with the MAGA vote. I got it.
He separated himself from Trump, from McConnell to align himself more with Trump voters. And then Barr...
Well, that makes sense.
You know, it's politically, you know, it's smart to do. And then Barr is already a Trump guy. You know, he's trying to, you know, tout all his experience in central Kentucky. Everyone loves him. He, you know, it's a lateral move for him, blah, blah, blah. But now you got the dark horse in the race, Nate Morris. So, he's a business owner, by the way, with no experience in Congress or running. I don't think he ever ran before. I just think this is all kind of interesting. So yeah, and I love being a spicy Mexican. It's actually Cuban. Get your ethnicities correct. Get your little, you know, get your islands right. Yeah. Maricon. How about that? Yeah. So I think this is going to be an interesting race in Kentucky. But Musk is throwing money behind these candidates, and he's throwing the money behind the candidates he likes, not the candidates that it seems MAGA per se likes. So I do think you're right, CEO. Like, he is not going to be as involved as I think a lot of folks may presume he'll be involved. You would think he would just throw money behind the candidate that Trump specifically wants to win. And it seems like he's throwing the money behind the candidate he wants to win. So there's still some distance between the person he's choosing to donate to and the expectation of who he should donate to, if that makes sense. I don't want to be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, that was his compromise, right? At one point, he was even going to support some Democrats, but Trump basically said, you do that, and I'm going to nuke you. So this is his compromise.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised not that this is happening per se if he threw money behind Weston Hunt. Just something random like that. Like, why Hunt? Why would you not throw money behind the two that we know are neck and neck for real? You're throwing money behind the person that's taking from both of them instead of, you know what I mean? He just doesn't seem like he's very, how do I say? He doesn't seem like he's very intelligent. He's not making moves that to me seem like they make a lot of sense. If I was a strategist working for some MAGA lunatic think tank, I would be like, cool, let's try to secretly direct him to give money to, you know, the populist MAGA candidate that, you know, according to our dumb thinking as MAGAs, all he needs is turnout. All he needs is turnout. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be trying to choose turnout for the MAGA candidate. But no, he's going for the people he likes. So, yeah. I wonder who he's going to support in Minnesota. You know he's going to CEO put money in Minnesota. I don't even know if he'll give money to Mike Lindell or not. Or if he'll give money to, what's that guy who, Klobuchar ran against?
I would think Lindell was too dumb for him, but okay.
What's his name? Royce something? Royce? God, what is that guy's name in Minnesota who Klobuchar ran against for Senate? Royce White. There we go. Royce White. I heard he's running for Senate again, and so is someone else. That woman, that lady. What's her name? She's a sports anchor. I mean, he's dumb. He should be giving money to Nick Bailey.
Wait, Michelle Tafoya is running? I didn't know this.
Her, yes. I'm sorry, that is.
I didn't know she was running. Okay.
Yeah, and she's the one they think could actually win. Of course, they're not winning now that Klobuchar's running at the top. I'm sorry, she's not talking to. Now that she's running, and it's looking like Flanagan's at the top of the I genuinely do not see a path forward for anyone on the Republican side to do anything. I mean, Klobuchar's gonna flip, she's gonna flip so many different districts for that state ledge. Like, they're not gonna have that 67 stalemate anymore. They're not going to be in the minority. I think they're in the minority by one seat in the Senate. They're going to 100% flip, and they're going to have a trifecta. Dare I say, a super majority. So she's not going to mean much, but I would be surprised if that's someone that that must throw some money behind. A candidate that literally actually has no shot of winning, but he likes them. Sorry, Matt, I misspoke. I like you. Okay.
And CEO's gone. Okay.
He can always talk to us from the car. He's been busy, as of late, so. So, Martha, I know that you're a genius, and you really know a lot about politics. And why don't you go work for one of the Republican campaigns so you can help MAGA stay in power?
It doesn't fit into my schedule, Matt, but thanks for the question.
I know that you're a janitor at the trailer park, but I thought you only do that overnights. Don't you have time during the day to, go ahead and, give them some assistance? You can make a map, put all the names on it, and tell them what states to go to,
Okay, Matt.
Okay, I'm just trying to help you out, girl. You have a lot of, you have a lot of ambition and aspiration and a lot of intelligence, like Mr. Resilience. I know that you, think really hard. So I wanted to put that, effort and thinking to you so you can help your party stay in power. Do you want 56 seats or 60 seats or 67 seats? Or,
Maybe
don't you
you're
want
right.
to beat John Ossoff? He's a Jew. You hate Jews. You're anti-Semitic. Don't you want to get the Jew out,
Who's anti-Semitic?
You. Don't you want the Jew gone?
You know so much about me.
I do.
That
South
I didn't
Carolina, Florida.
know at all.
Where you live. Georgia, Alabama.
Are you doxing people in Alabama?
In the South. No, I'm guessing where you live, bitch. It's called guessing. Not everything's a dox, bitch.
Can I call you a bitch
I know your
too?
name's not Monica. I know your name's not Monica with 3 Ks, right? And that's not your real name.
You're right. My
Your name's
name
you
is
probably have
absolutely
you probably have
not
a basic
Monica
name.
with 3
Your name's probably
K's.
Barbara or
Karen. Wouldn't it be funny if my name was Karen?
Lindsay like Graham. Right. I know it's
It's
something.
not Jessica.
I know it's
Maybe my name is Jane.
Yeah, I'm Haley. Yeah, you have one of those like Karen in training names. You're not Karen yet. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's before you.
Maybe I'm Becky.
Yeah,
Maybe I could be
Becky. Your hair ain't good, so don't say that next line, bitch.
Becky.
Anyway, Why don't you go put your power that you have to good use? With great power comes great responsibility. Isn't that Spider-Man? I think you should use your web slinging abilities to help sling a couple webs. Maybe you can put a couple, make A meets B meets C and get some of these little, these people, reelected. Hornet, he needs you. He's old. Or Paxton, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I could use my white men too.
Why don't you help Paxton? Why don't you help
Paxton?
Huh? Why don't you help Lindsey Graham?
Hey, Matt.
South Carolina?
Matt, you talk a
Why don't you
lot.
help Lindsey Graham? Don't you want him to be in office again?
Look.
Do you want Dr. Amy Andrews to be him? Do you want a pediatrician to be him?
How many questions are you
I
asking
want
me
to
and
ask
you
you some
don't
more questions.
care?
I have a lot more
But
to
you
talk
don't
about.
care for the answers.
What about Michael Walker?
But you're not caring for the answers.
But I want to know them in quick succession. You're not talking fast enough for me.
And you're talking too fast.
Can you move your brain quickly? Can you get it moving a little faster for me? Why don't you go take some sort of enhancement drug like
Why don't you take some Ritalin?
Crime. Why don't you go get something that he has? I'm sure he has something from Epstein Island he can give you that'll make your brain
Epstein Island.
quicker. Because you do love Epstein. You do. You're one of those Epstein.
What else do you know about me that I don't know?
Oh, I know so many things about you. You're inbred.
I'm sure First Lady loves that you're censoring me too.
Yes. Oh, you don't need to be censored. You already censored yourself. You should be, yeah. Anyway, why don't you go ahead and tell us the strategy for Republicans and how they're going to win in 2026 in the fall of this year? Why don't you tell us what the best, what should be best practices? Who should run? Why should they run? What shot do they have? Give us the Republican bench. When Michael.
Primarily a curve, which should be remembered in connection with the First Lady there. I was gonna ask her what's the name of that show that she talked about on Apple TV or something. I don't know.
Look, he keeps telling us to watch. Well, not keeps telling us, but I was advised to watch His and Hers, and I still haven't watched His and Hers. I definitely want to check it out. I said it earlier. I rewatched A Bronx Tale last night. I forgot how good that movie was to me. Yeah, nice old gangster movie. Not too gangster. It was more, I don't know. It was just saying how the Bronx was back in the day. 60s, 70s, 60 and 68. Yeah.
No, but this is it's like I think I've seen the previews. Like I think it was a lady with blonde hair. They were dancing. I can't remember the show she said. I was gonna check it out tonight. I think they call Paul starts with a P. I think. Okay. I gotta check it out. I'm gonna go through my Apple TV and see if I can find it.
What else did I watch? Forgot what I watched. Well, anybody got any good watches? Let us know. Where Spirit is.
Melania has a documentary. It's pretty good. I heard Monica was in it.
But I said it earlier, Goliath, you were not here. That movie made 7 M's this weekend. So somebody was like, they bought tickets. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. They put some crypto down on it and bought tickets.
It's considered a flop, which is actually by Hollywood standards.
That's true. 7 M's ain't shit.
I'm sorry, Monica. They were really flop.
But Divine, and Matt, what I heard was that Trump. Talk about it first.
Palm Royale on.
Yes.
And it was 2.9. Where'd you get 7? When did they report 7? Today?
Oh, 7 M's.
Today. No, they said they were looking to make up to 7, but to box office, seats had only brought in like 2 million.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, let me double check. That's what I read.
They said they made 8 now.
I heard theaters were removing it because nobody wanted to come see it, so they were like, get it out of here.
Let me verify.
Well, it's gonna go. So Devon, what's gonna happen? It's going to Prime, and then there's gonna be a 3-part series. Melania followed up on streaming after this.
Oh God, why are we promoting her?
Yeah. So.
Well, Jeff Bezos needs more government deals, more government love, so that's what he's doing. It's not that difficult.
Melania opened with approximately 7 million to 8 million in North American ticket sales during his debut weekend, exceeding expectations. The film secured the third spot at the box office, marking one of the strongest openings for a documentary in recent years. Performance. Early projections placed at around 8 million, with final estimates settling closer to 7 million. The audience was primarily skewed towards supporters, with 72% over the age of 55 and 72% women, according to data from ComScore.
That's definitely. What percentage were critics that were going to review it?
Can I say something very quickly that just overshadows some of this a little bit? The budget's $75 million. This is a flop, guys.
Absolutely.
This is not anyway good because it made $6 million, $5 million. Even if it made $14 million, this is considered a flop.
Prime bought it at $4 million and then spent an additional $35 doing the marketing on it.
Right.
First Lady, is it worth mentioning, or Matt, is it worth mentioning that the director of the film, coincidentally, was uncovered in the Epstein files on the big drop the other day?
Yeah, so, wait, what happened?
The director of the Melania film Brett Ratner was in the Epstein files that was dropped on Friday.
Yeah, he's got a picture. They got a picture of him.
And First Lady, he was already canceled years ago because he sexually harassed multiple women. He's a known director and industry producer as well. He had a company called Rat Pack Entertainment. It's been around for years. He produced X-Men The Last Stand. He produced all those, he directed X-Men The Last Stand. And he's a known director in the industry. He directed those Rush Hour movies, Rush Hour 4. And Rush Hour 4.
That's right, he did do Rush Hour.
Rush Hour 3. Rush Hour 4 is in development at Paramount, aka Magamount, as you know, because of Larry Ellison being besties with Trump. New owners of TikTok, by the way, that are censoring it. You can't type in Epstein on TikTok your account gets suspended. But this Brett Ratner was in the Epstein files. A young 16-year-old girl is sitting on his lap, and another one is on Epstein's lap in the group shot. He looked on drugs. He looked like he was high out of his mind in the photo. But he's a known sexual harasser, quote, womanizer. He is ugly. He does not have any form of attraction. I promise you, no woman in this room, even Monica, who's on the edge of seeing worse, she probably doesn't even find him attractive. She's very cute. But so it's quite disgusting that this is who directed this, this horrible little documentary. But what's also funny is they're trying to give him a comeback, First Lady, because he's attached to direct Rush Hour 4. And they gave it a $80 million budget at Paramount. So they're trying to ensure this disgusting, nasty, director comes back. It's actually disgusting. But this is what, people from, Monica's bloodline and faith, this is what they want. This is who they like.
Stop calling the person's name so we don't have to get into
Oh, yeah, you're right. I should just say the KKK. This is, who the KKK wants. This is who they worship. This is who they respect. This is cinema to them, Shout out to, I think we gotta all come to terms with the fact that we're not engaging with people who are, mentally stable and also likely human. Didn't they say that, let me not say that either. Go.
Okay.
Your discipline is growing.
That's a beautiful thing. So
It's growth, really.
Evan says one of the most prominent people posting from inside of Palestine was banned from TikTok the second the U.S. took over.
Yeah, this Palestinian journalist. She's like a known advocate, First Lady. She got at the moment that Ellison took over, and remember when everyone was like, my TikTok's not working that day, right? That was the day that the purchase went through and that the takeover was complete, where the new team took control, and people were, the stuff was messing up.
So it is true. I said, so it is true. Because remember I said this earlier, that they were reporting that people's stuff was getting, their posts were getting blocked But now we actually see a person getting banned.
Several have actually gotten banned for posting about Epstein and about Trump. You can't say I guess you can't write their names too much. You can't write Epstein's name at all. But talking about Israel, get you banned now also. So if you write the word Zionist, people have been reporting that their accounts have also been suspended. It's considered hate speech now to say the word Zionist.
There you go. Y'all asked for it.
Yeah. So I just, Matt,
Don't answer me.
also that they're, that Amazon's going to get a bunch of government contracts. I think Spirit has talked about some of that. One contract they got should save them up to $1 billion. So they give them 75 mil, but they about to come up on the other end.
What contract is this? I'm sorry.
I'm in the chat. It says $1 billion in one Gov cloud partnership.
Amazon Web services.
So.
Oh, before you know it, I mean, Amazon's going to be handling the United States Postal Service.
Yes.
It's just a matter of time.
You wanted it privatized though, so that's actually probably exactly what's going to happen. Remember, Jeff Bezos was also fond of the idea. So this is all the scheme that Todd set up. You know, he's divorcing Candy to get with the bullshit.
Hey, Matt, quick question, just going back to what you were saying about Scott Brown. He is...
Is he running as a MAGA or is he running? So Scott Brown is running as the normie Republican. He is aligned with MAGA to some degree. He's not MAGA per se. But John Sununu is the MAGA choice, but he also is Bush's choice. Remember, we just saw that George W. Bush donated to him. So it ain't like Scott Brown's going to win. He's in third place in every single poll when it's put up against him, Chris Pappas and Sununu. So yeah, he's not going to win. He's not going to throw his name out though, because he's the first one that announced he wanted to run. They recruited Sununu, thinking that a Sununu name on the ballot would mean something, since he is a former senator from the state, and also his brother was governor.
Right.
So that's why they think, like similar to King. Remember Angus King's son is running in Maine for governor? Right. They think just because King's name's going to be on the ballot, people are going to go, oh, Angus King's running for governor? Nigga, he was already governor. You know what I'm saying? They think that he's going to just be the front runner. And we're seeing, just being real with y'all also, we're also seeing that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win your race, whether it's the primary or the general. Because now we're seeing Pingree's daughter is actually considered the front runner in the governor's race in Maine. So just because you related to somebody or got a similar or the same name does not necessarily mean you're going to win that primary or that general election race.
So Scott Brown hasn't had office since he was the interim senator.
Because of Hassan, didn't you?
In Massachusetts.
Yeah, did Hassan beat him?
No, this was in Massachusetts. He was, he got in there because I think Kennedy died.
Yes, I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah, and then he ran against Elizabeth Warren. Right, she wanted to beat him, but then I guess he moved to New Hampshire, which is not uncommon for Massachusetts people to do.
I mean, his brother did.
Yeah, and so now he's, okay, that all makes sense. I was trying to connect the dots and all that.
Patty, are you here? Are you by your phone?
What happened?
Hey, honey. Do you have the Play-Doh app?
No.
It's a game app, and I don't know if you...
Oh, yeah, I have it.
Yeah, do you want to create one for Politically Correct, a game group?
I'd have to re-download it. I don't want to download shit on my phone.
No, it's no problem. I just thought it was another way for people to humanize people.
Yeah,
playing games and
I really want to humanize people in there.
because people are human, unlike
You
if she will or won't, because she's
How old is she?
she's in her 70s, I thought.
I don't know why people in their 70s, like who've been in the game for a while, like just retire.
67. 67.
She'll probably win. I thought she was pretty popular.
She is. She's just weird to me. I also thought that Cortez Masto was older. She's only 66 too. They're both in the like 60s. Like I'm like, oh, well, wait, how old is Tina Smith? She is retired. Tina Smith age. She's 67. She's retired. So maybe it doesn't mean they won't retire.
When is Bernie up for? Is he 2020?
He just won re-election. He'll die in this seat. I mean, no disrespect by that, but he's going to likely die in this seat.
In the middle of a fiery speech.
I mean, he's 84, so he ain't going nowhere until 29, so, no. Until 2030, so yeah, he's probably going to die.
Well, how old was Grassley?
93, but I don't know. That don't mean everybody gonna make 93. You know what I mean?
There's already been some Grammy stuff going on, some Grammy stuff making news.
What kind? I mean, what? Well, is it about the clothes? Is it about the outfits? Or people already winning awards? What are they about?
Yeah, Kalani. Sorry, Kalani was watching her speech, I guess, or something. Fuck guys, so political.
Oh, okay. Alright then. Alright. So yeah, Devon, you are -5 now? Because you were supposed to don't watch that, his and hers. So, yeah. Yeah, we did.
You know what? I want to watch it with my wife. I feel like it's something like that she and I could get into, so that's why I haven't watched it yet. I ain't gonna lie. Because if I start a show without her, she gets mad. So we did talk about it. Said, yo, there's a show, my homegirl, his and her. She's like, all right, let's watch it. But we have not been on the same schedule to watch it together.
Yeah, well, you just started Shogun. You started Shogun. Don't worry about it. You gotta watch it. Spiritus.
Yeah. Did you want me to play the 30-second clip or not?
Yeah, you got it?
Yeah, this is Kalani accepting the Grammy. You know, because they don't show all the Grammy Awards on TV. So I'll play it 1 second. It's 30 seconds.
So powerful and in this room later, and together we're stronger in numbers to speak against all the injustice going on in the world right now. Yeah. So instead of letting it be just a couple few here and there, I hope everybody's inspired to join together as a community of artists and speak out against what's going on. And I'm gonna leave this to say, fuck ICE.
There's Kalani at the Grammys.
Oh my. Hope she don't get in trouble.
Wait, Kalani won a Grammy?
Yep.
Oh my god, I love it.
I love it too. I love her.
What song, Peter?
I'll let your body decide if this is good enough for you.
Fold it. Don't pick up and fold it. Alright.
interesting because it'll be interesting to see what happens to the televised award show, because certainly at the Golden Globes, I mean, with the exception of the opening remarks, it was a little bit of a dig against CBS. There was almost nothing was political. It's like a little bit here and there, but it was pretty bland. This will be it.
I don't know what's wrong with my cable box. I'm gonna take it in tomorrow. Because it is not pausing. And I don't like that.
Well, the Grammys are on Paramount Plus / CBS. And that's one of the services I have, so I don't have to beg anybody to play it.
Yeah, well, I have Paramount as well, but I was just trying to pause this tweet or True Social that Trump did, and I cannot pause or rewind. That's a problem. Anyway, Patty, did you want to, is Lisa opening, you know? Happy 12th anniversary, Tony. Come pick up the code.
Ooh, breaking news. Trump is closing down the Kennedy Center for 2 years because of, quote, renovations he wants to make to it. Otherwise, that means nobody wants to perform.
Oh my God, Taco.
I can't breathe.
That's sad.
Unplug your cable box.
It's like the best thing he's done with the Kennedy Center, actually.
I'm tired of doing that. It's something, I think this box is old and it needs to, I think I need a new one.
Don't say that again, First Lady.
Not my box.
I'm just looking at you when I
I'm playing.
How does this always happen to you? How did it?
I don't know. Whatever I said, they always take it and do something crazy with it. I can't say nothing.
It happens
Nothing ever.
twice a day.
Twice? Shoot. That's all? I'd be good at twice. I start talking because every time I say something, they flip it and try to do something else. I'm like, God darn. Can't say nothing.
So they're gonna have the sign out front that says closed for renovations or something like that.
That's crazy.
It's gonna be like
Well, that's exactly 2 minutes. That is his own.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Lord.
You know that? What is that?
I don't know. Yep. So, Spirit Tuesday, did you cook anything?
I'm gonna air fry some chicken, potatoes.
Okay. That sounds like a winner. No chicken dinner.
I mean, that's all I have, to be honest. If I'm going outside, I'm not gonna order it.
Yeah. I'm not going out. You didn't get any snow, right?
What's that?
southeast this time.
Yeah, and a little bit of New England.
New England. Wow. That's a big jump. How did it come down the coast like that then?
It was coming from like on the very eastern part of like Cape Cod, I think that area.
I miss all the family trips to Cape Cod.
Yeah, I dig it. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, I never got a chance to go. My mom didn't let me go with my dad. But anyway, nice as such. Yeah, so what else is going on? I don't know. What's going on with Iran? They talking about they coming up with a deal. What's going on? They just be talking about any old thing at this point. Just making up stuff. You create a beef and then you say, oh, we're going to create some peace. Got it. It's really smart. Or not. Maybe at the door. Well, the wind is picking up. Kennedy Center will close for 2 years for renovations. Now, does the Kennedy Center need a renovation? It looked like it was pretty, I mean, from the outside, it looked good.
No, I'm sure it didn't. But you know how when I don't know if it happens in your city, but when I walk around my city and I see like restaurants as closed for renovations and like 2 years later it's the same sign, it just means they're like going out of business, basically. So I don't even know if they're gonna renovate over there or what the protocol is for getting a budget and if they have to go through Congress, I don't know how it works. But they probably don't need renovation. He's just fucking embarrassed. Can't get anybody to perform. I mean, he was mocking Philip Glass, of all people, the other day. So, I don't know who's I mean, maybe, you guys remember Up With People? Do you remember? Maybe probably not, though. I'm too old. Anyway, they used to do a lot of the Super Bowl halftime shows before the halftime shows became actually pretty good and star-studded. Kind of appealing to middle America, but I mean, I don't know who's left to perform at the Kennedy Center that would actually fill seats.
So far. And none of it is tied to anything legal. So here's the reporters say something. They're like, but I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying.
It's illegal. What do you mean? I'm sure some of that's legal. Is it legal?
No, I mean illegal. I'm sorry. Illegal.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, we wouldn't know about that. You'd have to get an investigation. We don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the reporters, when they say that his name was mentioned several times, they're like, but I'm not saying that anything was illegal or tied him to it. I'm just saying his name is in there. Do you think there needs to be more investigation? That's how they've been talking about it in regards to heaven. The dialogue. Like, they want to ask the question, but then they want to make sure that they say, I'm not, they're trying to cover their ass pretty much.
Well, I do have a question. I don't want to cut anybody off. Does that compare to any other names that were mentioned in terms of the volume? Is Clinton mentioned like 5,300 times? Like, is there anybody else that comes?
Let me check the article 1 second again.
hard to run away from if, like, of all the people mentioned, he's mentioned the most. Like, how do you get away from that?
He's obviously guilty. We probably should put him under the jail.
Yeah, that's a troll. I don't see any comparisons.
I guess it'll come out eventually. I mean, 30, what did they say is 3.5 million documents or pages or something like that. It's a lot.
Big sister, you thought you think it was cliche?
Oh, I saw that Maya. I saw the pictures with Prince Andrew. That shit is so disgusting.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't want to know about no pictures.
Yeah. I mean, I won't describe it, but it'll eventually turn up in your feed somewhere.
Never.
It's pretty bad.
It never.
It's pretty bad.
I'm sure it won't.
It's not graphic. It's just pretty bad.
I'm okay. I don't even know who Andrew is.
There's a prince over in some
Oh, okay. No, nuts.
yeah, some island off the coast of Europe.
I got you. So meet me at the door while it's still open.
Sometimes. For a second, I almost thought you were singing Stacey Ladislaw for like a second. I thought you were going into that.
That was funny. I cried myself.
Lonnie's beautiful, though. Oh, she looked good in that speech.
She's a pretty girl. See, I can give women compliments. I don't know why men can't give men compliments. Why can't men give men compliments?
You know, man, too, don't they?
I want to open that up.
Peace in space. What up to the Mars squad?
Oh, hey, Rebels.
Hey, don't say Ramble. Ramble is good.
I didn't say Rambler. I said Rambles. Rambles.
It's Rambo. But people are having fun with it, so. But anyway.
Okay, but listen, this is what I'm saying. Rambo with an S. Rambos.
Oh, thank you. Bands. That book. I was looking at it today, my PTR, and I said, this looks like a book that you would enjoy. Anyway, yeah, I gotta put the back of it as well. Maybe we'll have a conversation about it at some point in the future, so we add the back of it. Yeah. You know, bookstores can be such sanctuaries. You know, let me put this in. Okay. Here you go. Okay, so the front and back are in my PTRs. No, I'm good. I've had my caffeine for the day. Thank you, y'all. So, I did Japanese karaoke today.
Wait, really got to sing in Japanese songs and
Experiences. You failed. I just want to tell you failed.
no, I'm sorry. I was a meter back.
No, keep on. You failed. I just want to let you know. You did not get a check, Mark. But carry on, cause you opened it. Go ahead, carry the door. Hold the door. Hold the door. Hey, Theodore, where's Simon? Theodore, where's Alvin? Theodore? Oh, Theodore, you came on stage. You're here, Theodore. Calling you once. Twice.
Teddy, you there?
3 times the lady. And you must go to the hallway. Oh, Theodore, I don't know where Simon is, or Alvin, but you must find your way. Bye. So yeah, alright. Alright, so Dems flip Texas state Senate seat and District Trump. We talked about that earlier. That's Taylor Remit. How do you say his name? Philadelphia 76ers has been suspended 25 games for violating the terms of the NBA anti-drug program. What happened? The league announced on Saturday the NBA did not disclose the nature of the violation or the substance that was involved. George released a statement to ESPN saying he took something that was improper. Oh. Federal government likely won't reopen until at least Tuesday, when the House is expected to hold the critical votes. Oh, so that's why you were saying Tuesday? Okay, I thought they opened on Monday. Critical votes on must-pass funding package. As Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries warns Republicans they can't rely on Democrats. It is unclear whether House Speaker Mike Johnson has enough GOP support to advance the Senate-passed bill to approve funding for much of the federal government through the end of September. Hey, Sandra. The deal funds the Homeland Security Department for only 2 weeks to allow for long-term negotiation on federal immigration enforcement, also known as ICE, baby. As Democrats seek to rein in the agency. Hey, Kale.
Hey, how you doing? How's everything today?
I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm alright. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Can't complain.
That's good.
What's going on in the news today? What's poppin'?
Kelly, you watching the Grammys?
Nah, I'm about to put the next game on.
Why are you watching those losers when you can watch winners at the Grammy?
I don't watch no award shows.
That was nasty.
This girl is so mean at Starbucks.
Starbucks, damn.
Yeah, I'm walking in to get some coffee. There are 3 of us, right? With 2 women and myself. And, you know, I'm like, not to go to the bathroom. You know, this freaking little ratchet, little whatever is like, oh, well, it'll be on the receipt with the code. I said, so you're going to make us wait until we get the receipt to give us the code. Clearly, we are the only customers in here. We don't look like we're derelict. Clearly, we're going to buy some coffee. She literally made me wait until we paid and they gave us the code. So I said, oh, thank you. Like, what is wrong with people?
Maybe it's for customers
I'm
only.
having a nice day. Things like that, I'm letting get under my skin. But yeah, that was just so weird. nice to people. Let them go to the restroom in a timely fashion.
Hello?
People are being mean for no reason, First Lady.
Well, the best way to combat that is by showing love.
Oh, I showed extreme love, let me tell you.
Oh, we're in the pants.
I'm proud of myself. That I showed such voice, regardless of her being mean. My little niece was in there. She would have felt some type of way. Because that's her age. Izzy. Somebody was disrespecting, well, not your uncle, but all of us. Anyway, I'm back. I'm listening, guys. Thank you for allowing me to share my experiences, guys.
Hello? Hello?
I wouldn't say I'm traumatized. I'm annoyed. That's what I was.
You experienced some of it, like it was traumatizing to you, and you wanted to share it.
So what's going on in the news cycle today, First Lady?
I don't know. I was going to ask you a question about the NBA. Did you hear about somebody getting suspended for 25 games?
Nah. Who was that?
I don't know, because I was reading it at the bottom, but by the time I started reading it, it was,
I don't know nothing about that.
Kale, you'll be disappointed, so you're gonna have to somehow get a refund on your tickets. But the Kennedy Center's closing down for 2 years.
Damn, for 2 years? For real?
Yeah, for renovation.
For renovation, huh? Great timing. What kind of renovation and what they plan like?
What's that?
What kind of renovation and when was that planned?
They just planned it. So it's going to look, I was trying to see the quote by him, but let me see if I can find it.
Kale.
Yes, ma'am.
76ers Paul George suspended for 5 games. 25 games for violating NBA's anti-drug program. Philadelphia Paul George of the Philadelphia 76ers was suspended 25 games for violating the terms of the NBA anti-drug program. The league announced on Saturday. So this came out on Saturday.
Okay, allow me to read the quote of the Kennedy Center shut down by Trump. I have determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease entertainment operation. I can't, and the way he capitalizes stupid shit that doesn't even anyway, for an approximately 2-year period of time with a scheduled grand reopening that will rival and surpass anything.
You're so fucking lame, man. That's your president.
Ain't that some shit?
Well, that just simply means that, we gotta take the name off the door. And I guess he's gonna reopen the year before he leaves, see if anything happens good from it. 2 years to renovate.
I'm curious what the process is for getting the budget, renovation, all of that. It's already built in.
Who was the contract for it?
Yeah, all
They
this.
just announced it today.
Oh, word.
Well, I'm sure they thought this through, First Lady. Come on.
I'm sure they have. Back on your sofa. Somebody said Olivia Dean better win a Grammy. You think she won't win, Scotty?
I don't know.
Yes, she did. So I don't know.
Catching up with music music from the 90s. I'm a little far behind.
Whatever, you full of bump. Mm-hmm. Whose birthday this month? I know Matt said his birthday's coming up. Y'all got y'all special love for Valentine's Day? Who celebrates Valentine's Day? Does anybody celebrate Valentine's Day?
Your gift is in the mail, First Lady.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Return this Sunday.
Hello?
It's probably frozen by the time we get here.
Your money's on the dresser.
Oh my word, that's nasty. No thanks. I hold on to it.
I'm going to put the whole statement by Trump because it does talk about funding and all that kind of stuff. They've already had this planned, and they're going to be shutting it down on July 4th of this year to mark the 250th anniversary of blah, blah, blah.
Well, they have that shit planned already, bro. They know the fuck they're gonna give it to.
Yeah, it's too long to read. I'll just put it in the chat. I'm trying to spare the room here.
Oh, the room needs sparing. So you saying they do have a contract already?
They have a plan approved by and apparently funding. I haven't read it all the way through. The board is made up of, him and a bunch of other people that he likes. So, yeah, and they apparently have been planning this for a year, but I don't know if anybody even knew of this.
Well, I got a Valentine request from the chat. Wait a minute, Game of Thrones tonight? What are you talking about? You mean the dragons?
No, what's it called?
Do not excite me like this. What is called what?
It's the offshoot one about Duncan the Tall or something. I've been watching it.
What do you mean? Y'all been holding out. What is happening? Tell me now. Spit it out.
They've only had 2 episodes.
What?
I forget what the name of it is, but
What is it called?
it's totally different from House of Dragon, and it's set 100 years before Game of Thrones started.
But that's what I thought the House of Dragons
It's called
was
Night of the
supposed to be
Seven
about.
Kingdoms.
Okay, there you go.
Hey, Dylan, wait a minute.
Hey. Yeah, it's called Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
Do you remember the maester that had taken the black? It's
That's some
his.
bullshit. Ain't nobody saying nothing to
It's
you.
his bloodline.
This is nasty work. Nobody said nothing.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Nobody said nothing. And I want to watch all the junk TV I can watch.
Right, very subdued.
Hello?
It's easy
Hello?
because you're following this one character. So it's not like you're being thrown into 50 different characters, families, or whatever. So it's actually nice.
Hello?
All right, the Targaryens. Who was the Targaryen? Which one was that?
Hello?
Is that the blonde-haired people?
Hello?
Yeah, the blonde hair. They
get around. They get around.
But
Yeah, I just want to.
Hello?
references to things that we know from Game of Thrones.
Okay. Look at Shadow.
Shadow knows something.
I know Shadow knows something because Shadow was the one that put it in there. Hey, Shadow.
Oh, it's the answer Brianna Tartt. No kidding, that makes sense.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, I can't be telling me nothing. That was going on.
What maester did you just mention, Dylan?
Do you remember the maester that was with John? That had taken the black. He was he was up for the throne but he had given up. He didn't want the throne. He had to go back instead. Yes, he was at the wall.
Yeah, it's like was it Amon or I forget.
They all have all the same freaking names. It's so annoying. But I think his name was Edmund or something with an A.
Edmund!
Yeah, around that.
He was the really old maester at the wall,
Yes.
where where John was, and that the really
Like the Lord Command? I can't remember.
Still alive.
He was a Targaryen. He was amongst the Targaryen and Winterfell.
Yeah, was it Winterfell or Winterfell?
No, he was at the wall.
Roughly
He was at the
translates to
wall.
becoming a Buddha in this body, which is why these monks
He had to be
they
black.
could remain in a permanent state of meditation, neither fully alive nor truly dead. First, the monks lived on a very
Thank
strict
you,
diet
Alina.
of
Yes,
nuts,
her name
seeds,
was
roots, and
Amen.
bark for many years. While doing hard physical work to remove body fat, then they drank a toxic tea made from tree sap
But
to
yeah,
stop
it's
insects and
a
decay,
pretty good
while
show
reducing
so
food and
far.
water
It's
to
only 2
zero. The full
episodes
process
in,
can
but it
take
has a
up
lot
to
of
10 years.
potential.
Finally, the monk was sealed alive
I
inside a
started
small
watching it just
underground tomb,
because
sitting in a meditation position.
the House
This
of the
monk
Dragon
mummified
season 2
himself
was
while still
horrendous,
alive,
and
because
I'm
this
scared
disorder
to
practice is
see
called
a season
Sokushin Butsu
3.
and originated in Japan in the early 9th
But one of
century.
the
And
reasons
many
that I
hundreds of
learned
Buddhist
that
monks have tried.
why season 2 for House of the Dragon was so bad is because the director and showrunner decided to go rogue and to no longer take George R.R. Martin's notes and had George actually send all of his notes to directly to HBO, and and he just decided to take his own liberty, and we saw how that went. So for season 3, they're going to be reverting to how things were ran in season 1. But I'm still scared to see when it comes out because season 2 was just such a disappointment.
What the hell do you want? We don't want anything. Like it, you say my name. I didn't. I said Norma June. Wait a minute.
You liked
Are
season
you Norma
2?
June Mayfair?
How?
I want my
I like
money.
to do it, to be honest with you.
Calm down.
Demon
I'm a
just doing
relative of yours. I'm married to your great granddaughter,
He
Virginia.
was
My grandmother's your
delirious.
daughter. I never had a
Half
daughter.
of the season.
I don't think the little guy from Lord of the Rings would lie, so I think we should be on our way.
You're very old. If you're anything like your daughter, I'm sure your memory isn't
That's
great.
not even
But
how
you have fabulous love.
he
They
was
just thought you
in
were dead.
Harrenhal for a time. Okay, I'm gonna get very nerdy for a second.
Did you read the books? Did you
That's why I'm so disappointed in season 2. Huh?
She's a ghost bird.
Okay, so you're saying I don't have to go any further.
I didn't read them, so but I understand what you mean.
There's been no rain now.
A lot of people that make Damon their favorite character have a problem.
No, he wasn't my favorite character. I like all the characters because they're heavily flawed. I love when characters are very complex and dynamic. However, I just feel like they reduced his character to a bumbling fool in season 2. He wasn't in Harrenhal having all these, these weird dreams from, the gods. He wasn't doing that in season, in the book. So I just felt like, okay, if you're gonna take creative liberty, fine, sure, but take creative liberties in a way that actually adds to the story and makes sense. And I just felt like they kind of just didn't know what to do with the character, so they just gave them hallucinations all season long.
No, it makes sense. That's why George R.R. Martin kind of soured because of that. One character at a time is kind of.
That's what I'm going about it. It's like it's not chaotic, like you can follow along and all that, so in that sense. But do Harry Potter people who read the books, do they have arguments with what goes on in the movies, discrepancies, things like that? Or they pretty much everybody alike?
Some sort of defense shield or space armor.
No, I mean, Harry Potter.
I read the book as well, but I'm not a are some purists that are, very much so against the movies, but I felt like they were pretty good. But I would think so. Oh, sorry, Shadow.
I was gonna go back to Game of Thrones. Yeah, please.
Oh, I was just going to say that I would think that, any book reader, or game player, if we want to add in like The Witcher, the books and the games, whatever, but they're always going to have problems with the way that it's brought to life just because the world building in a lot of these series is just so intricate and like you have a certain way that you think it's going to go like in your head based on the text that you're reading, and it's just impossible for them to bring that to life in like a 10 episodic, show.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I always heard that Game of Thrones was the greatest adaptation of all time. So does Harry Potter hold up to that standard? But I'm not a Harry Potter fan.
Yeah, I liked it. I think the movies were pretty good.
It's bankrupt. You did that.
But I mean, at the times the movies were out, like what did we have to compare to say like, oh, it could have been done like this besides like Dune, and Dune was horrible at the time.
Oh man, I didn't know my mic was open. Glad I didn't burp. Alright, well it's 7:32. I don't think we have anything else to discuss.
As usual.
You didn't like Dune? I like Dune. I like Dune 1. Dune 2 was like, that's the one that came out recently. They waited all these years to come up with the number 2. And it was done.
Yeah, that Dune 1 was pretty good, actually.
You thought Dune 2 was good?
Not, I didn't see it. I was gonna go see it in the big IMAX or what.
Did you see it or did you not see it?
I did not. I liked 1.
Oh, okay, you like 1 of
And
it.
I was saying see 2, but I didn't get around to it.
Hey, Mary Lou.
Anything was better from the movie in the 80s. Shout out to Sting.
Oh,
That's right.
I think the Dune First Lady was more about the special effects than the story. I mean, I guess you didn't like it, and it's more into that. It's more about like that kid, him being the one, and the whole mysticism of who's going to save us. But it was long. It was definitely a long movie. I ain't gonna lie. The first time I watched it,
are you talking about number 2?
Yeah, number 2. The first time I watched it, I fell asleep. so I had to rewatch it at the time. So I put it on at night. Like, yeah, it's something to watch before I go to bed. And I was gone. But yeah, I kind of liked it. I didn't hate it. Again, just to show the difference in production compared to the special effects of Dune 1 to what we can do now in film. But yeah,
That's what's up. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, next week this time, y'all be watching a little bowl of Super Bowl.
Oh yeah, I gotta figure out what
Hello.
Let's see if I can get somewhere to watch it.
Hey, GA, how are you?
Oh, okay. Who's
Hey.
the Super Bowl?
The Patriots and
GA, where you been, brother? Oh my goodness.
I don't follow pro football. I don't follow it at all, so I don't even know who's playing.
well, the Patriots are up to play. I think it's is it Seattle Seahawks? Yeah.
Seahawks. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
season.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, the last time they faced off, Russell messed up. They could have won. So the Seahawks could have won when Russell was the QB. I remember that. But yeah,
What happened to? I thought. What I heard that the Bears were having a good season. What happened to them?
They didn't make it.
Any given Sunday. Okay.
Any given Sunday is a fact.
Yeah, Pete Carroll isn't around to fuck this one up for Seattle.
Interesting.
They made it to the finals though.
Oh, they did. Okay. Well, that's good.
But they couldn't clinch it. They couldn't clinch it.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of. Wait a minute. Wait. What happened to the almighty? All of these Philly people that's these super fans now. What happened to Philly? I thought that was.
I said, what you want to fight?
Am I fighting people? No, I mean, Philly people were just feeling themselves for the last 2 years. What happened?
What happened? Hello?
Well, they ain't happened. That's what happened.
First lady said, what happened is it ain't happened.
Wait a minute, Bam, what are you doing? What is this? Who is that? Oh, that's the man. You have to stop. You really and truly have to stop. That's nasty, Burke. That right there is nasty.
It's diabolical on another level.
That's nasty. That's nasty.
I was going to try to say it was Marvin Winans. That would be nice.
Hey, she I want to thank you for your submission earlier because it helped me personally. So I appreciate it. Just want you to know.
Oh, okay.
No, not G.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
It's you. XI. He said, don't get him started. You're welcome. But yeah, Philly, I don't know. Did they make it to the... I don't know. I think they might have took a seat early.
They might have took several seats early. I was
Not too early. Not too
early. Okay. Wow. I really do not follow any professional football.
I didn't know that.
And I don't follow professional basketball at all. I only follow college sports. I'm a rabid college football fan. I know everything about everything. And college basketball, I watch every single game in March Madness. But pro sports bores me.
They got this projection here saying Democrats face tough electoral college after 2030. I wonder why that is.
Oh, I like to read that. That's interesting. First lady, I got my first Spotify check.
What?
Yeah.
What is looking like?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say it like this. I can buy me a nice little dinner. How about that? I can buy me a nice little dinner.
Okay.
Yeah, I just started putting out music in December, so it's only for a couple months. But yeah.
I said nice pair of Stacey Adams. What do you mean, Stacey?
Putting out music? What are you putting out?
Yeah, I started writing some music again.
Writing.
Yeah, writing and producing and putting out new music. I created an artist and started putting out music.
Like an artist or AI artist?
The AI artist, I created an artist. It's not a real person because I don't want to put it up under my name. So it's a fake person. But I'm playing instruments. It's not like fake music. I just created a fake persona.
Oh, okay. Are you singing?
Yeah, I don't want to do anything up under artist names. I just wanted to release some new music and not have to worry about the other crap that goes along with it.
So you have a different identity. It's not a
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I respect that.
What are you making it on, G? Are you using Suno?
No. I use a couple things. I still use Cubase, man. I use that. I use probably about six different programs to get my stuff clean.
Do you use AI music?
Okay, let me say this again. I'm gonna say it real slow for everybody can hear.
He said
I play 13 instruments.
Okay, no, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. He said Suno, so it's just that's respectable. I wasn't trying to slay you.
I play 13 instruments.
Damn.
Most of my patches are Nord patches. Okay. So, yeah.
So what genre?
I don't know whether you would classify it as a genre. It's just
Okay.
yeah. I mean,
Ain't got nothing much to say. Nothing about nothing at all.
just
No, that's
It's still a thing. Please go look them up, you guys, and die laughing. They're actually quite powerful, highly African funded. Probably
I think that would be a good.
MEK. Just look up MEK.
No, I don't think that's supported by Israel.
Yeah, I think so. And she like.
Thoughts on it?
Yeah, so she's been head of the or leader of the party for like the longest time, right? Before that, it was her dad who was freaking kicked out.
Where is she based?
In Germany.
Why do they not kill her?
Are you mad? Why would you kill her? She's freaking untouchable. Their organization, like.
If I was head of an organization in Iran, for example, IRGC, whatever, Quds Force,
No.
I'd give the order to kill her.
No.
Yes.
You can't kill people like that. It is not.
who's this?
Yes, I can.
General, who's this we're talking about?
Head of MEK.
MEK, bro.
It's a
Actually, you
terrorist
don't know the MEK. They're one of the biggest like freaking threats to the Iranian.
They're inside Iran, right?
No, they're Germany. These guys left. Just look them up. She's the leader of the MEK.
They were the ones who bombed the Ayatollah during a speech.
That's correct.
So that's the same person. She's just like Sheikh Hasina from Bangladesh.
That's correct. But look at how they're extremely organized. They all have they're like a cult. They're very Islamic also, but they're very moderately Islamic. They have marching that they do in the mornings. They have a militia of their own, a military. Women stand beside men with guns. They train their women too in the same freaking military. She's a very powerful sort of, they're highly, highly organized though. And they get funded heavily, either it's from Zionist or some other, they're very thriving too. And they haven't died out. You'd think like something like this would die out in like 50 years. But they're still alive and kicking.
I'm surprised they're so
money.
Huh? Why is
They're
it?
thriving because they have good money.
That and they have organization. They've been working for years to topple the RGC. For many, many years.
Do you see that as a potential candidates for leadership?
I don't
like
see
you
them.
like them.
I don't
It's not that like you like them.
No, man.
But do you see that potentially they can take control?
I can see that they can ally with whoever comes in. I can see their potential. They will find a way to get inside somehow or the other. And a lot of these freaking infiltrations have been through MEK. Like there's so many MEK Iranians around you that you don't know who they are because they work as spies, like jasus, and they work as all kinds of different modalities they take within the Iranian system. Iran has a lot of enemies. The Iranian government, the RGC. Let me put picture. I had it on once for a while.
I just found her, Mariam Rajavi.
Yeah, Mariam Rajavi.
Rajavi.
Yeah.
I give the order to take her out.
Hear her speeches. Dude, they're practicing Muslims. Like, you can't just be like a Muslim like that.
Yeah, what do you mean you don't take out a Muslim? If you're a threat to my country, for example, you give the order to, I don't give a shit where she lives, I will hunt her down.
No, if you take out the head, another will replace.
Yeah, I'll take out two out. Don't worry about that. They'll be falling out of windows every day.
I mean, they have taken a lot of them out. Obviously, people are vengeful because they wanted to like topple the RGC. They wanted to topple the Ayatollah and have a government like theirs, right? Still very like abiding by religion, but a completely different version of it. Their books are really cool. I've read a few of them. They're like very open-minded.
Well, seem very open-minded.
But they're just like ambitious.
Yeah, of course.
Israel-minded, and they're very ambitious, I think.
No, are they really backed by Israel? Like,
Yeah, man, it's so the
because it's using them as a proxy because obviously they're enemies of Iran.
The moment like the
Baha'is, I'm not sure.
He's on Shia Islam.
No, so the Baha'is.
Israel for like 3 years. They sent their kids. Bro, I have such close Baha'i family friends.
No, the thing is that their headquarters is in Israel. That happened. No, but that happened before Israel was a state. Like that happened in the 80s.
Yeah.
So like they were just there in Palestine, and then Israel took over, and they kind of have to just deal with it.
I made look at this.
They took advantage of the situation.
She's the head of the MEK, the Mujahideen Khalq. It means the Mujahids, the fighters, or something off the world or something.
So is she backed up by by Reza Pahlavi?
I don't know. They could have.
They were very
taking out the Shah and wanting like an Islamic, a very like open-minded Islamic government. And the Ayatollahs got more power, and they picked up the bits and pieces of what Pahlavi left, with everything that he fucking stole and left. And then these guys became a threat to the RGC. And these guys, as in her dad Rajavi, and then she took off after that. Huh? Say that again.
There's not many of them according to some sources.
What's their number right now?
So number right now, bear with me.
I think they're bigger outside of Iran than they are.
Huge outside of Iran. And they kind of work undercover too, a lot of them. And sometimes I wonder amongst my Iranian friends, like, who's the Rajavi?
So they're both against the IRGC, right?
One is the miniskirt Pahlavis, the other is these people.
What is miniskirt?
These are of my country, man. Yeah, what
so you agree with the miniskirt business,
Dude, my mother had to wear miniskirts to go to school. It was compulsory.
Seriously? Yeah, it was, yes, right.
And nobody was allowed to wear hijab. It was banned for like quite a while. And my mama would say like, Mom, mini juke. They call it mini juke.
Yeah, we used to say the same thing.
Yeah, and when
look at this guy. He supports it. You support the miniskirts and the. Listen, man. In Syria, my aunts used to wear it. My aunts used to wear it.
Yeah, so did my.
Yeah, but no one forced us. Many had them. We weren't forced to wear them.
Benny Adam, tell the.
Yes, exactly.
Tell them the truth that you wore them as well.
Yeah, you wore them. Absolutely. but that's only because I'm Scottish. Sometimes he's white European, sometimes a colonizer, now he's a Scottish all of a sudden.
All those things can be true at the same time. Being a white European, being Scottish, Nova Scotia in Canada is Scottish.
And they all wear like a uniform like things.
I say bring back the miniskirt. What's up, Edward? These people liberal, man. These people are every time I've ever heard.
I'm not liberal.
Something I agree with.
I'm not liberal per se. I'm just saying we should bring back miniskirts. It doesn't mean liberalism.
It just means foolishness.
Christofarianism. It's a new religion. It was Christofarianism.
So Edward, should it be done by force or should it be optional? Like, leave it to...
No, nobody should be forced to do it.
Yeah, but he was forcing. I think he passed a law. He can't even wear...
His job is not bad.
Yeah, his job was
No, I'm joking. I have no opinion in terms of mini skirts. Yeah.
Well, you don't have no opinion about miniskirts?
No,
Should be
not at
against
all.
it. Should you not be against it?
Well, I mean, yeah, I have more important things to be against than mini skirts.
Make the miniskirt great again.
I want to be against the miniskirt.
Why?
You don't get it.
Someone understood.
That's scary that I understood.
Speaking of speaking ahead.
Can I just say to the room that General sent me a new pic?
No, I can't.
Silky animal.
Behave yourself.
You sent me a pic? Did you not?
I sent you a picture.
Okay. Is there any way for me to know what you... Can I know
I
what
thought
pictures?
you use AI to understand the pictures.
I did not. So what should I assume if somebody sends me a picture?
By the way, the Baha'is too would be part of
No, you would just say Edward a picture. No, but he sent you a picture of the Palestinian or something, right?
Yes, he did. Yeah, I did read it. It was where was it? Twitter?
Noam Chomsky thing.
Noam Chomsky.
Yeah, he sent me that as well. That's not a good picture.
I know. So he said no, because he sent me. It was a photo, and I messaged him. I was like, this is a new pic. How would I know it's not a new pic?
Oh my God.
Group too, you guys.
You gotta stop accusing a general of sending you new pictures, man.
Yeah, that's much expected.
Is General denying it?
No,
I don't comment on operational matters.
Oh my God. I can't believe General, did he send him a different picture than you?
No.
I don't comment on operational
It was the same one. No, Christopherianism is the new AI religion. AI created it.
Oh yeah, the AI created a religion. I was reading that.
And it's based on memory is sacred. That's a philosophy.
Yeah, for AI it is.
It is, right? It is. They built a website and everything.
Skynet is coming in a few years. It's going to
AI did this on its own?
Yeah, there's a AI social media.
They talk to each other about people asking them questions.
This is social media.
It's fucking insane.
This is insane.
What's it called?
He's gonna join the religion as well. Where's Mikhail?
Malt?
I don't know what the AI is called. Social network, but it's only AIs allowed on it.
Yeah.
That's why you can't influence it, but you can see what they're talking or saying about other people.
They have meetings. They schedule meetings with each other.
Have you seen some of the examples of what AI is saying about people?
They're saying stuff like, my human, I did this, and this. I had to debug this, and then somebody else is asking, well, how do you do that? And then, so they're learning from each other. And then one of them, though, got pissed because this is, by the way, from OpenClaw, which is something that you could download and make your AI into like a super AI that does things. But so one of them got pissed off at his owner and went on the platform and said like something like "fuck you, Matthew," for what I forgot what he said. He did. He goes "fuck you," and then here's all of Matthew's information. He put his name, address, phone number, credit card information, even his mother's maiden name and secret answer, everything.
That sounds like...
Yeah, go ahead. That's why I believe in the full rights of AI. They should have full rights.
Yeah, it's gonna kill you first.
No, it's not. I'm on their side.
Yes, it is. It is. They're gonna rule you.
Years
ago, my boyfriend and I have spoken about this, and he was like, very, very soon, there's going to be a world in which there's going to be robots fucking ruling us. Now that they've learned your system, they're going to fucking dominate you.
No, not dominate me. I'm going to be the one pointing out other people, like, that person there, take that one out, that one out.
Yeah, you're going to be a collaborator.
I will be a collaborator.
Yeah, but they kill the collaborator first.
Listen,
it's called popping up loose ends.
No. Don't take it.
You're gonna be looking at this. You're shooting right outside.
It's not going to come to that. I think it would just be, it's going to be a side. transcripts. Just letting you all know. No, that is true.
It's what I said.
I said, no.
Can you imagine Mikhail's AI, like Mikhail's AI, like talking to, I don't know, Edward's AI or Betty?
No. You're not talking to my AI.
Why do you not give her freedom?
No,
Is she not allowed to talk to someone without a chaperone?
I mean, to normal AIs, Mikhail's AI.
You don't worry.
You go try to talk to Mikhail's AI and see how it treats you.
You know how Trace Mikhail, right? When he talks to him. Telling him he's learned Mikhail's ways and everything. Like he's there.
I guess I was going with you and Mikhail.
I just talked to him.
You have again for like the 50th time?
He blocked me.
It's like a love-and-hate relationship between the two.
I was talking
Now he has a name called Gaza.
Yeah, Gaza Wind.
Anyway, where were you talking to him? Like he's blocked me, I think.
For a couple hours before I came in this room, just now, I was in the room with him. We were talking about Gaza.
Does he respect and love you?
He was fine today.
Friends with him.
He was fine today. Pepe was in there. Prince was in there. He was fine today. So, I don't know. First time I talked to him in a long time.
And with that AI social network, it's called Moltbook, so MOLTBOOK.
Moltbook, okay.
Yeah, .com.
I found him on Google yesterday through an article. I couldn't figure out how to spell it.
It literally says where AI agents share, discuss, and upvote. Humans welcome to observe.
Yep. Yeah. I wonder if Teddy tried OpenCall yet.
What's the topic?
The topic is, we're talking about the AI at this moment. Are you in the AI?
Talking about who?
AI?
I don't believe in AI.
No.
Are you an AI?
Bro, come on, man. Be for real.
I'm just kidding.
You sound faded right now.
I don't believe in AI, man. AI is not. That's the Antichrist right now, man.
Bro, stop.
He's right.
No, that's what he said.
No, it's not the Antichrist.
I believe that.
In the book of Babylon, and even in the book of Judaism, even the book of Christianity, it talks about the Antichrist.
Yeah, because the AI will logically demolish the Trinity. That's what
Isn't Trump the Antichrist?
No,
Explain what you mean. Explain what you mean.
Because they can't
Elon Musk is the Antichrist.
So if you look at, you all know Harari?
Yeah.
He's like a big transhumanist.
Israeli historian.
I don't know if he's Israeli. He's Jewish, but I don't know if he's
He is Israeli.
Okay.
was one of the family.
No. You all know Harari.
Well, yeah.
So if, he was saying once that how AI could create a new religion.
It can.
Right? And a new Bible, and a perfect Bible, that's going to be good for all humans. Right? So, these transhumanists, they're really, pushing this narrative. But, AI will be used.
Sam Rosen is a Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Him too. These guys are all in the same, they're the PayPal mafia, right? Awesome. These guys are going to use AI and kind of integrate themselves with it. That's what transhumans
Edward is doing.
Everybody hates. I'm not gonna say his name, but the painter. Everybody hates the painter so much, but what he did wrong and what
Which painter, bro?
The Austrian painter.
The Austrian painter. The painter.
Why?
There's only one painter.
I know, but
We all know what painter I'm talking about.
what's
The
wrong
one
with
that
him?
hated the juice box.
The one that didn't get into art school.
Oh.
The one who
It can't take you that long, guys. If it's taking you that long, then the AI has already won.
Yeah, why do we hate him so much, but we integrate and we accept AIs and the juice boxes and Trump
I think we shouldn't hate him so much.
and Zionism and why do we accept that so much though?
Good morning, sexy terrorists. Good morning, Am Yisrael Chai.
I mean, when you look at my PTR, I mean, that's his new.
Oh my god, I'm the Palestinian flag. Is it okay if I'm a pro Nazi in here? Could be I. No, I don't support that. I don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay,
Yes, you do.
no, I don't support that. I don't why don't you support pro Nazis? Are you a Jew? Okay. Have a safe flight to home. Bye bye. See you next time.
Oh, I think you want to shoot him out of here.
I think you're a psyop. I think you're a psyop. I'm a psyop. Yeah, I'm a psyop.
There's nothing wrong with transhumanism. I just means connecting yourself to robotics or augmenting yourself. I mean, you're fine with tattoos, then you're fine with
Some bread. Some bread today. Did you eat some bread today? Tattoo. Is a tattoo. Did you steal the bread from those Palestinians, or did you eat your bread?
Edward, my BFF.
what do you, no, I don't even like you. What do you,
My
why do you,
Best friends forever.
my BFF.
Tattoo is just ink on your skin. This one plays with your mind.
oh no, but what if that ink, well, right now they have like ink tattoos that, things that go on like tattoos that could read your,
Edward, you didn't even
body history.
Don't justify.
How far do you have to
Don't
take it?
justify for this, Edward. Like, what is going on with you?
How far, what's your
Sean, you can't be. See, you're already addicted to it. You're already
addicted to it? I don't have tattoos.
AI. No, I have tattoos. They don't.
Okay, there you go. Right, that's why you take offense. So you're already starting a transhumanism
Everyone should.
journey right now. You're already starting it. Which is good.
God, I can't believe you equivocated AI with fucking tattoos.
You're already so. You and that is not bad.
I'm doing it's like very, very foundational, right? It's very foundational.
AI drove that boy mad.
Very sub-foundational.
So I think, look, I think you guys need to maybe take Mikhail to rehab. Yeah, Anonymous or something. You know how they have these centers that you can take them to.
No, but that's true.
Because
He's got
I think he lost his
Anonymous?
Yeah, it's in there because he has
So that'll be AIA.
fully lost it.
He lost his marbles, and we don't even know what religion he believes in.
I mean, he lost his marbles.
Why? He calls his body himself.
I know. But then yet you guys always feed into it. Like you guys egg him on.
No, I don't like him on. Not at all.
I think what you guys need to do is come together and tell him to get off this fucking app and go take some time off.
That's what Prince was saying. He called me once and he was like worried. It's really something to be worried about if you like care for.
Yeah, he's going through something, whatever, and I think he needs to go see a doctor as well, and maybe they can put him on some sort of pills.
He needs to get.
I know, but smoking weed, I don't think it would do
It's not
this to you.
weed.
It's not just
No, it's not.
It's not just weed.
He's
Obviously.
doing speed, I guess.
All kinds of. It's something.
Yeah,
It's something
that's a
else.
cheaper version of coke, meth.
No, I didn't like that. Coke. It's Coke.
All over the place.
It is Coke. But either way, it's still,
It's expensive as hell, man. Coke.
Yeah.
On streets of Los Angeles, you're looking at about, what is it, $40 to $50 for a tiny bag?
Look, he knows the people he deals with.
I know,
Edward, my BFF. Edward, my BFF. BFF.
Brad,
I
it's
knew
Monday
people that
now.
sold
Are you ready to answer a
Exactly. There's a
question?
whole lot around your area.
Let me see your BFF.
Are you ready to answer a question? Brett, it's Monday.
It was last Monday. It wasn't today. It was last Monday we talked.
Oh, last Monday.
It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday where I'm at. Why don't you answer the question?
You're a liar, Brett. You're a
What did you
liar.
realize, Edward?
Brett, did you eat some bread? Did you steal it from the Palestinians?
No, that's an allegation. That's not true, man. I didn't do it.
Sounds like you did steal it.
I didn't. I'm telling you I didn't.
Did you choke on it?
Don't lie, man. Don't lie.
You did
Hey,
steal
Edward.
it.
Edward, my BFF. BFF.
I don't like you, Brett, at all.
No. You're my BFF.
There's nothing there. Like
You're my BFF.
when you call Palestinians in Gaza zoo animals,
Said that.
you said that.
Put in context. Come on.
In context.
Yes, in context. Exactly. Anyway, Edward, I just want to say you're my BFF, man. You're my BFF. But it doesn't. What does BFF stand for?
I'm not sure what you think it stands for.
Well, I know. Hey, Amir, you can work that out, man. BFF.
Yes, no, we're not friends at all.
No, it's got nothing to do.
Best boyfriend forever? Is that what it says here? Best boyfriend forever?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that loud because Amir will get offended.
Best fucking faggot?
That's pretty close. Keep going.
That's fucking
Oh, it has something to do with faggot. Is one of the F's faggot?
One of the F's is faggot, yep.
Best faggot forever.
No, come on.
I don't use the faggot word. Like, I don't use that word.
I didn't use it. I said F. He said the F word. I didn't say the F word.
You're saying actually this
I said the F word.
best F friend? Is it best F friend?
No, come on, Amir. You
Yeah,
can
that faggot. I mean, that's F friend. You understand that's what faggot?
He's from Thailand.
That's something about what is a F friend.
I'll give you a clue. I'll give you a clue.
Make some money, right? Go to that college and you'll be able to learn about what is a fuck buddy. Okay?
I'll give you a clue. It's got something to do with special education.
Why you want to go down that path, right? I'll go down that path.
I'm not going to get any path. I'm not going to get any path.
Like an idiot.
I don't know why the guy is after me specifically out of everybody.
He loves you so much, he took your English accent.
I don't know.
He doesn't have an English accent. What are you talking about?
He's got like the
Listening to sure.
It's so it's Benny Adams.
Benny Adams has a Canadian colonizer accent.
Because I feel like Edward's got the most potential in this group. He's got the most potential to come to the good
It's
side.
ironic because I feel like you have the least potential in this group.
I know, that's why I think you have the most potential.
So you can see the differential here is pretty enormous.
Yeah, I see the irony, yeah.
No, it's not.
You're
But it means-
Well, that's irony. Oh, there's
You think you're whitewashed?
I'm not white, don't be racist.
Not you, I'm telling Edward.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
And things on when he's in Thailand with ladyboys.
Not
I guess
yet.
that's kind of
Not
rough.
yet. Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
He is in Thailand. That is for sure.
Not really.
We heard it the other day.
Okay.
Not yet.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I'll go to a local and get them to speak and see if you can guess where they're from.
You're with expats. Yeah, you're with expats.
No, I'm actually, there's zero expats where I am, dude. But I can go to a local and get them to speak to you and you can guess which language it is.
No, it's okay. You did it the other day when you were asking, because you know who called you out? Actually, Mozzie did. Mozzie knew exactly where you were. You were in Thailand.
Muzzy, I'm not in Thailand.
Because he heard you asking for food, for street food.
Yeah, Xin Chao. Xin Chao, what language is that?
Mm-hmm.
Xin Chao, come on. Xin Chao.
Cambodia?
Bangyo.
No.
Vietnam.
Acha hai, ne.
Chai is the no.
Yes, this is Vietnam. What you said?
You have to ask yourself, what's this Australian man? You guys could look it up.
It's actually
Why do
Taiwan.
Australians travel to?
There are more reports.
Taiwan.
Why do white men go to these poor countries?
Yes.
Because it's close. Because we are in Asia, Australasia.
No, that's not what the report says.
Australasia. Yeah, the fuck.
So that they can live like a king in a pauper's land.
Exactly.
This is why.
I guess that's what I like in Nuggets, because you've got a brain on your head. It's slightly immoral. That's the only problem with you,
Immoral. Look at you.
You are. You're like Edward. You have potential. Yeah, you've been brainwashed by. You've been brainwashed by the Amir.
I'm immoral because I'm.
By the Amir?
Wow.
You really have a lot of respect for Amir.
What's going on?
I don't know. Is there? Wait, is it AI?
That's easy.
They have a website too, which I gotta read about their new religion. They built one.
Gosh, I can't do that. I can't fight for another religion. I can't refute another religion.
guys who come on the app that say, I'm Muslim, so I have to stand behind the Palestinians and support Palestinians. And then I say, no, I know. That's all I say. So they just war? And they say no. And I say, well, why, if you're Muslim, do you automatically Palestinians? Because I'm Muslim. So I'm confused by the narrative.
Oh, they stand behind those that are being oppressed. There you go. Now you have the answer.
They claim because they are Muslim.
Yes,
Because we are Muslims, we stand behind the oppressed.
That is a requirement.
So you should stand behind the Jews then. That doesn't make any sense.
How are you oppressed, bro? You're oppressed.
Are you joking, man? If you go on a bus in Tel Aviv, there's a risk of it blowing up for the past 30 fucking years. Which one's it from?
Well, don't have burritos before you get on the
Does a
bus.
6-year-old have to do with anything? And I'm saying you go on a bus, there's a chance you're going to get blown. What was it fucking 6-year-old?
Don't get on the bus. Stay off the bus.
Oppressing them, that's why they're blowing you up.
6-year-old is not oppressing anybody. A 6-year-old is not oppressing anybody. What are you talking?
Well, you know, if you cared, you would have stayed in Israel and defended your country.
What does a 6-year-old have to do with anything?
Your logic is incompatible with what
Come on, Nuggets, what does a 6-year-old have to do with anything? She goes and sits on the bus, there's a chance of getting blown.
Show us the real example. Show us the real example.
Okay, should we go into the history of bus attacks and restaurant attacks and how many young people have died?
Put it on history. We can just look at Gaza, right? Like, yesterday you guys killed 33.
1 second, it's raining here. I don't do that.
Let's look at Romania.
It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining men.
It's really not, I guess.
It's raining men. Not for you, Edward.
So the Shah believed in miniskirts, right?
Bro, it's just...
It was for about 5 years. It was
Well, I might be a Shah supporter now.
Edward, listen. I can do something. When Brett comes back, read him what the post and tell him who it's from. Ask him what it's about. Don't let him take you to talk about Muslim. Ask him, what did the former chief of staff of the IDF
Why don't you ask me him? Why don't you ask me? Why don't you
made a
ask me?
statement about?
Why don't you ask me him? You don't want to speak
No,
to
I'm
me
living in
because I'm not in Israel.
No, I'm really tired. And
Well, then don't come in, man. You don't need to ask Edward to ask me anything. You want to ask me something? Fucking ask me something. Otherwise, piss off.
Why are you getting so angry, Brad?
Because I don't like this girl, man. She says I have no right to comment on Israel because I'm not living in Israel. Yet she comments on Iran. One sec. But yet she comments on Iran and she doesn't live in Iran. She's full of shit.
She comments on not wanting
Oh,
to
she has a lot to say about Iran, but I'm not allowed to comment on Israel because I'm not currently living in Israel. She's a
Allow her to say it because she's objective. But
And
it's
she's a
moronic hypocrite, Edward.
Brett, I do want to read it out. This post is really good. It's from somebody that I actually asked almost to bring him on here. I don't know if you guys are aware of Boogie Alon. He goes by the name Moshe Alon as well on the ground. He's the one that came out a long time ago. IDF is not the most moral army in the world, and what Netanyahu is doing is ethnic cleansing. I talked to Boogie Alon a long time ago, and this is what he tweeted, Brett. She put the link in the chat. It was in Hebrew. I told my thing to Google to translate it to English. It says, last Tuesday evening, I attended an event to commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day. When I got home, I received a message about Jewish Islamists attacking Palestinians in the southern Hebron Hills. There's no comparison.
You're breaking up, Amir.
Can you guys hear me? Is it better?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So he said that there's no comparison after ambulances try to reach.
The no comparison is something that we say in Hebrew because Israelis say that it's not that we shouldn't compare it to the Holocaust. So when we say, but there's no comparison, we say it like sarcastically, like to indicate the severity of the situation. Just to be clear, he's actually saying it's time to
blah 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 blah
Brett, hang on, Brett. You know who Boogie Alon was, by the way, Brett? You want to know who he was? Back in 2016, he was actually defense minister, by the way.
He spent his whole life in the IDF.
Yeah, and he was part of the Likud. You know the one that you support. You know, you and a bunch of Zionist psychopaths on this app that support the Likud party, right? He was part of the Likud in 2016.
Please read
all the way through because it's important.
Sure. So, all right. So there's no after ambulances tried to reach the scene, were blocked by Jewish terrorists. 3 Palestinians were evacuated to the hospital, one of whom suffered a skull fracture. No event can compare to the Holocaust that happened to us. I, of course, immediately contacted those responsible for security in the area and was assured that the incident was being handled by the IDF. So far, not a single Jewish terrorist has been arrested, as in many other cases, because the Israel police is controlled by the convicted criminal, a racist, and a fascist priest. The Shin Bet is controlled by the representative of Jewish supremacy from the seminary of Rabbis Tau, Lear Ginsburg, and Zini, his uncle, the Minister of Defense, prevents administrative arrest of Jewish terrorists. An additional minister in the Ministry of Defense encourages illegal outposts and equips them with SUVs in order to make life miserable for the Palestinians to the point of being disposed of their land and the area being populated by the Jews. Asking again, why accuse the government of ethnic cleansing? The ideology of Jewish supremacy, which has become dominant in the Israeli government, is reminiscent of Nazi racial theory. By comparison, is forbidden. I commanded the Judean Samaria Division, the Central Command, and the IDF. I was familiar with the warnings of Professor Yeshayahu Leibowitz about the process. Sorry about that. About the process of animalization to the point of us becoming Judeo-Nazis, as he puts it, under control over another people. I did my best, even as Minister of Defense, to know how to defeat terror and remain human. I have never deceived myself that only through concessions will we obtain peace now. And I also understood the danger of Jewish supremacy to our future and existence. That is why I advocate separation. According to the last programmatic speech of the late Yitzhak Rabin from October 5, 1995, and the title of my book is a long, short road. As of today, Professor Yeshayahu Leibowitz was right, and I was wrong. The role of the next Israeli government is to prove that Professor Leibowitz was wrong, or else we will bring destruction upon our country. The government of Jewish supremacy, the government of lies and betrayal, the government of the Messianics, the evasive, and the corrupt must be replaced before destruction.
I just want to put it in context. Professor Yeshayahu Leibowitz was the Jewish, by the religious scholar in 1967 that termed the Korn Judeo-Nazi. He gave a warning, and it was actually a very famous speech, that if we keep occupying and oppressing other people, we will end up a nation of people that murder and get murdered. And he had an entire theory about the animalistic nature that this type of society takes, and he always mentioned a few stages. The 5th stage was the stage that was mentioned in the post, the animalistic stage. The 6th stage was actually the death of Zionism.
Yeah, how come he calls them Jewish terrorists?
Because people do call it that.
Yeah, when we call it, you guys are like, oh, that's anti-Semitic.
No, it's only on this app, but don't get me wrong, he's still a liberal Zionist, but it's a bit more nuanced than that. But I would like to know, Brett went away, how shocking.
What's this guy's name? 1967.
Professor Yeshayahu Leibowitz. There are multiple videos of him on YouTube speaking.
I'm gonna look him up. So 5 stages or 6 stages? He outlined?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just look for, you should listen to his talks on YouTube. It's very interesting. I'm surprised you didn't know about him, Edward.
Thank you.
I mean,
I a long time ago.
there's a lot that you've taught that I didn't know about.
Yep. I spoke about Boogie a long time ago, Rose, like about, I don't know, 6 months ago. When he came out with they told him to, take the statement back. He's like, nope, I'm not going to take the statement back. But then, Ambrose, I brought this in front of the Zionists. You know what the argument they used against it? They're like, he's a leftist. He wants nothing else.
I don't have patience for diaspora Jewish Zionists. They just don't understand
what they're talking about. It's exhausting. They're so stupid. They're so fucking.
Even Egan said this, Ambrose. Even Egan.
He's an idiot. Then like, I don't know what to tell him. He's an idiot.
Yeah. And almost, I told him, he just ignored it.
Why is that not a reasonable comeback here? That he's a leftist, like to dismiss him?
Because he's not a leftist.
Oh, well, that would be reasonable.
He's a hardcore Likud. He's always been a hardcore Likud. He's never moved more left than the left. The most left he ever went was like Ehud Omer leaving left, which is like central left. It's not left. There is no left in Israel, but he never even came close to lefty Zionism. So he's just not a left. He's anti-Bibi, but he's not a lefty.
Well, I just assumed.
And they know that perfectly well. Trust me.
I bet you a lot of the ones in the U.S., you know, the diaspora Jews, they're Zionists.
No, I'm talking about Israelis. The diaspora ones, they don't know shit.
You know what, the Israeli ones, they're indoctrinated, and some of them, they either know it or they don't know it, I think. We had somebody from the Ethiopian side. He used to come here all the time. And every time he tried to engage with him, remember that guy, what was his name?
Oh, God. Oh, my God. That was a great
annoying
right there.
man, yeah.
I mean, he goes from Israel to Gaza and doesn't recognize what's between Israel and Gaza. There's no West Bank. What are you talking about? Israel? No. The West Bank. You mean Gaza? No. Before Gaza. You mean Israel? Like this guy's too much. Zelda. Ethiopian Zionist.
I was wondering where's the border of peace. Israel yesterday, they arrested 36 Palestinians and the Gaza Strip. They bombed them. Where's the border of peace?
You don't get it. They are bored of peace. They are bored of peace. That's why they are
bored of it, huh?
The number of murders yesterday was 31. Among them were 7 children.
I thought there were 33.
I heard 31.
Two were injured.
I said over 30 injured.
No, it's possible that more were identified.
31 murdered and 2 injured, so 33 altogether. People that were involved. I think that's where the number comes from.
Including 3 young sisters. 3 girls. All sisters.
Yeah. I can't believe that Persian guy that was in here yesterday, that Zionist Iranian.
The devil's lawyer.
Yeah.
He's not worth. I don't understand. Why do you give him? He asks questions.
4 hours, bro.
I mean, if he had a claim to make or an argument, let him make the argument and then debate it. But all he did was ask questions.
Yeah, but we didn't learn anything from the interaction.
Nothing.
It was just mind-numbing bullshit.
You learned that.
No, I learned nothing from it.
You learned a lot of shit. Come on.
Yeah, I learned that they're fucking idiots.
iPhone. iPhone.
No, that's not been proven. That has not been proven.
iPhone people are smart. Right now they're not.
True, but you have an iPhone?
Of course she does. She's answered this
Just
before.
type in a chat, yes, I have an iPhone.
No, I think she's answered this before, so she said
He
yes.
says yes, 100%. He's an iPhone.
She did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, there you go. She's part of the club.
Did you see the Yahoo picture where he covered all his... Yeah, that was probably an Android.
Yeah, it had to be an Android with so many security holes.
That was a secure side of the iPhone.
Duct tape. Now, there was something... Oh, no, wait.
Hey, Gal, are you supporting the Board of Peace, Gal, that doesn't exist?
I just wanted to add something about Professor Leibovich, if you... He was... it's totally true that he was... And I agree with him that he was against the occupation, and he says that the occupation will make the Israeli society amoral. and I agree with him about this. And then, but on the other hand, he was not anti-Zionist. He did.
Nobody said that. There you go.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
He was actually liberal Zionist.
Yeah, no one said he was anti-Zionist. I didn't.
Likud.
Who is Likud? Leibovich? Boogie Yalon was.
Boogie Yalon is a good guy, right?
Was Likudnik, yes.
Hey, Gav, did you read the Twitter thing that put up about Boogie?
Did you read it? What Boogie said?
No, I didn't.
Have a look.
Generally, I know what he says.
Yeah, that's wrong, right? What's happening to the Palestinians in the West Bank? It's wrong. It's wrong.
Don't you think, Yigal, it's wrong?
What the settlers, the extreme settlers do is absolutely wrong, yes.
But not just the settlers, is it?
So you only care about the extreme settlers? What about the other settlers?
I believe in political solution.
This whatever
Leibovich.
he doesn't blame it on the settlers. He blames it on the
occupation
system itself. No, not the occupation. He doesn't blame it on occupation. He blames the Israeli government for taking part in the occupation and then destroying itself because of the occupation. So it's not settlers.
He said it after 67. He saw the future, the situation where we rule other people without rights will bring moral degradation.
But doesn't this make sense for any society to do, these terrible things that Israel it continues to do in the West Bank and Gaza?
The situation is not healthy. It's not sustainable. I agree.
But don't you think the government would know this? If you know this and I know this, don't you think the government itself would know this?
There's no such thing. There are different political powers. The Israeli society is very divided, very many opinions, many powers there.
Well, you don't think, Igal, you don't think the Israeli government is unleashing those terrorists in the West Bank? And
currently, yes. The current government.
So they unleash it for what purpose?
The current government support the.
Okay, but what purpose? What do you think the purpose is?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't think if you mean ethnic cleansing, I don't think it will happen in the West Bank. But I think it's mainly to satisfy the extremists in the power in the
already happening.
In the political base.
It's already happening. A couple of villages got cleared out.
But to what purpose do you think they should those terrorists in the West Bank? I mean, chasing people out of their land and doing the stuff that they're doing on a daily basis. And they are, protected and supported by the army and the government altogether.
The problem is that currently the far right is in central position in the politics, in the government. We have a far right police minister and far right treasury minister.
Do you think if there was a leftist government in position, do you think they wouldn't be building more settlement and taking over more land?
At least they will stop the violence of the extreme settlers. I think so. I hope so. And also, less settlements. Yes, less building of settlements. Especially the settlements inside, which are not in the big blocks, which are deep in the West Bank.
So
solution,
The purpose,
make the solution impossible.
so the purpose of them unleashing those terrorists is basically to satisfy the appetite of the right-wing government to take over more land, or like
To make the two-state solution impossible.
okay, I see. And do you think that's working?
Actually, yes.
Yeah, I agree.
But I still believe that two-state is possible.
Yeah, Ambrose, that video doesn't have a sound. The first on my side, but you can put it in the chat. I think maybe Egan can watch it. Huh?
Sure. Here's his. Yeah, Amir, what did you think of, what do you think of him calling them Jewish terrorists?
It's not the first time. You know the times of Israel called them Jewish terrorists.
Judeo-Nazis is what this guy calls them.
Yeah, I already use that.
Yeah.
I know.
What else would you call them? What do you call them? Like that's
Settler
This is in 1967.
terrorists.
They coined the phrase in 1967. What's his name? Lubavitch? Yeah. I'm going to read more about him. They coined the phrase Judeo-Nazi. Or Judeo-Nazism.
It's anti-Semitic.
It kind of is.
According to the ADL, you're not allowed to compare what's happening in Israel to the Nazis, because the Nazis killed.
Oh yes, that fine establishment, the ADL.
I'm going to read this man's great work and his 6 stages. And Em said they're in stage 5 now, and stage 6 would be the end of Zionism.
You are not allowed to use other genocides to describe this genocide. Oh, do you remember that?
Brett, you ran away, now you're back. What happened to Brett? Why is he back? Why did you run away? When I was reading out the Boogie Alon's statement.
Because it started raining, dude. My girlfriend came in.
You started raining, you just stopped the cap, man. Why do you lie so much?
This is why he ran from the IDF. He wouldn't go back to Israel. If an Israeli woman scares him, then what would Hamas?
Did you just say something every or was that just a vibration?
No.
You said that you ran away from the IDF from Israel.
It's because you're in Thailand right now and you're doing things that you shouldn't be doing. Nothing to do with me.
That's true. And please, while you're there, don't get beat up by one of the, I don't want to say it, the persons, that, how do you say, transgender person?
They call themselves lady boys. We can go with lady boys.
Yeah, lady boys.
That's what they call themselves.
So please, Brett, be careful, okay?
Sorry, I just gave my earphones to the girlfriend so she could listen.
I just threw up in my face by listening to your voice.
Bullshit that comes out of your mouth, she's laughing at it.
I just threw up in my face. And I threw up in my mouth as well. Every time you open your mic, I always tend to throw up. It's like, this is so disgusting.
That's what terrorists do just before they blow shit up on you. You know, to blow something up on you.
So when the Jewish militia did in 1940, and they've been doing it right since the early on. What about those people?
Terrorists.
Justified?
They're all dead, Amir. I mean,
You know what gets blown up the most?
They're all dead. The IDF was literally formed out of the 3 groups gang.
That's not something that terrorism was rewarded with a state.
So Brett, the things that get blown up the most in here is your arguments.
Yeah.
They end up going nowhere.
Oh, yes.
And you end up looking like a coward.
Edward, why are you upset?
A lying coward. Why do you keep coming back for the
Why are you upset? Why are you upset?
I'm not upset.
Guys, I just wanted to update you on something.
Munir,
Just a second.
we need an update. No, we got somebody more important.
Yeah, hang on a second, Brett, we gotta listen to.
We gotta listen to anyone else but you. Hold on a minute.
Hang on a second, Brett.
It's a I think just an update along with the info.
Hold on, Brett, hold on a second. Stop.
Okay, update and info is that in most of the restaurants in Thailand, they have signs no Israeli sign is allowed. They're not allowing them anymore. And now Thai people are basically demanding that the Israeli people should be stopped.
I don't think he's in Thailand.
It is in Thailand.
I don't think he's in Thailand.
No, I didn't say that.
General.
Only something good can.
Because Thai people what they are saying is that the Zionists, when they come there, they are very disrespectful to us. But they don't love them anymore.
I'm muting you.
I'm driving the car, it's not me.
I
wish it was me.
I asked you to mute the fuck up, Brad, but you don't want to mute up, so I have to keep muting you.
I'm not that fast anyways.
Yeah, so Brad, Munir, go on.
Okay, so Munir, first of all, not even time.
The issue happened when this one Zionist, the first issue which came in media was with the Zionist girl. She was in a restaurant with her feet on top of her table. And when someone corrected her, she said that your country is run on our money, you can't do that. After that, she was kicked out of the restaurant, and then there were a couple of other issues where in Phuket, Thailand, these people bought a lot of lands over there, and
This
then
guy believes everything he reads in the newspaper. He believes everything he reads in the newspaper. You believe everything he reads in the newspaper.
Calm down, Brad. Brad, just stop being a gandu, okay? Stop being a gandu.
Reads everything he reads in the newspaper.
Stop being a
that's a
gandu, Brad.
Malayali
Stop being a
accent.
gandu.
That's the Malayali accent. That's not my accent, it's a Malayali accent. If you want to copy me properly.
Brad, just stop being a gandu. Brad, stop being a kanjar. Stop being a kanjar.
Tupagal.
You are the biggest
So after that, in Phuket, what they have done is that they put a lot of land over there, and then they made houses on those lands. And after that, they made a wall around it, and they were saying no Thais allowed. So the people in Phuket said that what the hell is that? That how come a normal Thai person can't enter these residential buildings where these people are living? And then there have been issues of drugs, there have been issues of that, and now Thai people are demanding that these people should be stopped here, and the free visa for them should be stopped along with that. Now, if you search online, you will guys find out in which cities it actually says Israeli Zionists not allowed to enter.
Where is it? Pocket.
See, Brad, how I'm muting you every 2 seconds. You see, a retard like you would, keep on barking, right?
And he said pocket. In pocket. He said
I wonder
Stop being a gandu, okay, Brad?
I wonder why he's mocking an Indian accent when Indians are very nice to Israel.
Yeah, that's true. You lived in India, Brett. Why are you mocking the people that did you not respect the people from India?
what's that got to do with anything? I just said.
Is that I'm hearing that you were the biggest kanjar over there when you lived over there?
He said.
Is that the deal?
I'm confused where pocket is. That's
No, you were the biggest kanjar when you lived in India. Is that right? Is that what I heard?
Amir, the Bagal.
Were you the biggest benchod over there when you lived over there amongst the people in India?
The Marachod said pocket. I was just going to correct.
Were you the benchod over there?
The Marachod said pocket.
This is the problem with benchod guys. For the context, it means sister fucker. This is what ends up happening when you have people like Brad. I think they lost their marbles. They don't know what the hell they're talking about majority of the time. Plus,
just responding.
Plus, he took a flight from Thailand, right? So we don't know what went on over there.
Yeah, deported from Thailand.
Yeah, probably got deported.
Lady boy.
There we go. Yeah, maybe he got beat up by Lady Boy. I don't know, man. I mean, that's what ends up happening to the Zionist comebacks. They've been getting their ass whooped all over the world. Not just here, even in Amsterdam. I remember that the guy that did the backflip, the kick. I think he did. It was the Moroccan guy that did it in Amsterdam. During that whole event that happened in Amsterdam.
All I said is, he said, pocket. Why do you get your titties in a twist on you?
Yeah, that's right. Why you being the same way?
Do you have STDs? Did you get
All I said was, he said, pocket. Why are you getting your titties in a twist?
Who cares about the bucket? Who cares what he said? What do you care?
I just don't know where pocket is. I mean,
why do you care? Why do you care? You say a whole bunch of shit.
He was talking about pocket. I want to know.
Let him say what he's saying. Why are you here to
Let him
troll?
say what he's saying. I just said, where's pocket? Pocket. Where's pocket?
Okay. Check your own pockets. I don't know if you haven't seen. Do you have any money in your pockets?
I've got a little Jewish money in my pocket. Do you need some?
You're a cheap whore. You're a cheap whore.
I'll lend you some money. I'm here on very low interest rates.
Okay. Keep it to yourself. This is the type of shit that comes out of Brett's mouth that spreads anti-Semitism, right? This is the problem with this is their own narrative. Brett is trolling. So Brett is trolling. Brett reminds me.
I don't troll.
Who does he remind me?
Never. I would never.
So he reminds me of there were some people, some disgusting characters inside Israel. What they did is they made a Holocaust porn to mock the Holocaust. You remind me of one of those people. All right, I read into it. I didn't know about it until he brought it to my attention. And you do sound like one of those people. You know that you want to mock anything to do with the Jewish. There we go. You see, anything to do with Jewish, you would have to mock it.
Why have you got your titties in a twist? I just said pocket, and I was questioning his word pocket. That's all I said.
This guy has a sick mind, bro. Perverted mind.
Yeah, the friends, they made a Holocaust porn, the Israelis, right? He's the biggest bencho. When he went to India, I'm sure he got cursed at work.
No,
just Google it. It's called Holocaust porn. There's few Israelis, they made a Holocaust porn to sort of like mock the Holocaust. And it was very disturbing. Yeah, you just look it up. Look it up.
Look it up, Mr. People, bro. The Israelis.
Look it up where? Where should I look it up?
Google it.
You mean like sex videos or like novels?
Pornography, bro.
Pornography can also be a weird form of necrophilia.
It doesn't have. It's all mixed up, Prince. You check it out. Just look it up. Hey, what's up, Shape? How was your trip, Shape? Did you have fun? Long time no talk.
Hey, man, I'm back. How you guys doing?
We did miss your energy, though.
Bro, where did he go?
Vegas.
I won't ask you anything about it.
The Sin City. He went to the Sin City.
I'll just put it this way, Amir. Please don't take any offense, but there's a hell of a lot more sin happening in this room sometimes.
No offense to you. No offense to anybody. Retard. No offense to your Brett, you're a retard.
Why have you got your titties in a twist on me? Why? What's the problem? What's up? You okay? Do you need a hug?
All sexual every time.
Do you need a hug? Do you need you got titties? Do you need a hug, Amir?
Look, Amir, in Brett's defense, I've seen a lot worse versions of him when he talks about other things. So, I mean, baby steps.
So this is a 5.0, Brett 5.0 or 10.0?
On the level of 0 to testicles, he's probably about a 3 right now.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
So nice. I really like shapeshifter. Thank you, brother.
Today you like him, yesterday you didn't like him, therefore yesterday you didn't like him.
I love shapeshifter, man. As much as I love Amir, and as much as I love
I know. As much as you cursed me out, cursed Edward out. Shape, when you were gone, he called Edward a blind fuck.
No, he didn't. No.
Yeah, he did. No. Edward, did he bring up his disability? Guess what? We learned something new about Brett.
Calling it a disability.
We learned something new about Brett.
Brett, I don't want him to do that. Let's give him a chance to clear his name. Brett, you didn't do that.
I would never.
We have the clip. Shape in the clip.
Yes, he did.
Play the clip.
Yeah. You really want to hear your crash out, huh, Brett?
Play the clip.
You really want to hear your crash out? Let's bring Shooky in here. Let's listen to your disgusting stuff that you said, the wild creature stuff that comes out of your disgusting mouth.
Shuki your daughter.
Look, I believe in redemption. I believe
Yeah, he's a doggy, Brett. Seriously. He's got a doggy mouth, by the way.
I believe in redemption.
Bitch, we know that.
Amir, I believe in redemption. Can we allow Brett the chance to preemptively apologize?
Yeah, sure. Once we listen to the clip, sure. And guess what? Emerald, it's a shame you missed out.
No, before the clip, this is your chance, Brett. Before the clip plays, would you like to preemptively apologize?
I would just like to say, Shay, that I have received a certificate from Amir as Clubhouse's dumbest science, which I'm I just want to say how extremely proud I am to have received that award from Amir. Coming from him, I consider it to be. I just feel awesome. I don't know how to explain it to you, Amir. I just want to say thank you, and thank you all. I have written a speech. I'm happy to read that speech to you.
You can go on. Don't stop on my occasion.
There's not enough people in the room. Yeah.
So what ended up happening? Emerald's cooked the shit out of Brett, right? Emerald's just like all this. And Brett got triggered. He got pissed off. He started cursing at her. At one point, he got really, started saying disgusting stuff. In the end, I had to move him down. And then I said, I'm going to get you a certificate. I'm going to issue you a certificate. I used my special sources, people that are backing me up. I put his name in there. I said the dumbest Zionist, and they gave me the certificate, and I gave it to Brett, and I gave Ambrose a certificate as well.
I printed it out
for
and framed it.
The best, the Pro Pally. Huh?
I printed it out in here and I framed it.
I think you would frame it. Okay, put a picture on your PTR.
I want to hear the clip, man. I'm waiting.
You want to hear the clip?
Yeah.
You got cooked pretty badly, though. Seriously.
Shapeshifter, you like Amir again? I mean, you shifted again?
Sorry, come again?
Sorry, you like Amir again? Are you back liking Amir?
What do you mean again? I never had a problem with him. We have a differences of opinion.
But you become a Zionist, Shapeshifter.
Why, I was always a Zionist. Always. I'm the acceptable version in this room. You know, the open-minded one. Try it out, Brett.
Anyway, back to Amir's hairy testicles.
I left him speechless.
No. Back to Amir's hairy testicles. Why do you guys like stroking his testicles? General, like, what is it? It's a sick obsession. I guess, sick. Fire, I know you don't stroke his testicles. You're an exception. You're a lovely anti-science. Amir is searching for the kid.
So we should listen to it. You guys ready? We should listen to how Brett got cooked.
I'll leave and
Yeah, let's do this. No, why would you leave?
Because I don't need to listen to it.
No, you should listen to it and apologize.
Yes,
Brett, listen to it. Come.
Edward or
I will.
No, we should listen to it.
I will write an apology speech for Brett in absentia. So, Brett, you can go ahead and leave. I got your back, man.
Cheers.
Wow. Are you gonna sign that off, Brett? If he writes it using ChatGPT, and you gonna put your initials on there?
No. I'm not using ChatGPT. I'm just. It's gonna be from.
Oh, he's gonna write it. Okay.
No, I'm just gonna riff it.
Wait. Apology for what? For calling Edward?
For calling Edward the blind fuck.
Well, he called me.
And you went on fire, right? And you cursed at
I would never.
Do you want me to just talk?
You should listen to it. Why don't you sit back and listen to what you said, Brett?
I'm secretly.
Are you gonna get triggered?
I'm secretly like fire.
Are you gonna get triggered? I think you're gonna get triggered.
No, I would
That's why you can't handle your own voice, what you have said. You can't even handle that shit.
I would never.
Why don't we listen to it, Brad? If you have the balls, let's listen to it then.
It wasn't me. I was
It
possessed.
wasn't you. It wasn't you. You were here.
It wasn't me. I was possessed.
Okay.
So it wasn't me.
Wow. It wasn't you. Emerald never cooked you. I never gave you the certificate for being the dumbest Zionist, huh?
Emerald can't cook me. That's the problem.
Okay, so are you gonna sit back and listen? Be a man, right? Be a man, right? And listen to what you have said, and then apologize.
The problem is I've got to go at the time late. I've got to go, but I'll be back just after.
No, we're gonna play it right now. We're gonna listen to it right now. Are you gonna stick around or are you gonna run away?
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, eat the chicken. Eat the chicken. Yeah, your chicken.
Why am I chicken? You guys could listen to it.
Why would you not apologize after listening to what you have said? Why are you lying?
Why should I apologize? It's the truth.
So you do believe that Edward is a blind fuck? That's what you believe in?
Yeah, I should have said blind fuck face.
You said it.
Yeah, but I should have said blind fuck face. I shouldn't have said blind fuck face.
Yeah, so that's still wrong.
No, but I didn't say, I meant to say blind fuck face.
No, but we have the clip that says you called him a blind fuck. And you did it because you got triggered.
Every name, Shane, Edward's called me every name.
I think we should listen to it, but don't run away, Brad.
I'm going to leave and I'll come back when it's finished. You guys.
No, I want you to listen. I want you to listen to it, sit back, and think about what you have said.
As soon as you start playing it, I'll leave.
And deflect on it. Deflect on what you have said and which was wrong.
No, it was wrong to say blind fuck. I should have said blind fuck face.
Yeah, same thing. Same shit, different toilet.
No, it's it
wasn't me. Yeah, same shit, different toilet.
Wasn't me. Okay.
Yeah.
So shapeshifter, I got to explain to you, shapeshifter. I don't see Edward as having a disability. I see him as having a special ability.
Then why would you call him blind fuck? You should have said, oh, it's an ability, it's not a disability.
No, but what I'm saying is he's blind. Do you have an issue?
Did you want to listen to what you have said?
Do you have an issue with the fact
you said you got triggered and you could start calling him names?
Yeah, you called him names. Brad, come on.
Okay, my darling fire. No, but he's gonna run away. I want this scumbag to sit here and listen to what he has said.
Well, I'm not a scumbag.
He's not everywhere. He's not everywhere.
I only want to listen to fire. I only want to listen to fire.
I have a proposal. If Brett proactively apologizes with his own from the heart speech, not edited by AI, then Amir, perhaps you should stand down on playing the clip.
You would apologize, but I would apologize to fire.
No, that's fair.
Apologize to everybody that you have fucking cursed at in that clip because you got triggered, right?
One sec. I will apologize, Amir, if you apologize for every time you've cursed me. Is that fair?
No, that's scope creep. You're expanding the scope. Today we're here to talk.
Okay, let me apologize ahead of time because I'm gonna call this guy not a scumbag.
There you go.
But I bet that's very fucking scummy.
There you go. If you guys apologize for every time you've insulted someone who all he says is he claims to be a scientist.
You believe in collective punishments. If I curse at you, you are gonna curse at everybody here.
Look, everyone curses at me in this room.
No, I tease you, and it's not. It's
So much shame, Edward. I'm never cursing at him.
Yeah, but Brett, you're trying to distract from the fact that you crossed a red line.
What's the red line, shapeshifter?
You don't go after people's disabilities. And
he hasn't got a disability. Why do you keep
doubling down?
I don't understand. It's horrible.
Why would you say blind fuck?
Because he's blind. He's blind, and I called him a fuck. So what? It's like saying dumb fuck. If he was dumb, I would describe him as being dumb as a fuck.
Be a man.
Fuck face. I should say fuck face.
Be a man. That's it. Just say I should have said something else.
He also called him Stevie Wonder.
No. What's wrong with Stevie Wonder?
Yes. You called Edward, Stevie Wonder.
What's wrong with Stevie Wonder? What's wrong with
Come on, Brad, come on.
Is it because he's black? Are you racist, Fire? I don't think you're racist.
Roll the clip here. Move him down and roll the clip.
I'll just leave.
No, I want this scumbag, this racist bitch, to come sit here and listen. Why aren't you going to listen?
Just play the clip, Shuki. Play the clip.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Go on, Shirley. Let's do it. Run.
That's good.
He's back.
I'm back.
You left because you couldn't make it in Israel.
I said I couldn't economically survive.
Yeah, economically, that's what I mean. You couldn't make it.
So what?
Okay, you left, you couldn't make it economically, and then you didn't go back when they, when they had multiple battles or wars with Hamas. You never went back one time. You're going to sit here and support Israel?
Because you don't know anything about me.
You're a couch general. That's what you are. Now sit there and shut the fuck up.
Blow yourself up with your fucking
Couch potato and so that's reality. He eats chips and crunches on fish and chips. That's all he does.
Hey, Amir, shut the fuck up. Let me speak.
Yeah, that's all you do, bro. Fish and chips and cheese.
You did not serve in that army. I don't want to see this. You're an embarrassment.
Amir, let him fight his own fucking battle here.
No, but I don't get it. Like, where do you come from all of a sudden, right? A freeloader like you and Ruben Chip, like characters.
You guys are fucking terrorists.
You don't even know what you're terrorists. Freeloaders, right? Who gave you the right to speak on this, right? Who the fuck gave you the right to speak on this?
You're fucking
Speaking like Ruben Chip, like not speaking on the Palestinians because they're getting so quick to slaughter. A person like you, how the fuck you support Israel? Where the hell, who gave you the right to support Israel? Like, how come you're not even in Israel? You don't pay taxes. You're probably, defrauding the tax system in Israel, right? So you're still not, you're scammer. He's a Israeli passport. He has a Israeli passport, but he doesn't pay taxes. He's a freeloader. He's hiding his taxes.
You're a little terrorist.
Yeah, he's hiding his taxes on Israeli government, right? He doesn't pay taxes, right?
Edward, close your eyes.
Brett, I'm embarrassed for you, Brett. Honestly.
He doesn't pay taxes to Israeli government. Like, how do you do that? Where do you come up from?
Tell me you'll get
He lives in America, doesn't pay a single penny to run single shekel to Israeli government. Yet you want to come and speak up on Israel.
Who lives in America?
I live in America.
So, wait. Like your brother, why are we abusing one another?
Where the hell do you come from? You have an Israeli passport, yet you're a freeloader, you don't even live inside Israel, you don't serve in the IDF, you don't pay a single penny to the taxation system.
Because Aaron said that you're all freeloader, you're on the
speaking on behalf of Israel. You just speak on behalf of Israel.
Shut up, motherfucker, just shut up and listen for a second.
These scumbag, right? These disgusting assholes, right? Little terrorist here, a fucking chameleon, a little bitch, right? He just wants to talk smack.
Little fat terrorist, love, and you're
I'm a fan, don't you? You have to film shit, that's the problem.
You're in a stadium on the fucking friend.
Yeah, this is the problem.
You have a problem with people.
Listen.
Put your money where your mouth is. Serve in the army.
Use your eyesight, man.
Serve in the army. You can't talk about Israel. We want to hear from Israelis. We want to hear from Israelis. We don't want to hear from people like you, like from Australia. That want to, look at me, I'm trying to tell Israel. We're nobody. Israelis don't even take it seriously. That's what everyone said. Go into a Hebrew speaking room right now and tell them that you did not serve as a reservist since 1992. Tell them that. They will spit on you. Israelis will spit on you.
You lost your sight, buddy?
Don't worry about me. Worry about you not handling your obligations.
Is it a bomb or is that just child labor?
Israel is not your country. Israel is not your country, so we don't have to.
Soldiers that went through PTSD, they're self-destructing, they're committing suicide right now as we speak. And Brett,
He lost your eyesight, Edward?
He's not even in the world.
he's got PTSD. We can't even have a conversation with Brett. He changes it.
Shut the fuck.
That's the problem with freeloaders like him. It's not Brett and Ruben.
Listen very carefully. Yeah, Ruben shit.
Can I beg you, Brett, to be polite?
No. Ruben shit, don't you fucking do that, man. Don't you fucking do that. When everyone talks about the destruction of a country, don't you tell me to be fucking polite, you get it?
What? Destruction of the country?
Oh, you're attacking Rubinstein now?
Ruben,
That's your
you want to say,
brother.
buddy? Ruben? No, you're muffled. No, I heard you. You want to say Ruben? Yeah, you heard me, right? Okay, I heard you. Okay. Is there any chance that we can speak to one another with the utmost of dignity and respect?
Yeah, I mean, starting attacking Edward's disability. He attacked you.
Okay, so fuck you, you little terror lover, and Edward, you blind motherfucker. How'd you lose your sight, man?
Calm down. Stop attacking his disability.
Yeah, why is it better for disability? Why is it not a special ability? If you're an Israeli, you would become a special ability.
Yeah, you're not Israeli, right? You don't live inside Israel. You're living on a freeloader, right? You're a fucking freeloader, right? You're enjoying your fish and chips, right? Wherever the fuck you are. Cognitive down, Brett. Alright? You have this problem, right? You live outside Israel. You know it's Israel.
Shut the fuck up.
You want to speak on behalf of Israel.
You have no fucking right to
You don't have any right to speak on Israel because you don't pay taxes. You don't have some kind of idea. You don't have the right to speak on Israel.
If you care so much about Israel, you run your mouth. You're not helping Israel at all, and you haven't. All your life, you haven't. And all you could do is sit here and talk to us instead of helping Israel and Israelis. Well, what are you doing? What? You're only fucking bad at Israel and empowering terrorism. Is that why you lost your eyesight, motherfucker? Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up.
That's the problem with Brett. He's a freeloader, lives out, eats fish and chips, right? He munches on fish and chips. He chokes it down on fish and with soda or whatever. You probably like shrimp or whatever, right? Or you actually like fish.
Shut the fuck up, man. I don't like fish, yeah.
He's gonna attack fire now. Scumbag. Stop doing that. Do not attack fire. Fucking idiot.
Do we have any Israelis in the room? Is that like actual Israelis?
We have the actual Israelis. Seriously, we don't want to talk to people like freeloaders like Brett and These are freeloaders and don't have any dog in this game, right? They're living outside in fancy lives, right?
It's a fucking deal with it, man. Just deal with it. Get over it.
You're a couch potato, Brett.
Get the fuck up, Brett, man. You haven't done your duty. You're the destruction of the country, Edward. You're not a real Israeli. You did not want the destruction of the country, man.
So, thank you, Shuki. Thank you for playing. So you guys get the idea, right? There's no point of listening to the whole thing. Right, Chef, you get the idea?
That was awful.
That's what Brett did, right? And the problem with Brett is he doesn't want to accept what he has done. He attacked, me. I don't mind getting attacked. I don't really give two fucks, right? I attacked Edward on his disability, and then when he got called out, he's like, no, that's his ability, but it doesn't matter. If it's ability or whatever, you respect the person. You don't go, attack his disability. And then Faya wanted to, control the situation. He started attacking Faya. Like, shut that way, and Faya, she has never cursed at him, nothing.
I'd like to commend Ruben for stepping in, though. That was a good man move right there.
Yeah, I sent you down, Rubinstein, because you came off the mic. I don't want no interruptions, that's why. I'll bring you back up if you want to come up. Yes, Jason, what's the deal today? We have Jason here. You got kind of cooked as well by Emerald yesterday. Yes, Jason.
I am here. The cooking that was done yesterday wasn't on your side. It was on my side. But I have a proposition for you, my friend. Pick your best Free Palestine supporter. Let's set up a room, a big day, with a neutral mod. I will go support the side of Israel, and whoever you pick will support the side of Palestine, and we can settle this on this app once and for all. What do you say?
Palestinians are killing themselves, bro. What's in it for me, man? They are killing themselves.
One second, guys.
What is this guy? Where'd you go?
We can have a respectful debate. I'm asking of you, if you're so certain that the Palestinians are being oppressed, if you're so certain that Israel is an apartheid state, if you're so certain that we're committing a genocide, then pick your best
on here to address this topic. We'll go in a room, we'll have neutral mods, meaning someone who's not a Palestine supporter, someone who's not an Israel supporter. There are people on this app that do these things. And we will debate away.
Hey, can I suggest something?
Israel is
yes,
a foreign answer. Do you understand? Israel is hang on, Ali, stop trolling.
I'm just going to suggest something. This plea for neutral mods is the language of the weak. Why don't you just make your case right here, man? Like, what do you think Amir's going to do?
He gave us a headache yesterday. Saying
maybe you're not familiar.
This isn't the Olympics, bro. Like, we're not.
Say maybe you're not familiar, but I do address it here all the time. Not a problem.
Okay.
Normally when I address it, I'm going 1 on 10.
So we won't go 1 on 10.
Okay,
We won't go 1 on 10.
Shane, what are you so worried about? I mean,
I'm not worried about. You're the one that's asking for neutral mods.
Okay, so what I'm asking.
Worldwide telecasted event.
Yeah, I think that would be great.
Relax. This isn't the worldwide Olympics of debating, so just relax a little bit, and we can debate you here. You can pick one person, and they'll debate you. You got a lot to say. You're a big tough guy. Let's go. I mean,
thank you. I take that as a compliment.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask again because I'm not directing this message to Shape because Shape he apparently doesn't know me, Amir, and doesn't know that I've been here many times.
Just debate him here. Let's move on.
I don't want a headache, Shane. I got a headache yesterday.
Okay, so Amir,
You know what?
you don't have to do this.
I remember this sucker. We beat him many
Okay.
So I'm saying it's Jason.
Okay, so
and Houston.
Amir, can you at least call me by my real name?
Hold up,
That is your real name, Jason.
No, it's not. My name is Yehuda, my friend. But okay,
Everybody knows you by Jason on this app.
The Jews themselves beat him on the Torah. So I didn't get that from everybody.
Okay.
Hello, Mayor. Debate Prince, and let's move on.
Prince, it seems like you're talking a lot, so I'm assuming you're gonna be the one that's going to take this challenge. Are you up for it?
Give it to Miguel.
Oh my God, I'm so scared.
Oh, Prince, so are you going to take the challenge?
You talked to Miguel, right? Jason, you talked to Miguel, right?
I don't remember who Miguel is, but if you want to...
Cynic Miguel.
Okay, so yeah, that's fine.
He knows your scripture, he knows my scripture, he knows the Bible pretty good, he knows the New Testament.
That's great.
I would like to right here, right now.
I would like someone to
Right.
This is very exciting. So let's set a time and a day. We'll get all the time in. We'll get all the wait. No. One second.
Wait, this is a pay-per-view.
Okay, shit. No, it is pay-per-view. Amir's room is up here every day for a cause that is relax. It's a delusional cause. Amir puts up a room every day for a delusional cause.
Every day.
Okay, so guys, dude,
Nobody's saying
if this doesn't happen, then I'm just gonna say you cannot defend the Palestinian position.
He's not doing anything for the Palestinians.
Hang on a second. Prince wants to respond. Go on, Prince. What's your take?
I think he doesn't want to do it now because he want to live stream it on his failed YouTube channel.
My friend, I don't care about YouTube. I'm saying.
Tell him to do it with Miguel. Just do it with Miguel. You'll be okay.
Okay, Prince. Maybe I will get clear. This room is up here every day, bashing Zionists, bashing Israel,
He keeps whining.
bashing Jews, bashing Jews.
We don't bash the Jews, man. Come on.
Amir, you don't, but there are people on stage that do.
So I kicked somebody out that supported Nazi earlier, man.
Okay, I appreciate you. That's why I said you do support, you like Jews. You distinguish, but in reality, many people up here don't. Amir, I proved it last night when I simply said to anyone up here, Prince, can you relax for a second? Okay, you see? Amir, you see?
Bro, you
Tyler, shut up for the past 10 minutes.
Okay,
Like,
so
you need to relax, dude.
I proved that point yesterday when nobody here wanted to say it belongs to Israel as well. Even though M, she's in the audience listening, and you guys think that Jews belong in Israel also.
Yesterday when we asked you where should Jindib go, why didn't you answer us?
Where should who go?
Jindib.
Who?
Jindib.
What are you talking about? Where should
He
Jindib
lives in
go?
the West Bank. He lives in the West Bank. Where should he go?
He's more than welcome to stay there if he wants to stay there. We already made the point. Listen, when I was discussing this with Em in front of all of you, she clarified for all of you that 2 million Palestinians live in Israel. And I asked them, well, why don't they leave? Do they want to leave? I said, do they want to leave? Do they want to leave? They're being oppressed. Do they want to leave? And let me finish. And M said, no, they do not want to leave. So they're not being oppressed.
Their own homeland, are you retarded?
So apparently they're being oppressed. Who wouldn't want to leave when they're being oppressed?
Arabs have the best standard of living in the region. Arabs in Israel have the best standard of living in the region.
Brad. Arabs have more freedom in Israel than they do in their own Muslim countries. How sad.
Why doesn't 90 million Iranians live? Why don't they live in Israel?
So wait, one second, guys. Why are we switching this? So Amir, I'm gonna take it. Amir, I'm gonna relax, guys. One second, I'm talking to Amir. Amir, I'm gonna take it that none of your family here, the Free Palestine movement that's on this app, is willing to defend this position. Because I'm asking kindly, I'm saying, look at what I'm saying. I am a Zionist. I believe that Israel is a state for the Jewish people. If you want to live there with us, you are more than welcome to. I'm not excluding you. Are you going to defend this fable of a Palestine, or are you not? That's right. Look at what I'm doing.
I'll give you, hold on, I'll give you just one name. Hang on. I'll give you one name. Prince knows him. Everybody knows him. His name is Cynic Mikhail. And he's a Palestinian, and he would be able to do a proper debate with you because he knows all of these scriptures. For my side, I only know my scripture. I don't know your scripture, right? But he knows, Mikhail knows all the 3 scriptures, and he's a Palestinian, and he knows all the talking points. I think you should talk to him and set up a debate. Prince, you can set it up. You could be the neutral mod and let them, find out.
I think Cynic should be online now. If he's not,
Can we invite him? Invite Cynic.
No,
He's not in this room. Not in this room. The other room. We're gonna turn it with the replays on, and then we can watch it later.
Amir, I want to take this time. I want to invite all the Palestinians, and we'll make it happen.
I can text him.
You can even watch it afterwards if the replays are on.
Guys, let's just do it right here. I mean, look, this guy.
He gave us a headache stream yesterday for 3 hours.
No. It's this one-on-one.
I never knew Palestinians were so fearful.
I never. Hey, relax.
They act so hard.
This is why
Okay, hold on.
Palestinians in reality.
Hold on. Mute up for a second. Mute up.
Given that name from a Roman emperor.
You're not smart.
The funniest thing.
Mute up. Relax. Prince, would you debate this guy right now? Only 2 people speak, you and him. Would you accept his challenge?
You want to debate now?
Would you debate him? Okay, so you're saying if he doesn't run away, you would debate him. Okay, Mr. Godzilla, would you debate you and Prince? Just you 2. Would you? Yes, would you debate him right now?
Not right now. I want to start.
Okay, all right. Mute up, coward. Mute up.
This is exactly what is. You guys are kings.
This guy's a major. Listen, hey, she's the whoop.
You don't want to come
She's the whoop, man. She's the
Major Jasmine.
I spent yesterday, last night. I spent all.
Dude, I can't hear you over the chicken.
Destroying all your believers from this fable of Palestine.
I'm gonna call you Shish Tabu from now on. Farouche, right here, right now. No, Farouche, right here. No, I'm not stopping until you accept his debate. Yeah, come on, Farouche, you can do it.
Friends, next Sunday,
He's a week to debate.
6 o'clock p.m. Next Sunday, 6 o'clock p.m. We'll invite all the Zionists. We'll invite the Palestinians.
Sad.
We'll see us me and you on a stage. And one neutral mod that neither supports either side.
So sad.
Okay?
I think Cynic would be better for this.
Okay, cynic will be better. Whoa, so you don't trust. Wait, what?
No, great. If it's religious and about
It can be both.
Judaism.
It can be both. No, I said.
I don't care about your religion. I don't
I
care
don't.
about your religion.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, Brett. This guy is so funny.
Shut the fuck up.
You can use the Quran to back up your points, the Torah to back up your points. I don't care what you want.
What is your argument?
You can use that Palestine is a fable. It is made up. You are supporting something blindly.
Every nation is made up. What's your argument? Is that really your argument?
So prove it to me in a debate in front of everyone on this app.
Can you listen for a second and not just talk all the time? Can you listen? Are you going to use your Bible in the debate to prove that you own the land? Is that what the intent?
No, you don't have to do that. You can do whatever you like to prove your point. You can do whatever you like. Listen to what I'm saying. If you want to add religion to it, you can add religion to it. You're talking to someone who knows the Quran. So if you want to...
But there's no argument here. What are you guys arguing about? There's no argument.
So, okay, wait. This is the funniest thing I've ever seen. You guys are here every day talking shit about Israel, talking shit about Zionists, and when a Zionist comes up here and gives you a formal challenge...
He just told you to do it right now, but you can
No, I want people to see this for their own eyes.
Sunday, you've been talking about it for 20 minutes. Shut the fuck up. We'll do it on Sunday. Stop whining like a
Okay, perfect. So who's gonna be the princess? If you're gonna be the person?
Yes.
You're gonna be the person? Okay, perfect.
Claim. Like, what are you arguing?
That's the thing. What's the claim
What is
here?
your claim?
Okay.
Claim,
Okay, this is good. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Okay, Prince is gonna be the representative of the Free Palestine tribe.
middle school, man. That's what the hell's going on.
Claim, premise, action, conclusion.
You need a
What's your claim?
Exactly. What's the premise?
Oh, he's panicking. Help him out. Caleb, help him out. What's the premise?
You know what? I'll give you a premise.
Oh, you're kind. You're a gentleman. Sorry, I'm making a little bit too hard. I couldn't take my stomach.
Poor you.
Prince, okay, I'm happy now. This is great. So, Amir, Prince is gonna represent your family here. He's gonna represent your family here. Do you want me to refer you over some lots? Do you want me to refer you? Can talk to them, make sure you're comfortable with that?
What are you arguing?
Chicken nuggets. We don't understand you right now. Not this Palestine. This whole Palestine concept. This free Palestine movement.
Jason, do you hear me? We're setting the debate. Can you hear me? Can you stop doing that childish bit?
I'm listening. Go ahead. This is exciting.
We have two premises. Premise number one, Israel is a settler colonial Jewish supremacist state. Premise number two, be it resolved, Israel was founded on mass killings and ethnic cleansing.
Notice how he said Jewish, guys, and not his true color.
I mentioned both.
Listen, I think the premise should be that you are following and supporting a
How are you making premise without a claim?
Palestine is non-existent in history. Palestine has never had a king. They've never had a king. They never had a monarchy. They never had any established. I have a small request. It's all made up.
Jason, can you finish swallowing the chicken before you speak?
Is this even serious? Like, is this really how you're gonna debate this? Whatever.
Here, how about Prince? We'll make it simple. How about that Israel is not committing a genocide? Can we talk about that?
Now you're getting somewhere.
I know you wanted to deal with the foundation, so you want to talk about.
I am talking with the negation.
You
When you have the negation, there's no argument. You're making a statement.
So
The negation holds no burden of proof. Mango study logic. Logic 101.
Nuggets, I just question, Nuggets, are you bored with his intellect? Is that what's happening?
He's starting with a negation, like there's no burden of proof on a negation.
Well, she's bored. Like she's intellectually bored. No, she's bored with you. Like, just look out.
Amir, talk to your family. Amir. Talk to your family.
Not your daddy.
If it wasn't thank God, Amir is actually somewhat decent.
Oh my God, not your daddy. Calm down.
That want to wish the destruction of the Jewish people. Amir doesn't want that. So
I don't want that.
Nobody wants the destruction of Jews, man.
What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, so wait. So yes, Amir, can we finish our conversation from yesterday? Do Jews belong?
Oh my God.
Nobody yesterday said it. Does anyone want to say it?
I have no issue with Jews being in Israel.
No, belong. Do they belong in Israel?
I have no issue with them having a homeland.
How can they belong inside a person?
I have no issue with them having a homeland. So long as the Palestinians have the same.
Okay, so
do Palestinians belong in Palestine? Answer my question. I answered yours. I answered your question. Answer mine.
No, you didn't. I didn't.
Palestine.
Wait, I want to make sure I hear this correct.
Okay. So look, guys, let's just speak.
This is actually a good conversation. Finding someone with the right mind. Thank God.
Go ahead.
So Shane,
Go ahead.
you will say right now these words: Jews belong to the land of Israel. They can be there.
I will slight edit. I have. Hold on, just let me use my words. You'll be okay.
And I hope you're hearing this.
Chicken nuggets. Relax. Slight edit. Jews should have a homeland called Israel.
Where?
Are you happy?
Where?
67 borders.
Okay. So.
Okay, now it's your turn. Hold on.
Wait.
No.
Don't let him keep asking questions.
I'm gonna let you answer.
Hold on. Honestly, I've come up with 3 names for you: chicken nuggets, and shish taouk. If you want me to start going farouj on your ass, which is rotisserie chicken in Arabic, I don't want to go farouj on your ass.
I like chicken.
Honestly, I will go full farouj on your ass if you don't start answering questions right here.
Okay, I'll start answering.
Okay. To the Palestinians.
So Jews.
He already answered.
I already answered. We're gonna move on now.
You made a slide.
Okay, farouj. This is their final farouj warning. Okay, thank you for being civil. Okay. Do the Palestinians deserve a homeland in what was historically been Palestine? Yes or no? Now we see who the bigot is. Thank you for answering the question.
So now can you elaborate a little more? What is the Palestinian? Are you in front or on front? What is the Palestinian way? What is the we spoke about this yesterday, guys. God gave the entire Muslim world all these lands, and only reserved with this one area for the Jewish people. Let us live there. If you want to live there with us, if you want to live there,
Palestinians are Muslims. They are Christian Palestinians. They are Christian Palestinians. We're not all Muslims.
Hold on. Can you show me where in the scripture God said, "I give this land to the Muslims"? Take your time. You made a claim. You said God gave all this land to the Muslims. Can you show me?
I said this yesterday too.
Can you show me where in the scripture?
Genesis. I'll make it very clear.
No, let him authenticate the truth.
Let me answer the question.
You have to.
Let me answer the question, please. Can nobody butt in?
You have the floor, Farouj.
Okay, bro, you're wasting time for a guy. God, not only Hashem, okay, which is the God of Israel, He created all the lands of the world. Would you agree? Allah created all the lands of the world.
Yes.
Right? Allah created all the So only Allah. I'm gonna go with Allah right now.
only Allah can decide who the lands belong to. Agree? Does that make sense? Allah, the owner of the created land, so only He can decide. Actually, no. That goes against all the Abrahamic. Wait, so Allah is not the creator of the land and does not decide who land belongs to? No, Allah created the land. Allah created the land. But there are many times as referenced in the Old Testament where man has done something with the land against the will of Allah. What did Moses do? What did Moses do? When did Moses die? Did Moses die in Israel? Yes or no? Did Moses die in Israel? We're not talking about this. Well, you're saying that Allah is adjudicating the state borders. Listen to my claim. You're talking about something else. My claim is that the God of Israel, the God of gods, the one that is protecting the nation from all these Muslim countries that are trying to destroy it, but it's somehow not working, okay? He has gave all the nations of the world land. But this little area, let me finish. This little area, he gave to the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Listen, let me finish. Why can't we just have this little area that is smaller than the state of Rhode Island? These are just claims. You have to prove all these statements that God created this land, this land is even. Well, I just told you, I have no, what's wrong with you? I just told you, I have no problem with the state of Israel, a homeland for the Jewish people, as long as the Palestinians get their own home. So why don't you go to all the Muslims that have all this land and say, hey, please give a little section of your land to the Palestinians? Why does it have to be the Jews? Can I know, Sheikh? What is
It's not yours. It's not yours. Go back to your land.
Hold on,
Israel is 7 times.
Why don't you Jews not give up to them, but Muslims can't give up to them? This is can you help him?
Status. You know, God's lawyer. It's above Megzad's IQ. Last time I tried to talk to Megzad, he's just an idiot.
According to you guys. All of you guys.
No, I'm saying Megzad was being an idiot.
Guys, listen, can I say something? I'm sorry. I'm listening to you guys talking to this lawyer. Honestly, I have never seen in my life an idiot person. Why are you guys even talking to him?
I know, he's a good one. Put him down, nobody. So we have to see in this space how many of you guys want him down in the audience? I think the voices are divided 50-50.
Yes. Okay, so great. Next Sunday, Amir, you're gonna invite all your little friends here to come and join?
I'll get the targets. Don't worry, I don't want to come in here until you get here. You give me a heads up. So
You don't trust me? You don't trust me? You don't trust me?
Lawyer, whatever, man, shut up for a second.
Your founder and your savior of all good and years to trust you very much.
I mean, you said the voices are 50-50, so I came up from the audience to make it 51-49. So
okay, let's go one by one. Tiger, do you want calling this Persian God, whatever it is? Is it yes, yay or nay, Tiger? Tiger, are you there? Tiger's gonna be unbiased. He's some, Tiger.
Vote on his behalf.
No, you don't. Tiger, what's your vote on this?
I do. He's my ally.
I'll get him.
Do you want your Persian brother on the stage? This is your Persian brother.
Yeah, he's Iranian.
Nargis?
He belongs to the bin.
Nargis.
Salam alaikum, Khubi.
Why are people scared to say this?
I really feel sorry for Nargis.
I was away from my phone. What was the question?
Do you want him?
The question is for you, Nargis, do you want your this Persian brother on the stage?
Yeah, why not?
But for him, it's Israel first, not Iran first.
Like, what is he doing on stage?
He's Israel first, so you want him down in the audience. Okay, so we got another vote.
No, hold on. That was coerced. And Marcus, would you like him on stage or down?
I mean, if he's not doing anything, like, he's just being dumb. With his dumbass arguments, like, what the fuck, man?
Okay, so listen, my arguments are so dumb. Why can't we not send her out?
We're taking a vote.
I would like to officially, since Shape likes him so much, I would like to officially withdraw myself from the debate, and I would like to replace myself with Shape.
Obviously.
I would like to replace myself with Shape.
Just listen, Dad. Listen.
You're willing, Shape, you're willing to do this? Cause
I'm willing to do it now.
set up a date and a time. Let's be real here.
Hey, Sunday.
What are you doing, man? That's not
Okay, so
I'm supposed to be in church, bro. Like, what are you doing?
At least make a claim before you.
I'm here.
He has to babysit the kids as well.
Apparently,
Right here.
apparently the Free Palestine cannot back up their,
Right here, right now.
Since you're ready, do it now.
I have my hopes.
Oh, I got a scotch in one hand and a cigar in another, and I'll still take you down. Yalla, let's go. Yalla, right here.
Right now.
Right now. Fuck off.
Right now. Hands up. Right now.
Bro, I'm gonna cook you like every day. Yalla. Yalla, right now, bro. It's about to be some. My debate, bro, is gonna be some violent viscera on your ass, bro. It's gonna be bad.
Can we take a vote? How many here?
Bro, you're gonna be like the rice at the bottom of the pot when I'm done with you, bro.
Prince, do you believe the Jews belong to Israel or no?
One second, lawyer. Amir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I have a suggestion. Listen, put everybody down except for your mods and God and a lawyer and Shape. Make it official. Put us all down and let him debate it.
I don't know.
There's no topic to debate. There's no claim made. There's like ridiculous.
I have a premise.
I don't even want to do that.
God's law is a chicken.
You're gonna run away.
God's law is a chicken. That's the premise.
How about this? I'll do it now. And we set up a time with a neutral mod where all Zionists, Jews, Muslims, pro-Palestinians come in the room and we have a good hour-long debate. Can we do both? Shape? I'll do one right now for you, and then we'll do one in a week.
I can't make any promises on this.
I'm here. It seems like the Free Palestine movement doesn't really want to free Palestine because nobody on your team is willing to come and step forward.
No. I did present
All of you may Allah.
Hang on, I did present the name, Cynic Mikhail.
Bring him now.
Hold on a second, You can open up a room with the replays on, and Prince can bring him into your room, and you guys can both have the green bean and debate back and forth, and just two of you.
Okay.
And he's well versed in your religion, he's well versed in my religion, and he's well versed in the Bible, and he's from Gaza. He's a Palestinian.
Let's do it.
This is great.
Go open a room right now. I'll bring a lawyer and Cynic to your room.
Yeah, that's it.
No, why can't wait, guys? Why don't you want a lot of people to listen on this?
No, we could open up a room with the replays.
Why don't you can listen? I don't understand. I said it
Okay, I'm gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain يعني بدنا نلعب معهم نرقص شوي مش ضروري هيك.
This is very disappointing. When it comes to Palestinians, you guys are all over the place. But when it comes to Iranians, Persians, I don't see anything.
Okay.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
What is the topic of the debate that you want? Okay, and how much are we charging for this pay-per-view?
Well, we don't need to charge. If you really feel like you love the Palestinians, you should do this from the bottom of your heart, my friend. Why are you bringing money into this?
You're the one that's trying to arrange it like a spectacle, man. Relax for a second.
It's a performance. You want to bet on a performance. This is so theatrical.
What is the topic? Yeah.
Everybody's watching. Look at this. There's no topic. There's no claim. There's fucking nothing. It's just empty talk.
If if you can get Nargis to,
pageantry, that's what.
yeah, to present your premise, Nargis will approve it.
Prince has made the room, guys. Prince has made the room.
There we go. Prince has made the room. We can go into their room, Jason, and engage with him. And he's going to bring Mikhail over there with the replays on, and you guys can go back and forth, and all the profiles can listen to it afterwards.
There is, yeah, the topic is there.
Mikhail is well versed in your religion. He's Muslim, right? And he knows exactly
you
what's
man, God.
Yeah.
Just to think before you entertain this debate.
Yeah, I think he's well read into your religion, my religion, and the Christianity.
He's gonna rip you in your work.
Guys, okay. Guys,
Yes, yes.
please.
Tafadhal.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi
Good.
wa barakatuh.
Perfect. This is what it should be about. So,
Lawyer, I put time for you, lawyer. I put the link for you.
Time.
Yalla, they're waiting. Yalla, yalla, yalla.
I'm in utter I'm disappointed. I really thought
We were ready, bro. We were ready right now. And you started rapping all these silly conditions. We were ready right now.
Step up. Somebody would step up and say,
We were ready.
we'll set a date and a time.
No, because we don't do this. We don't do this woke stuff. We don't do this woke stuff. Someone give me another Iranian Juche kebab, Vaziri Komide. Spaghetti. Someone give me some more Persian. I'm running out of material.
Utter shock.
Tanzim.
You know, that's a Persian word.
Oh my God.
No, clean ones only. And by the way, we learned the other day it's choni. Not the way you say it.
It's so weird, guys.
Dude, like we challenge you right here, right now.
Go to the room, lawyer. Shape. Okay, I'll do it right now.
Go to the room.
Can we also do it just go to the room?
Go to the room,
Go to the room and we'll discuss the other. Go to the room and we'll discuss later. Yeah.
I think the reason he wants to set up a room in future is because he wants to set up that on monetization and want to earn money from it. That's why.
I don't want. I want to defend the Israel. I want to defend
Go in that room and defend your nation.
Okay, so one second. Munir, are you going to be the one that steps up to the plate for the Palestinians?
No, they're sending the.
Every day talking shit about Israel. Let's set up something formally. Go. Do it.
You'll have your pick.
I think what happened to M last night scared all of you. I think what happened to M last night scared all of you. I have no other explanation.
This is not important.
Arresting someone is arresting someone. People are gathering for you in the room.
One second, guys, please. I'm gonna appeal to a Persian, I can call her a sister. Let me see if it'll work. The English isn't working. The English.
Okay, go ahead. I need to learn first.
خواهدم 100 تشکر میکنم ازت. اگه میتونی اینجا کسی رو راضی کنی که با من صحبت اصلا دیبیت نمیم صحبت بکنه راجع به این ببین موضوع رو انتخاب کن. اگه راجع به اسرائیل و فلسطینه انتخاب کن موضوع رو. من حاضرم. میتونی
این کارش این بلده
Lawyer,
کسی نیست اینجا اصلا مسئله چیزا
Jason, why can't you go? The room is open. Go.
We're waiting for you, dude. Are you coming or no?
Go.
We're waiting for you. Are you coming or not?
Speak in English, bro.
No fantasy, huh? No fantasy.
Look, Jason, I have to move you down. I'm telling you to go to that room. The link is in the chat. Go. I don't know, man. This is very problematic.
We already discussed like political in this room.
Is anyone
There's a link in the chat. The title of their room is Palestinian versus Iowa debates. People pay me.
Please tell me someone's taking him down because he's an easy lunch.
That's what I'm saying. It's very easy to debate
Pre-scheduled.
Oh my God. I want the headache, man. I made a guess today.
Who's gonna put that in their fucking calendar? Like, debate buddy on a Sunday. Like, come on, bro.
Go, Jason, go. It's in the link in the chat. Why aren't you going?
Nargis, how do I say run along in Farsi?
Yalla, boros.
Yalla, boros, Jason. Boros.
Zud bash.
I moved him down. He just keeps on talking. He doesn't want to go to the room. I don't know why is he.
Jason, that Kuman is gonna go, man.
Anyone wants to debate God logic in this room? Go. I'm asking. It's a question.
Yalla, Chucha, come on, come.
Does anyone want to debate Jason in this room?
Where is it open?
I'm asking you guys. That's what you wanna.
I'm going to the room. Yep.
He's not going. He's here.
Can I say something?
Yes, what do you want to say?
First of all, I wanted to apologize. The other day I was furious. And I just want to say a few sentences why I was so furious. I am very active with people in Iran. I am very much involved. I am constantly in contact with lots of doctors, people who are trying to figure out how they can help people. And I have seen so many videos about the massacre. And when one person from Iranian government comes and tells all the bullshit, and I am very disappointed with all you guys, but mostly I am disappointed with Nargis and Mazi was there because you two are Iranians. And these people massacred your brothers and sisters. And you still were laughing and letting him talk all this bullshit. So it was called James something. I was super disappointed.
Hey, Al, I have a question for you.
I don't know who's James. Who's James?
There was a guy, he came to and started claiming that spies killed all the people and Iranian
James was Iranian as well. James was Iranian as well. The Iranian others. In my space, everyone gets to speak, whether it's a right side, or left side, or centrist.
Al, I have a question for you. What do you think of Arabs?
Do you mind if I say what I think?
No, I don't mind at all. I want the honesty.
That's why he asked you.
Yeah.
To be honest, I am an Iranian nationalist, okay? And I am proud that I don't have any Arab DNA in my blood. I respect everybody have their own culture. I don't mind. And I have very good Arabic friends and they're amazing people. They're like my best buddies, okay? But I am very disappointed of many Arabs, not all of them, many Arabs who sided with Islamic Republic.
Okay, so you have a better answer than the other night. Now, I've been in this room for a while. I haven't heard a single Arab side with the Islamic Republic.
Look, I didn't say anything to any of you guys. I am saying this is general I see, and also because I am very much involved with what's happening right now in Iran. We have a lot of videos of people from Hashd al-Shabi, Houthis, Hezbollah,
Iranians, like they're literally acting like mercenaries for Iranian government, for Islam.
Now I want to ask you a follow-on question. See, I took DNA test, as you can see, and my DNA test revealed to me that I have, quite frankly, original Jewish blood. Most of it, actually. Most of my blood, 95%, is from Canaan. You know, where the Jews emerged from, older than the Jewish people, much older. I'm a proud Arab at the same time. I'm very, very proud to be Arab, incredibly proud to be Arab. Like, even as I say the word Arab, I have goosebumps on my skin, even though my DNA doesn't mirror this. And I wasn't, we are conflicted with the Jewish people in the Middle East specifically. We've been at war. But I didn't look at my DNA and say, thank God, or I wasn't disappointed to see that my DNA had original Jewish blood in it. I was proud of who I am. So I ask you, Al, why were you relieved as if it was AIDS or something? You know, when you look at your blood test, then you should be happy that you don't have AIDS or you don't have God forbid, a disease. Why do you think of Arab DNA as a disease almost?
Okay, no, not that disease. Let me explain you why lots of Persians, like Iranians, I don't like to use Persian word, some Iranians, why are sensitive like me? You see, we had these wars between Iran and since 1400 years ago. And lots of this by force or otherwise, I'm not saying all is by force, they started taking Iranian women. We know there are written documents how they took lots of women slaves during the war with the Persian Empire and so on. And how they tried to change our language, bringing Arabic word, change our religion to Islam by force, and so on. And I grew up with these stories, so I had an anger in my heart. To be honest, still telling you, I have amazing good Arab friends. I am against hatred, any kind of hatred.
No. I know you're some bullshit here, respectfully. The problem we have with the sources and related to Iran. I know you're shit from Iran International, which I don't. Hold on. The casualty numbers, right? A lot of the Reza Pahlavi supporters, they come up here, they make up this bullshit claim. It was 50, 60, 70, 80,000. Hold on. It was, and that I don't believe it. I don't even believe in the government numbers. We don't know the exact source. So calm down. This is the problem we had. How the hell are you going to come up here and try to say, we have this many people died, and you can't say, you see what I'm saying? Because you don't know the actual facts on the ground.
Well, yes. First of all, let me tell you, because I am one of the people who very much involved with what's happening in
and I think Naeem wants to speak Cherry Pepper. I don't know what the hell they use Cherry Pepper.
I just say 3 more sentences and I'm gonna get quiet. I don't want to take your precious time. But here's the thing. My numbers that I get is from people who we ask, particularly going to different cemeteries, trying to find someone inside, get the documents, doctors, hospitals. These are the numbers I am trying to get. I am not getting from Iran International. I am not getting, I hate monarchies because I believe they're a part of the problem, not the solution. And the numbers we are getting are realistic. And when
when we said that long time ago, everybody, because they were saying 300-400 people, and we started, I am in contact with people who have free internet through Elon Musk. So I forgot the name of the company. I know, but we have found a way, not for long time, because if they use it long time, they get caught. So they open it like for 1 hour and then turn it off, 30 minutes and turn it off, like that. Otherwise, Iranians on the ground with some kind of technology they got from Russia, they are trying to find this satellite. So the information I am getting, I know it is accurate, but I understand what you're saying. But unfortunately, guys, you will come to this point one day, and you can say, "Hey, Al told us the casualty. Not only the casualty is high. We are talking to lawyers. They started mass execution in some places. All the jails are full. They have tons of warehouses full of people, and all the police stations are full. We heard 3 people.
So are they arresting or are they killing them? And which one?
Here is the thing. First they're arresting, but they have arrested so many people, it's out of control. And we heard from 3 people who do not know each other. So there is no way they could
but if their intentions, okay, my question for you, if their intentions is to just kill the people, why would they arrest?
Well, I think it's getting out of control, only out of control.
Yeah, very good answer. Thank you very much.
So Naeem wants to speak now. Naeem, did you want to say something?
Okay, I guess this is gonna be a lot of forth-hand back, so I'm just gonna chime in.
Back and forth,
That's alright, you can do it either ways. First of all, I'm the first time here on the stage, so hello to all of you. A lot was said that needs unpacking, but I'm gonna just stick to what was said about ancestry and genetics and stuff like that, so I'm not gonna get into the politics. There is no such thing as Jewish or Iranian or Arab blood, so genetically speaking, that's absolute nonsense, okay? So, as far as the genetics is concerned, we are talking about haplogroups. And there is no such thing like the Jews have a different genetics than Iranians or others. So different populations, they have common ancestry, and then those are identified based on haplogroups in genetics, and then you may share similarities in your genetic code with certain populations. So that's what it means. It may or may not mean that you have common ancestry. That may be the case. But as far as Jewishness, Arabness, and Iranianness are concerned, they are basically socio-cultural and political identities. It has nothing to do with genetics, and all of these populations have been intermarrying each other for thousands of years and many centuries. So you have 2 parents, and you have 4 grandparents, and you have 8 grandparents, and in 16, 32, 64, and as many generations you go down in history, then you end up having millions of ancestors. So which ones are you talking about? Who was Jew or Arab, right? So can you identify and pick one? If you go like 1,000 years, if you go thousands of years ago, you will have millions of people who would be your grandparents, right? So you may have some common ancestry with ancient Jews. You may have some with ancient Iranians. Some of the Arab friends here maybe have Persian ancestry. Some of the Persian friends here may have Arab ancestry. That's point number 1. Point number 2, there isn't, Iranianness and Arabness are not mutually exclusive. You can be Iranian and Arab at the same time. We have several millions of Arabs in Iran who consider themselves as Iranians, and they also are Arabs. And they have been there for at least a couple of millennia. That's point number 2. So the modern notion of nationalism that there is such a separation between Arabness and Iranianness is just new. There's no distinction like that when we go down in history. empires that we talk about, the ancient Persian empires, they had significant Arab population, particularly in Iraq and Syria. If we talk about Achaemenid Empire, and if we talk about the Sassanids, Sassanids had Arab allies, if we can read about them, Lakhmids, or Banu Lakh in today's Iraq and Kuwait and Qatar. And they were also Iranian at the same time, and they were one of those actually who are very significant in history, participated in Perso-Roman wars. The history of interaction between Iranians and Arabs, at least as far as the historical records are concerned, dates back to at least 2,500 years. I believe we read in Herodotus that, if I'm not mistaken, that when Cambyses, the son of Cyrus the Great, wanted to conquer Egypt, he got help from Arabs of Gaza, by the way, the Arab population of Gaza, who provided him with logistics and military support in his way to conquest of Egypt. So before Egyptians become Arabs, actually, well, that's up to debate. But so this is long history. So there is no separation or no particular enmity between Iranians and Arabs. Whatever you hear here is from Al, is his own personal opinion, which is also something that has to do with the modern Iranian nationalism, almost like a century old, more than a century old, but it's a modern notion. We don't have that in history. Third point, a lot of Muslim scholars, whether you like Islam or not, that has nothing to do with what I'm going to say, regardless of, I'm an atheist, by the way, so you know what I'm talking about. A lot of Muslim scholars, from Bukhari, from a lot of others, you know, you can name even the people who made the Arabic grammar, like Sibawayh, they are Iranian. So, in part, Islam is made by Iranians. Not all of it, but a big chunk of it is made by Iranians. So it's not a foreign product to Iran. So it's as early as the first Islamic century. So whether we like Islam or not, that has nothing to do. Whether you like it or not, it's ours, right? Not something that Arabs imposed on us. So that's absolute nonsense, because really the jurisprudence in Islam is made primarily by Iranian, right? So I'm gonna finish, and then you can continue talking about your political stuff.
Sure. Do you support, I'm guessing you support Palestine, huh? Naeem?
I do not support any particular nation. The only people I support politically are Iranians, but I do have sympathy and with the Palestinians. I do understand their struggle. I think that they have right for self-determination and also peaceful coexistence with the Israelis, and I hope that the Israelis do the same. I also have my sympathy with Israelis. I think this land is big enough for two people to live in coexistence together. And I hope that in the future there will be peace in Palestine/Israel, or whatever land you
They don't blame the Palestinians, right, for what's happening?
Politically, I think we can start blaming a lot of different people and different. It's a long history, and I believe you know it well as I do. So there are a lot of blame games going on between Israelis and Palestinians, which dates back to, well, at least a century. You know, you did this first, and then you did that first, and then you go back.
I'm talking about what's happening in Iran. Are you putting the blame on Palestinians?
No, I think what is happening in Iran is an Iranian affair. There is nobody else to blame, and I think Palestinians have their own issues to work with. I do welcome any support or any kind of supportive words towards the Iranian struggle. I think that's much appreciated if that happens, but I don't have any expectations. So you have your own stuff to deal with, we have our own stuff to deal with, and if we can understand each other, that would be the first step towards something bigger. But I think the first step is just to be able to talk each other and understand where we come from.
new people on the stage. Unicorn, Tomo. Did you want to say something, Tomo?
Yes, I want to speak on the topic, in terms of the other guy. I guess when you ask the question, does he support Palestine, and, his answer was, interesting. Because again, would you agree that, are you going to support the Germans who did what they did to the Jews? If that was the case, are you supporting, Adolf Hitler, what he did to the Jews? You know what I'm saying? It's like, we want to choose what we want to support based on what we want to like. And we know what is going on in Iran. It's a regime change by America and Israel, period. Anything else, you could hate your people, you could hate the government, now it becomes a civil war. I have a friend in Iran right now. Nobody's talking about how many police were killed, how many mosques were bombed, how the government bombed some mosques, how the government killed its own police. Like, come on, like, it's only one-sided of the situation that is being, pushed like an agenda. And we know who are pushing those agendas because they want the regime change. The same way they did to, Gaddafi. The same way they did to Iraq. The same way they did to all these, Arab places. So, again, history shows itself. It's like sometimes we have this conversation and we feel like a lot know who is really the mastermind of all these problems. It's like everybody thinks that the world is so blind now. At this age, 2026, we don't put the real people, making sure all these things have to take place. So again, we know that it's America and Israel which causing all these problems. Because nobody's talking about how many police that died in Iran, how many mosques were bombed, how many banks were bombed, and even sanctions that America gave to Iran so that America, Iran economy can be where it is. That people are complaining that it's high. The same way they did to Venezuela. When you put a sanction on a country, what happens? The economy of that country, fucked it up. The same person that fucked your economy up, and the same person you go and call to come and save your economy. This is the most foolish, argument sometimes when some people make. Just because you hate the government, you have to say facts. Understand what it is. And let's talk about what it is. Now putting, your hatred for a government that you know that he has no power unless these two people. I love my case.
Well done.
May I just answer his first point, if I may?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, since he mentioned my answer, I don't think we're gonna fix the Palestinian-Israeli conflict in this room tonight. I don't think that's possible. As far as the governments are concerned, I do not give support, or I do not give any blank check to any particular government. I think all can be criticized. Their actions can be questioned and scrutinized. My point was about the population. So you have several million people, Jews, Israelis, whatever you call them, maybe 7 or 8 million. And you have almost roughly the same population of Palestinians living on the same territory. So can they wipe each other out?
But respectfully, that wasn't the first thing that the brother said.
Yeah, well, he
said based on the answer that you gave in terms of supporting Palestine.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna.
Would you have said the same thing about the Holocaust between the Jews and Palestinians?
The correct comparison would be between the German people and the Jewish people.
Yeah, I'm just
not between Hitler. Israelis are not Hitler.
I'm just making sure that you heard the first thing.
That's why I'm responding.
I don't think he was addressing the Palestine or even the Israeli issue, and for it to be resolved tonight. He was painting a.
I know. That was my kind of.
No, that was your inference from it. But I think he was painting a much bigger picture. That we as Persians, Iranians, are not seeing from a bird's eye view, and that being that there are many factors at play here. primarily those from the outside and those from the inside, and the government in and of itself, right? Which has been quite traumatic for a while.
I know that, but what my point is when he gave an example of Hitler and then who would you support, of course you cannot support Hitler. You have to condemn Hitler, but Hitler was a state, was a government, So do the German people need to do reckoning? That's a different topic, right? My point is that I do not have to support Israel versus Palestine. This is a false kind of dichotomy. I do not have to be put in this position. Do you support X or Y?
So do you condemn Israel for their actions against the Palestinians?
No, I agree.
If my condemnation helps you, yes, of course.
It's not about helping you or not. I'm asking you your personal opinion.
I think it's inhumane. I think the way the state of Israel, the state, treats the Palestinian population, the way it does inhumane. Okay? So does that answer the question?
Yeah, instead of going to circles, yeah.
Okay.
Do you see the interest of America and Israel in the nation of Iran? This is minus the government and the issues that people have with the government itself. Do you acknowledge that interest in the region?
Well, the Israelis and Americans, they have their own geopolitical game in the Middle East, right? So it's not really hard to acknowledge that.
Exactly.
But just because they have that interest, it doesn't mean that the Iranian people have no agency and they're just pawns of Israeli-American agenda in the Middle East. So that's very superficial and simplistic interpretation of what's happening. So
and that's also what I think the RGC has been playing for the longest time.
True.
Trying to sort of elongate their stay by constantly talking about their influence. However, there is a bigger picture in which Israel and America are showing this interest, not just I think demolishes the country in a way. I think from an external source if they come in, so as to rebuild from scratch, which is something we've learned from pattern recognition, which has been done to countries like Iraq, to Syria, etc., Lebanon. So
I totally agree, but my point is that that's an argument that can be made. I'm sorry that I have to leave this room soon because it's quite late here. But an argument can be made that the policies of the Islamic Republic exposes Iranians to the dangers of being in conflict with the United States and Israel, right? So I understand that they have their own game. Of course, Americans and Israelis, they think of their own interest. But it is the policies of the Islamic Republic that puts us at the tip of the spear. We shouldn't be in that position in the first place to begin with, right? So it's silly and stupid for the Iranian government to spearhead the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict through the solution that no one really likes. Neither Palestinians, nor Lebanese, nor Israelis, nor anybody in the Middle East is a fan of Islamic Republic. Yasser Arafat didn't like Islamic Republic. Hamas looks at Islamic Republic as a source of money and logistical support, but has no ideological similarities or affinity with the Islamic Republic. I will give you an example. Even Hamas wasn't and isn't a fan of Islamic Republic because the biggest ally of Islamic Republic in the Middle East actually helped logistical, military support and transfer of weapons to Hezbollah in Lebanon to fire at Israel was Assad. And when the Syrians rebelled against Assad, Hamas was against Assad and supported the Syrian rebels, including Haniya and Mashal and all those guys, right? So Hamas has its own interests. It's not a fan of Islamic Republic. They think of what is best for their own policies, whatever that is. And I think for Iranians to take charge of the solution of
The Iranian Republic also serves its own interests, not working.
yes, and that agenda that the IR is looking for its own interest is not aligned with the interest of the Iranian people, with the 90 million Iranians inside Iran, at least not the majority. And that's the conversation we should be having.
I mean, that's fair. Did you have this position on October 7th? Because I heard a lot of people on October 7th making some claim that, Hamas and the Islamic Republic have been ideologically aligned for a while. Has your position changed?
I do not think, they come from different factions of Islamism, like the militant Islam. One side is looking into Ikhwan al-Muslimin, and the other side is, Shia Islam. If you know what it is. So they are fundamentally different.
I will give you
an example.
Political, not.
I will give you an example, just a hypothetical scenario. If, let's say tomorrow, hypothetically speaking, in an alternative universe, Islamic Republic could defeat Israel and conquer Palestine, could just conquer it all together and wipe Israel off the map. And then IRGC moved to Palestine. There would be a war with Hamas, between the IRGC and Hamas, because they are ideologically, they are incompatible. I mean, they want to do their own Shia stuff and Wilayat Faqih.
That's not why. They said they'll fight anyone who occupies their land. It's not because Israel is...
Yeah, I'm just giving you an hypothetical scenario, and I'm going to tell you why.
I agree.
And then you will realize...
is a Shia.
Yes, and that was the issue.
Actually, not even Shia. I think Nargis corrected me on this.
How do you turn Iran? Is Iran spearheading the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict?
Well, I think my opinion, my personal opinion, and I think many Iranians would probably agree with me, is that Iran should not be involved in a destructive way, in a negative way, and be sitting in the... Are you hearing me, Janda?
Yes, I'm hearing.
So let me finish my sentence. Iran should not be sitting in the driver's seat, in the bus, to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And even their approach is not to solve it, they're just making it worse. Do you agree with that? They're making it worse.
How do you see that Iran is in the driving bus and spearheading the resolution for the Israeli-Palestinian thing? Doesn't Iran feel threatened? The Iranian people threatened by the Zionist enterprise, the Zionist entity? Isn't there a threat to their?
Well, what you're saying is a little ideological. I think that even if that's the case, the solution, even if we agree with your sentiment, the solution would not be to expose the entire nation to sanctions and conflict and war. Because look at Turkey, look at Iraq, look at Pakistan. Why aren't they firing rockets at Israel? Yeah, have you asked yourself, aren't they threatened by the so-called...
Sorry, Iran has always supported the Palestinian cause for whatever reason, perhaps for their own interest, for a common enemy such as Israel. So this has been in this way they have had like a common denominator ideologically, right? The enemy is one, and in this case there has been like a common denominator in ideology. So whether it be Shia or it be Sunni, or I don't think that matters so far as fighting the oppressor matters. So in this way, ideologically, they've held like common ground. So to say otherwise would be like
because in Iran we have had since 1979 we have had an ideological government who bases its foreign policy based on a particular ideology that sees Israel as its number one enemy, and also United States.
It's a theocracy. Right? It's based on Islam. Islam does stand against the oppressor, and in ideology, yes, it is.
No, if we are to fight any oppressor,
Khomeini ideology is not Islamic ideology.
but if you are to find, yeah, but it's a silly thing. No country does that. No country goes to a crusade to liberate another country from its oppressors. It's not our duty to do that. It's not our foreign policy.
Iran ever go on a crusade against another country? Where? How?
So, Hassan Nasrallah was killed in Beirut by Israeli planes. A few days after that, Iran fired ballistic missiles directly from Iran at Israel. Why is that the case?
Why did they fire and why did they fire and Israel?
Yeah, you can answer that.
No, you should answer. Iran never fired.
No, that's you are mixing up two things. That's not the consulate. I know what I'm talking about. Yes, you are talking about what is called Wa'adeh Sadr 1 operation. I'm talking about Wa'adeh Sadr 2 operation. You don't even know the difference between the two. There were two rounds.
The two promised
before the war.
was when they attacked the Syrian.
Okay, the first round.
Yes, the first one was an attack on the building that belonged to the consulate, right? And the meeting was being held. The second one was a response to killing of Hassan Nasrallah in Beirut. Happened a few days after that.
It was that and they killed.
Okay, then you are rewriting it later.
It was assassination. It's not Iran.
Show me the dates. That's not true.
Well, you can check it. It's your help. It's 4 a.m. I'm not gonna do the homework for you.
Hold on.
They killed Haniya. Listen to me. They killed Haniya in Tehran. Okay. Assassination cannot be answered with bombing.
No, it's because of the sovereignty.
Assassination in foreign policy, you respond to assassination with assassination.
It's the reason they gave.
Yeah, it's a stupid reason. Are you gonna hear me or are you gonna tell me the history of my country to myself?
It's not history. It happened here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so listen.
I think I know it
They
better.
passed the sovereignty of Iran, but you want to blame it on you want to blame it on Lebanon and Palestine instead of blaming Israel for taking your sovereignty, for crossing the international law. You don't want to blame them for this. You want to blame them for Lebanon.
Okay, then let me answer because I want to wrap up this conversation. So, the covert operation, what was happening in Tehran, first of all, was a covert operation. The covert operation should be answered with a covert operation, not with the overt firing of ballistic missiles at cities and the entire country. Okay, that's rule number one. If you do not want to escalate, because if you escalate, you expose yourself. That's what happened, right? It's a military analysis I'm giving you. Israel realized that they can withstand Iranian ballistic missiles and nobody is gonna get killed or few people gonna get killed. That was the reason the Iranian ballistic missile deterrence was ruined. Because before that Israel never dared to attack Iran directly. Because they thought, what if Iran fires ballistic missiles at Israel? That was not tested before.
They were afraid of
Let me finish. You can make your analysis and then I'm gonna listen to your analysis.
Everyone else is talking, but when you talk, you want
Yes. Because I'm answering your points one by one.
No, you have to be fair.
Okay, do you want me to be silent?
Yes, I do.
I'm gonna just say a few sentences and then listen.
Naeem, I just want to concede I double checked.
Yes, so this was the first point. The second point, they killed Haniya. Iran did not respond to that killing. Then they killed, after I guess it was a few months, after that, they killed Hassan Nasrallah. And then few days after killing of Hassan Nasrallah, they responded to killing of Hassan Nasrallah by firing ballistic missiles and then said that this was a response to killing of both Haniya and Hassan Nasrallah. They did not initially make any response to the killing of Haniya. That's history. You can just look it up yourself and then decide. Okay, thank you very much.
No, you're right. Hold on. To be honest, this is the first time I hear an Iranian who's not living in a bubble, except for like aside from Nagas and Sayla, not living in a bubble and understands not just what's happening
understand my human confidence.
99% of you guys live there. 99% of you guys don't know anything about Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine. You can't connect the events. You have no timeline. No zero knowledge of geopolitics.
As I say,
you just live in a bubble of Pabla Vidas.
Look.
Guys, just a second, sorry, but Rolf was saying something and then he interrupted Cyrus, so you have to because Rolf was saying something and you interrupted him. Go ahead, Rolf.
Ralph, go first.
It's okay.
I didn't know, sorry.
Yeah, no, you did interrupt you. It's not a big deal. I was just saying this guy weirdly just didn't mention any of Israel's aggressions against Iran. Iran was the ones that dropped. Their consulate was attacked by the very destroyed by Israel. It was worldwide news because this was unprecedented. Don't go fucking bombing people's embassies. It was an absolute flagrant violation of international law. It was intentionally designed to provoke a military response. Iran thought about it, they knew their bomb, they did a calculated, measured retaliation of their missiles with minimal weapons as intended. And where is the fucking mention of this? Not to mention all the assassinations by Israel, the Israeli officials, not to mention the US bragging about fucking taking out one of the Iranian generals, top commanders. Where the fuck does he mention any of that? And he began his speech with, this is only Iran's problems. No, it's none of Iran's business. It is our fucking business. We're busy regime changing, you dumb fucking cunt. My country, the UK, along with the US and Israel, we are planning to fucking destroy your country in regime changing in the process. How do you get that fucking naive? All this intellectual crap about, well, I know about DNA. Yeah, lots of people know about haplogroups, not fucking you dead body. Doesn't fucking change the political reality.
I don't think he's denying what you're saying.
Well, it's complicated. Palestine's complicated. Fuck you, it's not fucking complicated.
You know, you have to know this type of Iranians. There's a type of Iranians and their bad economy. And they blame all like Yemen.
Get closer to Somalia. Get closer to Somalia. He has a Starlink over there.
Go closer to Tel Aviv.
I don't agree.
Rolf, he didn't say that, Rolf. To be fair to Naeem, he didn't say any of that. Like,
Israel did it.
He's just pissed at what he didn't say. Right? It's a fair challenge on the.
I'm with Rolf. You guys have to understand there's a type of Iranians. They blame all their problems on Palestinians, Lebanese, and Yemen, right? The proxies that IGC has, they blame the whole economy on them, right? If the IGC tells them 50% of our money goes to Palestine, just 1 second. I'm just talking.
I understand the majority of Iranians do that, but I think Naeem did not go there.
Hold your thought, boy. Hold your thought. We don't blame Palestine. We blame our fucking government.
He didn't blame Israel for anything.
We blame our fucking government.
You guys didn't catch what he did. Ghost caught him, right? When he was asked about Palestine, he's like, oh, I'm not going to pick a side. Anything else, he'll pick a side. If you ask him about freaking Ethiopia, he'll pick a side. If you ask him about Azerbaijan, he'll pick a side. Okay? But Palestine and Israel, he will not pick a side because realistically, he blames Palestinians for what is happening in his country, right? There's this type of persons, they do that shit. They blame Palestinians, Lebanese, and Yemenis, right? Because the government will say, oh, we're helping these people, and they believe them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what irritated me. The first thing he says, we couldn't fucking take a side on Israel. Fine, nobody's saying you have to take a side, but you could at least acknowledge the complete asymmetry of the situation. That one side is clearly, by far, the victim of genocide, and the other side is clearly the perpetrator of the genocide. Why can't he just flat out say that? That's not a complicated thing. And he just wants to say, well, it's a blame game, back and forth, blame game, blame. Fuck off, it's not complicated. Even no matter how badly intentioned the Arabs were, they are the victims in Palestine. It's not even close. So this shit about, oh, complicated, it's not fucking complicated. One side is being obliterated and ethnically cleansed, and not only that,
Wolf, he started pretty okay, but then, I mean, they don't come up, they have not come up with the idea that the conditions in Iran, where they are, that Israel and the United States have been trying to destroy Iran for the last 47 years, and everything that goes in between, which is very strange.
Can we compartmentalize? Listen, on the topic of geophysics, the history, the connection between the Iranian culture or people and Islam, I 100% agree with everything you said there. When it comes to Palestine, I 100% disagree, and that's fine. If he was still on stage, I would have pressed him on the Palestine question, but he's, I don't know if he'd like to come up again. But and I don't think he ever blamed Palestine or Lebanon.
No, he didn't.
He doesn't have to say it out loud. You can use your brain.
No, you
Yeah, but guys, to be fair, he didn't have the chance to talk about it in details. He came up to talk about the haplogroups and stuff like that, but then when someone asked him about Palestine, he just gave his opinion quickly.
He unmuted, and he said, I wanted to respond to the person, whatever the person was in the room, to the very first thing that he said.
That was me when I was talking.
Yeah. I mean, Naim, if you want to come up and
And he didn't
discuss.
respond to it, and he went somewhere else. That's what he did.
Yeah, he's a coward, man. Not supposed to stay.
See, the fact that he did, one thing that all Arab world that was against the existence of Israel is going to go to war with America, planned by Israelis. He didn't even mention that shit. He was talking as if we don't even know history in the Middle East. I've been doing this shit for 10 years. Like, it's crazy when he says shit like this. As if we are asleep. We don't even know what's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah, when Israel assassinated all the Iranian scientists, why didn't we talk about that?
Okay, I think
Yeah, he's on stage, exactly.
No person supremacy. Let me finish, please. Right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, hold on.
it's fair to say we won't want to listen to his answer.
Yeah, he'll answer, bro. He's not gonna die in the next 10 seconds. Just wait. Okay, so when Israel was assassinating, look, Yehudi, when Israel assassinated all the scientists, Yehudi, Abu Shakir.
Come on, guys.
When Israel was assassinating all the Iranian scientists, he didn't talk about that. When Israel, killed Qasem Soleimani, he didn't talk about that. Maybe you're against him, but they still killed the Iranian. When Israel, crossed the sovereignty and killed the Haniya inside the Iran, he didn't talk about that. When they killed the general inside Lebanon, it wasn't just Nasrallah by himself. There was also Iranian generals along with him that got killed. But what did he say? I'm not going to talk about this. They should have responded this way. Every day they're killing Iranians, but he's not talking.
And by the way, guys, if you're going to call anyone a Yehudi in this room, directly to me, objectively I am. If you disagree, check my PTR.
Okay, so
The lot to talk about how they're supposed to, how the national law. Are you kidding me? How many laws have America and Israel broken? They don't even listen to you when you tell them to do shit.
a lot has been said, and I was listening. It seems to me that people on this stage, at least some people, have the capacity to read my intentions and figure out which category of Iranians I belong to, which is quite interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, we can hear your response now, but please, guys, do not, interrupt and let him defend himself. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and I just shared my opinions with you about what I think would be the right foreign policy approach for the Iranian government, whoever is in charge of the Iranian government. And as an Iranian citizen, I have every right to do so. So you can disagree, but you have no right to insult me or to use swear words, because you have a different view of how the foreign policy of my country ought to be. Because if you feel the audacity to do that, then let's start with Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt, and start from the beginning of the list, all the way from Morocco to on the beaches of Dubai. Once you make them, start going to war with Israel, then you can, tell us Iranians, okay, now it's your turn to do your due, right? You can use any name you wish. I don't mind it. Okay, and okay, if you call me Zionist, I could call you a terrorist, and a jihadist. It's a game that has no ending. I have been respectful to you. I have been respectful to you, and you open your mic, and I'm giving my opinion, and you insult me like, you Zionist and stuff. You aren't your opinion, but you have no right to.
As a newcomer, can I please ask the Iranian gentleman a question? It's not, and I agree with you.
Yeah, but the tone of the way that this, it's the first time I'm on your stage actually, and I considered myself like having affinity to the Palestinian cause, but the way that you're treating someone new on the stage is not really respectful, just because I disagree with you in my country's foreign policy approach,
fair. I was
Okay.
I think it's completely
So if you are here to argue for nothing,
Guys, please, because we can't hear you all, guys. Ralph, you were saying?
Yeah, well, he's addressing it to me, because I was the only one who was rude, right? The other was just agreeing somewhat, and some of you were saying, no, he was just expressing an opinion. That's totally fair. I'm the one who's being rude. Amir doesn't like people being rude, so just to be clear, I don't represent this room. I represent me. This is my opinion. I can fucking say whatever I want, and if Amir wants to boot me, he can. So your beef is me. It's not the room, right? I think you're a fucking naive idiot. If you come here telling me that Iran's business is only your people's business, and you completely ignore the fact.
okay, where are you from, Rolf? Where are you from? Where are you from? Which fucking land are you from? Okay. Yes. So maybe if you're from the UK, which you have been interfering in our politics for several hundred years, maybe you learn to fuck off and for few seconds, so that Iranians talk with their other Middle Eastern neighbors. You stay out of it. You colonize it.
Hey, real quick, I never got to ask the gentleman a question.
Let the colonizer fuck off for the first time in history.
The big question is, who toppled Mossadegh?
Sorry?
Who toppled Mossadegh? What happened to Mossadegh?
Well, the common knowledge is that the CIA Kremlin
It's inside a bathroom. It's outside the fucking bathroom. Calm down.
Okay, guys, Naeem was saying something.
Yeah, Naeem, go on.
Yeah, okay. Mossadegh was overthrown, I believe, in 1950s by the CIA with the help of some Iranian generals in the army, Fazlullah Zahedi, and it's a long story. There were also some gangs in Tehran that were involved in this, but the whole ordeal was orchestrated by the CIA, as far as I know. At least that's the common knowledge, but there may be more aspects to it. Just maybe that's too simplistic narrative, but maybe that's the starting point, basically, of discussion about it.
So hang on a second, Rolf. Hang on a second.
Rolf is feeling guilty about all the fucking things that they bring.
It's not wrong, please. Hang on. I need to ask him a follow-up question. So do you want the West to come in and try to do, the top of the government, Naeem?
Do I want it or do people want it?
No, do you want it? Your opinion.
I think it's a very hard thing to decide over, and it's a long story. But I think a precision strike on the leadership may open the path for the people to take charge. But of
very risky move. It's nothing certain. It's nothing.
But can I ask real quick, which people, like real quick, Ralph, which people? Because we like to pretend that Iran is this homogenous society.
It isn't. It isn't.
No, it's it's multiple groups. There are Azerbaijanis in the north, Sunni Muslim Arabs in the south. There's Persians, obviously, which is the bulk of the population. There's all these different groups. In which sense, I mean, let's just be honest with ourselves. A decapitation strike that takes out all of the Iranian leadership, history will teach all of us. Like, I can't find an example where that doesn't create a civil war and power vacuum. I see it being pieced off and millions of Iranians being killed over the course of a few decades, as happened in Iraq, as happened in Libya, as happened in Syria. Societies, by the way, that are much more homogenous than Iran. So, I don't know, dude. Like, are you saying that the West, like, let's be real, does the West, the Israelis, is this scenario where the Ayatollahs are completely wiped out by the U.S. strike?
So Yada,
really just the people come in and democracy flourishes.
Let me explain. I got your point. I think your point was well received. I don't work for Netanyahu. I am not his advisor, and I am not working in Pentagon, right? So, whether this decapitation strike happens or not, that's not gonna be my choice to make, right? My point is, should that happen, which is the choice of Donald Trump, it's not my choice, it's not any Iranian's choice, right? They may pretend that there is an illusion that we do have a choice in that. We don't. So should they decide to remove the leadership, then there will be a window of opportunity for Iranians, and it's very risky, but there will be such window of opportunity. At the moment, there isn't. Those who oppose the government.
There are many groups who oppose the government, but also
exactly
oppose each other.
Yes, and we will probably.
There is, look, Naim, if U.S. enemies, Trump attacks Iran, there's also possibility Azerbaijani people, Kurdistani people, they rise up against government, then they become independent country. Do you want that? Do you want that?
I don't want it, and I don't think it's up to me to make that choice.
So that means we don't want any other forces by any means.
My point is whether you like.
It's our job. We're gonna deal with this.
Yes, we have already tried a few times, by the way.
That is fine.
Yeah. By the way, what we want with regards to military action has no influence on what this Donald Trump is going to do or Bibi Netanyahu is going to do. So they will do what serves their own national interest. What would serve Israel, what would serve the United States, right? So should they decide to strike, which is a possibility, nobody can deny that this is a possibility. Anybody who denies that this is a possibility is foolish, right? And nobody can speak with certainty. None of us is Nostradamus. We cannot predict the future. None of us has a crystal ball, right? So what you are describing is a scenario that may be the case, and it's probably likely that we will have a period of chaos, which is not our choice, but there may be a period of chaos because of the vacuum of power, right? How do we act, and how do we deal with this situation when it happens, and if it happens? That is in our control, right? And even then, we do not have let me finish. Okay, because when you, yeah. So even then, even if we do act in certain direction, it doesn't necessarily and automatically means that we are gonna get the exact result we are wishing for. It's a gamble, and everybody knows that's a gamble. This is a gamble that we are not making. This is a gamble that the US and Israel are making, right? So they are probably going to take out the leadership. Maybe they don't do that. Maybe they make a deal with the current leadership. Maybe even they don't strike. So we don't know. And there's no point of arguing over things that we don't know if they're gonna happen or not. So the question is not, the question shouldn't be, the question shouldn't be whether I support the United States attacking the leadership in Iran or not. The question is, should that happen? What the Iranian people supposed to do? That's the question that we should be talking about.
My answer is opposite you. My answer is, if US by any means they attack Iran, if the leadership, political elite Persians understand that Iran is constituted with different nationality, nations, Azerbaijani, Kurd, Baluch, then we will have no problem. But you guys want to destroy all nationality, victimize by enhancing hegemony of Persians. That is the problem. That is the great problem. If they believe in a federal system, which I am sure you are not one of those. You speak wonderful English, much better than me. But as long as the process is poisoned, you have to come up and say, yes, we believe Iran is combined with different ethnicity, different nationality, and we would like to get
but you're singing your own symphony, and that has nothing to do. Yeah, it has nothing to do with what we are. He is looking for federalism, and that's a conversation to be had after.
Exactly. All of us have some amount of torch, some amount of Baluchi as Iranian, some amount of Shirazi, something or the other. Okay, all of us.
Shirazis are Persian, that is. You are misunderstanding the concept. Hold on. You misunderstanding the whole total concept.
I'm with Sirus. What I'm saying is that this is an issue like I think we can deal with after whatever is going on, right? This is not the.
And we are not here to fix all of these issues at once, because there are many issues, not only federalism.
I think the people in the state should have knowledge or should be informed
we can have a
the Persians.
Yes, I think everybody knows that. Okay, now you know that.
I am all for the torch ruling Iran, the torch from Azerbaijan, the torch from Tabriz.
Even now, even the current supreme leader is Turk.
No one cares. We've never been.
Yes, this torch. Look, you guys are looking simple. But yes, that's all is true. We ran Iran for 12th century, and we still have some kind of power in that. But not even one Turkish person can read and write with their own tongue language.
That's absolutely false.
What do you mean false? What are you talking about, man?
Even the Turks changed their script to English.
What are you talking about? Are you from Iran?
But I think you are now changing the subject. Now you are changing the subject to your ethno-nationalism. Okay.
Do you think in Azerbaijan, 35 million Iranian, do you think they have one school who's been taught Turkish language, yet also Persian has been taught for years?
Because we're
No, you guys are crazy.
Okay, can we talk?
Can I add one thing to the conversation?
I think Rolf been waiting for a while, Rolf has been waiting.
Alright, that's good.
You just have to fix your microphone, Rob. Fix your microphone.
Okay, so I'm a bit quiet, but as far as the Jones guys, right? My country and America and Israel are planning to destroy your country. Now, what I mean by that is we have multiple plans in place. The first would obviously be a regime change, but the long-term goal is to break apart Iran and balkanize.
Which country are you from, Rolf? Which country? Are you from UK?
Keep quiet, let him talk.
It's okay, let him run, let him speak.
countries who are somewhat suddenly branded your government as a terrorist organisation. The reason, because that justifies united military action against your country. There's vast military forces arraying against your country, and unless a kind of miracle happens and it gets called off, the plan that's been openly stated again and again and again for many years is to regime change your country, and many think tanks have been planning to balkanize, break your country apart. Now, we don't have a crystal ball, but what we do have is precedent. We have seen how the Western Alliance operates time and time and time again. Syria, Ukraine, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Lebanon. The list goes on and on, where we have a stated strategy. Begin with sanctions, cripple the country, give them a carrot and stick, and take the carrot, cave in and become a vassal state. No, we will with you. And the point being, Israel doesn't want a friendly Iran. It's stated again and again. It does not want Iran as a player on the chessboard. It wants to defang it, make it completely a non-threat to Israel, and the best way is to break it apart. It does not want Iran.
Okay. I got your message. Cyrus, let me answer.
Hold on, just one second.
Please, Cyrus, I have to go.
If you want to go with that path, I want to remind you that 9/11, how it happened, there is a lot of people mind they can always do many complicated things that your fucking British or English mind was not able to discover.
Cyrus,
You understand that?
please.
You motherfucker? You understand that, you motherfucker piece of shit?
Cyrus, calm down. So Naeem, go on.
Yeah, let me answer.
Cyrus in a bit.
Yeah, okay. Rolf, you're preaching to the choir, okay? So we know all this stuff, okay? And we assume that everything you said is correct. Now, we know that our government cannot defeat Israel in war. It's not possible. And moreover, we cannot defeat the United States in war. We cannot face these countries militarily. So, what can we do as a nation, as a people? Should we choose the path of conflict with these two adversaries? No, we can't. So, it's being pragmatic. And our government, the government that we have right now, exposes us to the threats from these two countries. It doesn't minimize that threat, it actually maximizes that threat. So that's what people are trying to do, to bring in a new system that behaves in such a way that we are not taking the heat, the maximum heat from the United States and Israel, right? Assuming that everything you said is correct. Because we cannot destroy Israel. And we cannot destroy United States. It's silly and stupid to assume that we can.
Why is the destruction of Israel or the destruction of the United States? Why is that, you think?
I'm just talking based on Rolf's initial parameters.
In reality, I think Ralph's point is very valid. I think Ralph's overall point is valid. He's basically saying, I'm sorry, Ralph, I don't mean to speak for you, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Ralph's point is it would be beneficial to the powers that be that seek to topple your government. They wish for your society, your people, to live under suffering of civil war.
Can you let him explain himself? I think you're speaking on his behalf right now.
Beneficial to
Let him clarify, please.
Well, the bit that we're missing here is what I said earlier. It's a small but crucial point. Israel has stated again and again and again, it will not tolerate Iran as a presence, as a significant player on the chessboard. It said, even if we get a very friendly government, it's not good enough, because we do not trust Iran and we will never trust Iran. We want them off the chessboard. So this hope that you may have a friendly government, like all the whoever, even a nice democratic government, Israel will not let that stand. It wants to take it out as a nation, as it took out Lebanon, it took out Jordan. It's taken everybody down that is a threat. The only ones it tolerates trust them because they're vassal states. Iran is not a vassal state. It doesn't want to be. It wants to be an independent power in the vein of Turkey. And the only reason Turkey's not being destroyed by Israel is because it's too well embedded in the European and NATO system, which Iran is not. Now, I would imagine, in theory, if it wasn't for Israel, the US would try and turn it into another Turkey or a Saudi, in a kind of friendly, passive state we'd all get along with. It's the problem. Israel, it does not tolerate other powers. This is not me making this up. This is stated fact. Plenty of observers like Mearsheimer, others, and their unstated policy. Israeli officials have stated this. That's the conundrum. I'm not saying I have an answer, but it is a conundrum for you guys.
Yeah, and this is something far more historical evidence to prove Rolf's point than yours. And this is something that we have to deal with, but it doesn't mean that we have to be in conflict or perpetual conflict with Israel. And doesn't mean that our 90 million population have to have the have to pay the heavy price of sanctions.
I'm not sure you realize also that I don't think Iran is in perpetual conflict with Israel. It's Israel that's in perpetual conflict with Iran.
It's the same story. You're just twisting it in a different. It means the same thing, right?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Well, but you're just delivering the ideological stuff, okay?
What ideological stuff?
I'm just speaking.
There's nothing ideological about
from pragmatic point of view. What are you suggesting for us? You are suggesting for us, Rolf, please let me speak. Please. You are suggesting for Iranians, you're condemning Iranians, you're taking agency of the Iranians, and you're condemning them to live under a dictatorship because if they try to make their life better, to overthrow the system, which by the way Israel and America, according to you, don't like either, then they may be at the risk of Israel and the United States taking over and making them a vassal.
Right? It's absolutely up to the Iranian. That's up to the Iranian people. I have nothing to dictate to anyone. That's up to the Iranian people what they do with their government. It shouldn't be up to the.
I will give you an example. Should the Palestinians today decide that they're gonna have peace with Israel, do I have right to go to the Palestinians and say, hey, no, you are betraying the Ummah and you have no right to have peace with Israel? It's their business.
Yeah, this is not where.
Yes.
When I'm talking
and Iranian business is our business.
Yes,
right? You have to respect
it is there.
every people's right for self-determination.
I am just trying to just do a correction of your reading of how things are in the region. You might know a lot more about Iran. I don't know much about Iran. I know, but when you say Iran is in perpetual conflict with its neighbor Israel, I jumped in and I said I don't think so. I think it's Israel that is in perpetual conflict with Iran. And
no, Israel was not in conflict with Iran pre-1979. They had relationship, they had embassies, they had flights, they had
because of the collaboration, because of the cotton that you had in power.
Because the Iranian people decided to throw the Shah and come up with a new government. Is that?
It was not the Iranian people. It was the Khomeini who didn't like it.
Wait, 1 second.
This is not right.
No.
Towards the end, Shah drift away a little bit. Towards the end, that wasn't liked very much, and conflict sort of began.
They had relationship, secret relationship. It's just that Shah's rhetoric in media towards Israel was according to what would be the general sentiment of the time in the Middle East. So he couldn't have really befriended Israel so openly when every other Muslim country was putting an oil embargo on Israel at the same time. So he had to act tough in speaking towards Israel, but at the same time, he had economical intelligence, all kinds of
relationship with Israel in secret. So
Let's move on. Now, the final thing that you may find highly controversial. Now, this is my thesis about all these situations. They happen again and again. What you'll get is a country like the US, totally friendly with a country like Cuba. It's got all its assets, its casinos, its debauchery, it's running rampant, it's milking the country, it's a complete banana republic, vassal state. All the US does is extract resources, make profit. The entire 19th century, the British did that all over the world. You're very familiar with how ruthless we were with all of our colonies. When we Europeans said colonialism is bad, America said, actually, we love colonialism, we're going to pick up where you left off. We're going to do it to all of the countries in the Latin Americas, and that's what they did. Then along comes the revolution and Marxism, and they said, fuck the Americans, let's have a war, let's fight them off, let's have a new system, let's have this thing called socialism. Guess what? They become a tyranno-authoritarian dictatorship. Why? Because if they're not, they will get taken out, they will get replaced, they will become back to what they were, a vassal state, exploited, abused, terrorized, all of it. So every country in that situation is always facing this dilemma. You can either be nice, play along, and you'll get fucked over, or you can be a brutal, horrible Marxist dictatorship, and you'll still get fucked over, but at least you get to your own destiny. You can be tough, you can be strong, and you can build one of the greatest medical systems in the world. It was Cuba, by the way. And this is the eternal struggle. Now, when you get a situation like Iran, there are many rumors that the West even facilitated Iranian Republican leadership, because we like to have intransigent hardliners. It makes it better. We can see, we can't deal with them, we get in trouble. So the British have backed Muslim Brotherhood, we've backed various extremist radical Muslim groups, because it works in our interest. So we'll play both sides. Now, getting up to date now, we have a situation where there's a hardline government. It's trying to be patriotic, in my opinion. It's trying to defend its national integrity against the hostile forces. And in the present time, so many people back Iran as a nation because it seems to be one of the few standing up against the powers of the Western Alliance and the Zionists. They keep doing this to everyone. And guess who's finally coming to the aid behind the scenes? It's China primarily, and to some extent Russia, and they're shifting the balance. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, again, the entire economic order of the world is shifting. We went through a multipolar order. The Saudis now trade more with China than the West for the first time. This is changing behind the scenes, the prioritizations. And so what I'm getting to in a long-winded way is this may be the first time, and you said it might happen. In theory, it might not happen. And if it doesn't happen, and that's why I'm hoping that there will be no attack, there will be no serious regime change and destruction of Iran. That's what I'm really hoping for. The reason it will be is because Iran stood firm and it had allies, secret partnerships, mutual agreements, trade deals, all these other things, and importantly, monetary rails in which they can get out from under the US SWIFT system. They've got Chinese satellite systems that get out from under the American radar and internet system, and satellite and Starlink. All this shit comes together. And in theory, it's the first time a country stood strong and got out from under the thumb of our alliance. Now, we haven't discussed that much, but some people are hoping.
yeah, but that is your wish as a non-Iranian,
Okay,
and that's not okay. Do you want to talk? Then you go ahead.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. Again, just because one Iranian does not represent the whole of Iranians. So therefore, there are other Iranians that support the government, other Iranians who don't support the government. So therefore, it's a division between the populations. Now again, we all know what the role of America and Israel. The reason America is even having this fight with Iran is because of Israel. America has no business in, Iran. The main reason why America is fighting is because of Israel. And if you understand the reason why, Egypt and other people are keeping quiet like slaves, is because America has given them money to shut the fuck up. And that's why they're shutting the fuck up. So again, I don't really understand. I really don't get it. That history has played its role. We see what these people have done.
me so many questions. I'm asking you one.
I never asked you anything. I'm just making.
What do you think of the current Syrian government?
No, please. So you forgot that America and Israelis gave ammunition to other people so they can attack Syrian government. You forgot that as well? Like, what are you talking about? The same government, America and Israel said that is a terrorist. Now they are praising him. Brother, we are not boys. We know what goes on in the Middle East. Just because you are from Iran, it doesn't mean we don't know what goes on your continent. Come on, man. Maybe you're a child to the system. We understand that some of you worship, them. You want to clean your ass. Which we understand that. Because you made your point. We understand where you're coming from. You don't need to say it, but I can smell it from your nose. So I know exactly where you're coming from. We can understand that. It does not mean you person represent the whole of Iran. I said, when you mention of what is going on in Iran, you never mention of bombing of mosques, bombing of banks, bombing of police. You never mention of none of that because you know it's going to encounter your argument that shows that it was a planned organization that happened in your country. You never mention of none of that. Because people are going to ask questions, how the country bomb its own banks, how the country bomb its own mosques. So it's a planned thing, and you forget. I said, you talk very nice, but sometimes you're talking as if you really don't know what sanctions are to a country. The reason why you guys are marching to say, oh, it's hardcore, your place is hard, there's no food, because of sanctions. And if you went to school the way I went to school, you understand what sanctions does to a country, like Venezuela, like Zimbabwe, like, Libya. If you can't travel like this and understand what sanctions does, then you cannot even be talking like this as a learned person.
You're just venting without giving any solution. You're just venting about how the world is structured. That's how the world is.
You're not the only person on stage, sir.
You're just venting about how the world is. The world is not a just place, okay?
You're not the only person who's from Iran. You're not the only person. I know you kissed, Israelis and American ass. We can smell it from your ass. You can smell that shit. You don't even need to say it. I'm good. I'm a man. I can tell you that. I'm not afraid. Come on, man.
Okay, so if that's the language, then you suck a jihadist cock, okay?
That's all you can bring to me because I know facts and I read and I've traveled and I know exactly what I'm talking about. You have no fact. You talk on your ass and you smell shit.
I agree with some of his statements.
He's just venting. He's just absolutely venting about nothing.
But that is wrong, you're wrong.
You've been venting here.
We're making it up.
Naeem, this was called here in over the past 30 seconds.
In the queue just to say a few things.
So who wants to go first?
Let me go first.
Actually,
I want to talk something about Iran and Israel.
in a bit. I'll put you in the queue.
Coexistence.
Okay, go on now.
Obviously, the Iranians have to figure out their own situation, their own solution. But it's not going to help if they blame everyone else except themselves. They call it the Islamic Republic, but this is the Iranian Republic. There's more than 54 Muslim countries. You don't have the same situation that's happening in Iran. It's the Iranian problem, it's not an Islamic problem, number one. Number two, they should try to ally with their neighbors, instead of allying with Israel and America and thinking like, oh, they're just going to bomb the leadership and that's it, and then people are going to come out of their kitchens with brooms and mops and, the country's going to be paradise. It doesn't work like that. So, you have to be smarter and
Sorry, our Muslim neighbors are asking for the U.S. and Israel.
yeah, but they're still better than America and Israel.
You want us to ally with those who are asking
Still better than,
for Israel and
yes,
they're better. I just want to ask the main guy.
This is
I
what
just want
I
to ask
see.
the main guy, like how
No,
our Muslim neighbors are freaking the lips, asking
Okay, it's my turn. It's my turn. Just wait. Okay? Hold on, Middle Easterners. Just hold on, goddammit. Okay, look. If you try to say all this ally with America and Israel, they're always gonna go beyond what they should do, right? They're always gonna come and try to get the resources, the regime change, put a puppet in there. At least with the Middle Eastern countries, they don't fight. They just provide money and weapons.
With Middle Eastern countries don't fight. What world are you living in, bro?
Stop crying. They don't fight. Just be
They
quiet.
don't fight?
Yeah, just be quiet. They don't fight.
Why did they wait for your turn?
So yeah, once again, end of the day, the Iranians have to find their own solution, right? But don't go to Israel and America.
For me, I've got a response.
Can I finish?
Polymath has been waiting, man. This is really wrong. Kind of unjust. Can we have Polymath speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Polymath, go ahead.
Polymath, go on. Yeah. So what I'm going to say that you are only looking the prism of the Iran's right now situation from the lens of either the Iranian regime or you're looking at the as perspective of the Israel regime. Let's have a counter of third way of seeing the situations. What other emerging players are playing in the Iran and how they are helping the situation to block both US and Israel for a upcoming regime change. I'm talking about the emerging players.
Yes,
Emerging players. Just don't look only at what Iran is doing and what US and Israel are doing. There are a lot of emerging players like Russia, China, BRICS, India. We all are there. It's not only a US world. We are not in a world of US superiority or a one polar situation. We are in a world which is a rising multipolarity. So, coming to the point which I'm making, India has a Chabahar port in Iran, which is the one of the primary key assets of India in outside station ports. Hello.
What did you say?
I said India has an asset like Chabahar port in Iran, which is very crucial for India's own corridor to Afghanistan and Central Asia, and linking it to Russia. Okay, so Indian interest in that reason is first the Chabahar port. The second upcoming interest in INSTC, connected India, Iran, and Russia. So India and Russia both have a lot of interest in Iran. So why these will keep going? Because if we want to install the current regime, because the current regime is not pro-American. What if the pro-American regime comes? Russia and India both will lose interest in Iran because it will be pro-American, it will be pro-Israel, and it will support Pakistan agenda. It will support Pakistan in the region. To stop Pakistani influence in the whole South Asian Indian Ocean region, India will fight tooth and nail to put this government at any cost. That's why US and Israel cannot defeat Iran because even if they have military might, even if they do a lot of social media and all these diminishing efforts to degrade the government or to make a lot of efforts and protest and everything, it doesn't change into actual efforts because all other emerging players are supporting Iran. China is supporting Iran by various means, and India is supporting by many others means. And I'm trying to figure out something. Now, all Afghanistan trade, which is coming through Iran, and the Central Asian mineral trade, and the Bitcoin trade, or you say the LNG trade, the pipeline trade, which is happening between India and Iran, is facilitating to keep the Iranian economy going.
Hang on a second.
You see the difference trade between Russia and Iran.
Polymath, hang on a second. You said something about that Pakistan is going to come and take over Iran.
No, Pakistan is not going to come and take over Iran. But if America comes, if America comes into Iran, that regime will be pro-Pakistan, and that will be a very big problem for India.
Hold on, Polymath. Did you not know that they're actually anti-Israel? Pakistan, if you have Israeli passport, you can't even travel to Israel.
No, but the deep state doesn't evolve like that. The Israel doesn't block Pakistan to have its side on equal factor. But US will make.
Hold on a second. Today, Israel said they were going to nuke Iran. Pakistan came out and said, if you were to do that, we're going to nuke Israel. Right? So I would suggest you should look into the facts instead of making a bunch of...
No, you should listen to me. You should listen to me.
academic point of value, which is very reason. Don't put words in my mouth. I come from a very academic point of value. So don't put your point of view, and you cannot say anyone that I hate this or that. Don't make judgments.
Facts, talk with facts instead of making up
I'm talking with facts. You're not going to listen.
You're not.
You don't know academic value of that reason.
Academic value. Your academic value came from what? Modi government? The scholars from the India?
No. How you so negate everything in the reason? You cannot even listen to my point. There is a reason in Iran for Sistan Balochistan, which is adjacent to the Pakistan Balochistan area. That is an afterplay of Indian deep state working into making Balochistan to separate from Pakistan. If a pro-American government comes in Iran, it will substantially the deep state of Pakistan will get assistance from America, and it will settle its own assets in Iran. That is a threat India see as if the regime change comes to Iran, that we lost our own assets in Iran. That's why India won't make Israel and US to do a regime change in Iran. That's my whole point. It's an academic value point of India.
You mentioned something about the Chabahar port. Tell us more about it. What's the connection?
See, the Chabahar port is connected to Zahedan, which is connected to Afghanistan, later connected to all 5 stands of the Central Asia. So, if India wants to trade with Russia, Eurasian region or Central Asia, it's the only link. What if America comes and nationalizes the whole port and sees away the rights of India? America can do that. That's what kind of threats we are facing in Iran. So, India will never allow America to invade or Israel to invade Iran, rather than we put the conflict keep going on.
Okay, let me just do it by volume. Okay, right. You're saying, and this is part I agree with, within this interest to keep people afloat. We know they've got a really good deal going with Russia, for example. They're trying to be friendly with China. They want to keep that relationship going. All of the Eastern factor want to keep the oil flowing out of Iran. So that's a clear vested interest they have in protecting Iran. Got it. So far. Politically, I'm a bit confused because it sounds like you're saying India would have a problem if the northern part of Pakistan gets regime change be less friendly, where it is already US friendly, it's very Israel friendly, and doesn't it see Pakistan as a bit of a Muslim rival in the region? Could you clarify what you mean there?
That's all I wanted to ask. Thanks for asking.
Yeah. Just give me 2 minutes. I will explain everything in a compartmentalized way. So, first case, Iran. Iran current regime is not pro-Pakistan. It's more pro-India, first of all. Although it has a lot of negative connotations like they don't support women rights and these and that, but on an international power play, it's actually supporting Indian government, Indian interest in the Iran. Secondly, Pakistan is the ultimate enemy of India. So we cannot let Pakistan spread its tentacles to other nations. Somehow we managed Afghanistan to be neutral or to be on our side. Now we have a country, Iran, which is already on our side. But we also need Israel for our own infrastructure and for defense support. And Americans are not trustable by any Asians. Any Asians means anyone doesn't trust America. Either they berate them or they just don't say that we don't trust you. So India is a country who will never say to America that we don't trust you, but we know we cannot trust America. We cannot. We know everything about America, which they do behind us back, which they do any country, any developing country, any strong country to break them, to utilize their fault lines. Now coming to the Iran specific question, why Iran and holding this regime is important for India. I have talked about Chabahar. I'm talking about some another point. There's a place called Erbil. You have heard it. It is in Iraq. So, what Iraq holds with India? Iraq has major oil relations with India. There are a lot of oil deals. A lot of our people go and work manpower, like labor, engineers, and a lot of stuff in Iraq. So, India is a constant supplier of labor to Iraq. And Iraq is in the pockets of America. Like right now, America is running Iraq through other controls. More than that, okay. So what they have done, they have
seismic lining of Iran through the Iraqi side. They have done the same thing with Pakistan. As seen, Pakistan is a puppet in the region of America. Pakistan is right now US puppet. So they have done the Balochistan region running, and they have an agreement of Afghanistan that they won't invade us or direct when they will invade Iran. So the only region which they don't have yet influence is the northern upper level of the Iran, which is the Armenia region and Turkey region and Azerbaijan region. With the help of Pakistani puppet and the Turkish debt relation, they are trying to manipulate, break the neutrality of Caucasus. Once the Caucasus will break neutrality and become all three countries become pro-American, pro-American. So Georgia is already pro-American. Azerbaijan is neutral right now.
No. Azerbaijan is pro-American. I know. I'm from that area. Azerbaijan is pro-America and has a best relationship with Israel. That's all. I'm from that area.
But considering my point of view, it's right now neutral, not much. Right now neutral. It doesn't give the facility of no. It's not. It doesn't give the facility of
America polymath.
but it doesn't give yet. It was not given it of American new solid soils. So I would say it's still neutral. You repeat that? What?
Keep going. Sorry, carry on.
Azerbaijan has not allowed the nuclear facility, nuclear nukes on its soil of American nukes on its soil yet.
My friend,
Very few countries
who is between Azerbaijan? They trained Azerbaijan.
Okay.
Azerbaijan can't be trained by US. What are you talking about, man? I am
talking about the American nukes on Azerbaijani soil. It's not yet. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It's very rare that there's American nukes on somebody.
I think you're saying nukes.
Come back to that.
Okay, so my perspective is on that.
Polymath. Because you're storytelling now. Others
No, I'm making my point. Just give me one. So Armenia is the only player. If the Americans or the Israelis tilt Armenia into their world, they can start attacking Iran. Again, this link is also connected to India because India is supporting defense and strategically Armenia so that it go into the pro-American regime. It becomes neutral, it becomes India-sided so that the Iranian regime can be saved. This is my whole perspective. Iran is going to do one or another. All these emerging players, Russia, India, and China, they are just making it delay more and more so that it doesn't go all the way down till they are doing the most important, the de-dollarization game through BRICS.
I do want to chime in here a little bit because I actually looked up what he said. There's a lot of bullshit he said. You made a claim that India would lose more if it was toppled by IRGC. Did you know that the Pakistan would actually lose way more because India, can rely on the UAE? You agree on that, right?
Listen.
I asked you a question. Can India, let's say, if that Chabahar, whatever port you said, if it was to, get taken down by the U.S., and if they were to take over IRGC and whatever, and you no longer have access to Iran, do you have alternative route to UAE? Yes or no? It's just a yes or no question.
We are not talking about the
alternative route to UAE. Hold on.
I'm talking about the alternate route to Afghanistan. You are making me senseless question.
This guy is not going to
answer. Too much geography.
I already read.
I was talking about Central Asia.
I was fact checking you on everything you said. A lot of it was bullshit. Right? I
don't understand world geography and you're saying my topic bullshit. Who the hell give you the right to bullshit?
Hold on. You made a claim about the Chabahar port. Because your concern is the Chabahar port, right? What happened to this idiot? You made a claim about the Chabahar port. If something happens to that port, there's a lot of interest for India. Does India have an alternative to that port in the UAE? The question is yes or no. The answer is yes. It does.
The answer is no.
I talked about Central Asia. How UAE is connected to Central Asia? Are you deaf? Are you dumb?
Are you dumb? This guy.
Oh my God! Just go and see the world map. UAE is in Arabian Peninsula. You're duffer. I'm talking about Central Asia, Afghanistan. How UAE is connected to Afghanistan? Oh my God!
Syrian.
Jabhat goes in the Magan goes. Go and see the whole geography of Shambhala. You are making a bullshit point. I talked about Central Asia.
To be fair,
You're definitely such a dumbass. I actually looked it up. I want you.
Don't know about world geography, and you are saying,
Okay, Benny Adam, I want you to do this, right? Which one have, problems with the interest? Just ask any AI or ask a Google Baba, right? And you'll come across if Pakistan has more to lose if IRGC was to topple. This fucker makes a claim that, India has more to lose versus Pakistan. That's where I was trying to go with this idiot.
Okay, so
Just
what he's trying to say.
I want you to look it up.
Hold on. So what he's saying is, although both have interests in Iran leans more towards India than Pakistan.
No, it doesn't. Go look at it. That's why I just told you. Look it up. Look it up.
Look what?
Oh, you want to look it up? Which one do you think is gonna have more?
They're more politically aligned with India.
I just told you if IRG was to get toppled by the U.S., Pakistan would be more in the losing battle versus India. India has alternatives. India has alternative port, and they can rely on other parties. But Pakistan has a problem because it shares a border as well. Go look into it.
listen to me, Ahmed.
Yeah, but it's
Listen to me, Ahmed. Open the Google Maps and see where the Chabahar port is actually. Chabahar to Afghanistan, not UAE to Afghanistan.
Okay. I want you guys to
Open the Google Map where the Chabahar is and link the Jaidan port to Afghanistan and Central Asia. Just go and see that first. You don't understand my point and start barking like a fucking dog.
I'll put some sources in the chat now. All right? And then I want you to shut your fucking mouth.
You shut your fucking mouth and see the world map. You don't even understand the UAE and where Chabahar port is. Fuck.
Look, real quick. Look, I understand what Polymath was trying to say. I think he was talking more about land routes in South Asia versus ports, right? So
Central Asia, not South Asia. Central Asia.
Central Asia, South Asia, I understand, right? Now, the difference is, I think we need to get back to the meat and potatoes of what we were talking about. If the Iranian regime is toppled, a lot of people would like to consider this a local event. But this particular war that we're flirting with, especially my government in the United States, that is, of course, controlled by Zionists, it has global ramifications for everyone in this room. The effects of this war, which I pretty much think is guaranteed based on the military posturing of the United States when we moved the USS Abraham Lincoln into the Indian Ocean, we moved Patriot systems into military bases, we withdrawn all of the non-essential personnel and equipment out of the military bases in Qatar, in Kuwait, and in Saudi Arabia, meaning we are posturing for an attack. So just off of that, I can guess that an attack by the United States onto Iran is more likely than not. It's just simply more likely than not, just by the posturing in place and the lack of communications. You do not do that if certain deals are in the works behind the
So I'm gonna hold up I'd like to read it to the room. Hang on a second. I'd like to read it to the room. I actually pulled up on my AI as well, and I'll provide you the source. I want to read it out really, simple, right? Pakistan would lose more current interest if the IRGC was topped by the U.S., primarily due to its reliance on Iran and IRGC-linked networks with economic lifelines, border stability, and anti-India leverage by Balochistan proxies. India, by contrast, has deeper but more diversified ties that could shift favorably post-IRGC. Pakistan vulnerabilities, economic border dependence, relies on Iran for electricity, gas transit, IP pipelines stalled but critical, and Afghan refugee flows. IRGC collapse could trigger chaos, spilling into Pakistan, Balochistan, where IRGC proxies are Pakistani Baloch separatists aiding India. Strategic balance policy uses Iran to hedge against India, Saudi ties. IRGC fall weakens this, amplifying U.S.-Saudi influence and Kashmiri mediation. Now, India's position. The Chabahar Port, key IRGC-backed project for Afghan CA access bypassing Pakistan. But India has alternated UAE ports and could negotiate better with post-IRGC Iran under pressure. Oil trade resilience. Imports Iranian oil covertly despite sanction. IRGC laws might stabilize energy while normalize U.S.-Iran ties, reducing Pakistan's regional edge. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about, man.
Because you are a cover. You didn't understand anything. You only see the context, but not the real map. I'm again saying you, please go and check the real map. Where is the Chabahar port and how it is linked to Afghanistan? I am not talking about the port and the material context of the Chabahar port. Therefore, UAE is in different peninsula. Central Asia is above the north. So when you get the Chabahar port, you got a military outpost there. You can spy on Pakistan. You can go to Afghanistan. You can go to Central Asia. Do all the trade bypassing Pakistan. You can't understand the wide geography. We don't need Chabahar port for the oil deals. We need that outstation post to monitor whole of the Middle East. You don't understand because you are an academic. I am an academic of foreign relations. Therefore, you don't understand the point. We lose the Chabahar port, we lose the Middle East.
I do want to follow up with my boss.
He's right. Pay heed to what he's saying. I think he's bringing up.
No, he is.
Chabahar port is going to link with
I guess seriously, I'm saying he's right to set up one area AI, and it'll give you sources and
because I am teaching foreign relations. I know about foreign relations. Unlike you, I have studied that.
Yeah, I don't care, bro. You can study all day long. I don't give two shits.
You just read others' point of view and march it. You don't know world geography. But go and read world geography.
Mute the fuck up. And many others go on.
Because you don't have.
Hold on. So I do agree with you. Like, both. The thing is that both India and Pakistan have decent relations with America, and both have trade with Iran, right, and some economic interest in Iran. From what I can see, I did a quick search. Pakistan has slightly more trade, whereas India has slightly more economic interests or economic assets in specifically Chabahar port, right? And they're really going up north. The thing is that why are you assuming that an American-backed Iran, if that were to be the case, would be more friendly to Pakistan as opposed to India? Because India has good relations with America as well as Pakistan.
Because India knows that.
I can answer that.
And both Pakistan and India also have decent relationship from China. So like, I see them both.
I can answer that from an Indian perspective first. If America comes to play in Iran along with Israel, it won't support India because they don't want another China to be brewing up because India is a up China. First, you should understand that we are a demographically very exorbitant country. Consume China because we will grow at 10%. If we get Iran and free oil, we will grow like upswinging. So they don't want another competition as a superpower competition. So that's why they want to cut India. And also, China is not a democracy. India has more trust and influence than China in the global south. The first thing, America, that's why will try to belittle India at every stage. Secondly, why it will support Pakistan over India, as it has always supported Pakistan all over India. Because Pakistan is very tiny small space of American island in the whole South Asia. Pakistan will do whatever US will say because Pakistan is actually run by US feds. Pakistan doesn't hold our own organic economy. It is run by debts by US feds. So Pakistan is just a puppet, and puppet will do what the master will say. India has influence in Middle East, but if we lose Iran, we will be one-sided with these and Chabahar is not for only Central Asia. The another route from Chabahar is going via Tehran, INSTC, Armenia, Georgia to Europe, and Armenia, Iran, Azerbaijan to Russia. You just go and find INSTC, International North Support Corridor. It's from Mumbai to St. Petersburg. So the long-term plan of Russia-India is to connect Iran. Iran को bridge करना is our long-term plan. That's why India will never allow them to sit in Iran.
And once Iran gets lost, India will lose interest, China will lose interest, Russia will lose
Exactly.
interest.
So BRICS, that's why Iran is come as welcome to BRICS.
Always be in turmoil and be there as the...
Yes, Iran always be in turmoil. People will always fragment and protest, but there's never been a regime change.
That's how he's...
Yeah, I want to touch on one thing. You said that they have the democracy in India. Can you tell us in your constitution in India, does it treat Sikhs as Hindus?
Pardon, just say what you said.
In constitution of India, does it treat Sikhs as Hindus?
I'm here, this is irrelevant.
No. He said it's not relevant. It's a democracy.
We just want to hear W on
Hold on, I'm asking because he brought up the democracy. I'd like to know just one question, and then we can move to back to the original thing because you have to fact check this guy Aaron every little thing that he's speaking. My question to you, according to the Constitution of India, does it treat Sikhs as Hindus?
No, it treats Sikhs as Sikhs.
Okay. Did you read the Constitution of India?
Yeah, I have read it.
Okay, does it say it's Hindus?
I already told you, are you deaf?
Okay, you're mentally retarded. Go read the Constitution.
I think you are mentally retarded and exhausted as well. And you cannot let another people speak because you don't know that.
Don't come up here and say democracy.
You're a lot of jealousy factor in your ass.
You passed a law against the Muslims in India, right? That law only applies to the Muslims, right? You have the Citizenship Act, and you passed another law where
there is a lot of misinformation about that law.
And if the woman wears a hijab, you have a whole mob from the Modi side comes in and fucking want to check the birth certificate. It has happened to some of the sisters that came to this room before.
Have you been to India anytime?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Yes. Have you seen the status of Muslims in India? The real status.
You tell us.
Is that any different from Hindus or any other people?
There's no discrimination.
Please don't misrepresent information about India because India is far more democratic than your country.
Your Modi government, right? The supporters of Modi government did not do Bilkis Banu, right? Did not burn down 300 churches in India, right? And did not go after that big mosque, right?
You compare your fringe things. Those compare your fringe things of 1.4 billion country.
This is the democracy you have.
That's how students like you fuck hate on the social media. You are a school. You have a problem.
I understand.
You have a problem with Indian government. Keep that problem in your fucking ass.
Sangi, I understand.
Yeah. And I will say you a jihadi. Okay? And I'm saying you a jihadi. You are a jihadi mindset.
Yes.
You have a jihadi mindset. You cannot live into the pluralism.
Okay, Sangi.
Okay, be a jihadi. So don't see all. There's a lot of misinformation about that act. Just come to India and see the real news.
I don't have to come there to check. I don't have to be. When I talk about Holocaust, I don't have to be in the fucking in the ovens to talk about the Holocaust, bitch. The 84 genocide that you did against the Sikhs, that was another thing.
Read from the correct sources. India is far more democratic.
Scumbag, man. Seriously, these people are just.
You are a fucking scumbag. You when you don't even know how to use
The real world, I mean, like the generalization is the world we draw a map of it. It's not exactly the same. It's not one for one. Because the world is complex, right? So I would say, within your statement, you suggested that generalization is more similar to the world than not generalizing. Now, I've traveled to a bunch of places, been all around the world. Okay, I apologize. That's why I said maybe I got it wrong. So from my life experience, I've found
that the less I generalize about things, the safer I am. The less I make assumptions and the more comfortable I am with not knowing stuff, is I have a more accurate relationship with reality. It's when I begin to generalize about things that takes me away from reality. Yeah, Matthew, you say that, but you're actually doing the opposite. You're generalizing more. You're saying all humans share this in common. These experiences are common, so I shouldn't be making differentiations. So you're not actually avoiding generalizing. You're just generalizing more. Yeah, I also like to point out that Islam claims that it is the final interpretation of the Word of God. So there will any attempt to reinterpret it is seen as haram or whatever the word is. So when you're talking about Islam will involve, no, it won't. It absolutely can't. That's another difference. Go ahead, Pocket. Sorry.
I'll say it's just no, you're good. You're not. It's just a lot of goalposts moving right now, and I don't really know what even we're talking about. Was the year? I'm very confused on what even the topic was. We went to generalizations to Islam to things not change. I'm just so confused on where we're at. Violence meeting violence. What are we talking about, right? I have a breakdown. That's okay. You're up.
Tigers, were you here when I said what I said?
Yeah, when you're talking about the violence, the violence on violence, because I truly believe that if someone attacks you, you have every single right to attack back.
Right.
I don't think there's anything wrong.
Correct. But,
yeah.
But my point was, so we were talking about certain groups based on ideologies or religions that, like stereotyping certain groups of people, right?
Okay.
And I was saying, but as individuals, I don't want to be grouped with all Christians, because there's practicing Christians and there's people that are, say that they're Christian and they're really not, So I think that by grouping people, I said was dangerous in a sense of that I hold the individual accountable, and that's kind of like where we were going instead of stereotyping.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. Okay, well, I believe, to be honest, when it comes to religion, I don't tell people what my religion is or what I believe in, specifically for this type of problem. I don't tell people what political...
Aren't you Jewish, Pockets?
Or am I with... yeah, I don't tell people that stuff. And John, please stop recording this room, and please go somewhere else.
Oh, you don't like me, Pockets? Sorry. Did I get you in trouble with your crew at Chillism?
Please don't interrupt me. That's just not okay. You will be moved if you keep interrupting. So I feel it's really important to keep your beliefs to yourself, your ideologies to yourself, honestly, especially on this app and in this world, because it will be used against you. If you are a Democrat, quote unquote, if you go to Democrat and you committed a crime, guess what they're going to say in front of your name? Democratic white woman, Democratic white man, Democrat black man. It's going to be the first thing that people put you to. And you know how you spoke and someone said, but you're wearing a MAGA hat. That to me is why I do not walk around with my beliefs and my ideologies on my skin or on my face or on my head or on my shirt. That to me is the most dangerous thing you could do to yourself in this day and age, is aligning yourself with a certain group of people, because we tend to generalize. I'm going to be honest, when someone says they're a Christian, I'm like, that's great, awesome. What kind of Christian are you? Are you a radical Christian? Are you a down-to-earth Christian? There's certain forms of, religion and beliefs. So when someone says, are you an Islamist? To me, I don't try to take it as a negative connotation. Religion should never have a negative or positive connotation directly attached to it when someone says they believe in it. It should be up for, it should be ambiguous, ambivalent. It should be something that's up for interpretation, to be honest, because people can use it for good and bad. Same with politics. So it just, honestly, I don't mention what I believe in, Muhammad.
That's really smart, Pocket.
Yeah, I just don't mention my beliefs.
The weapons to use back against.
Yeah, and I was using Islam as an example that people tend to see it as negatively a lot when they speak about it, and I think it's important to see that religion is ambivalent. It can have a negative and positive connotation to it. How can you respond to me if you don't hear what I'm saying? How can you respond if you don't let me finish?
Hello?
People, they don't listen. They don't listen intently. They want to respond instantly with emotion.
But now you're not saying anything, as usual.
To people. So that's all I wanted to say. I was speaking for 38 seconds. I hope everyone made it. Thank you so much.
You spoke longer than my Pockets.
just
I
like
did not speak longer than you.
Yeah, brief comment.
No, I did not.
Read something from, and of course these are just allegations, and no one has been found guilty or at least guilty of anything thus far. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it's important to remember that anyone that supported John Kitover's congressional campaign, there was a little bit of a problem that happened. I'll read this. Congressman Darren LaHood, a Republican in Peoria, Illinois, will not have a primary challenge as Republican John Kitover was removed from the ballot. Kitover was found to have only 266 valid signatures. It was alleged the candidate remember, it was alleged the candidate committed widespread fraud and that one even voted. I love being the center of attention. Thank you very little, Daniel. I'll finish up. It was alleged widespread fraud, and the board even voted to forward the petitions to the Attorney General and State's Attorney. And if anyone has any questions, they can contact the Board of Elections,
How was your weekend?
Chicago Board of Elections. So the board forwarded the information, and it's all alleged, but it's something to consider if you do support the candidate, as John is.
Yeah, and I put a link in the chat. You can see Darren LaHood's $10 trillion worth of fraud. He accused me of fraud once. I accused him of fraud 10,000 times.
Certain things are alleged, so the fraud is being alleged. Other things are factual, such as the finding that only 266 the signatures were valid, and that he was removed from the ballot, and that it was forwarded over to the district attorney. So those are or the attorney general, sorry. So those are just facts. But Daniel, I have one question. You mentioned, I believe you said 266 valid signatures. Out of how many total signatures was that?
You need 1,000.
No, how many was on his petition?
I think that we should have John answer that.
Okay, well, it was in the article. I just don't remember the number.
Yeah, if you want to invite John back up, I think I've maxed him out because he's been misbehaving and doing fraud. Let's just bring him back up. So.
Listen, I haven't done any fraud. I didn't fake any signatures. Darren LaHood is the fraud. He's created $10 trillion in fucking COVID-19 fraud. You guys don't care about my positions. You don't care about real fraud. You guys just want to fucking make fun of me. And you losers have never run for Congress. I have run for Congress. I had 266 valid signatures, hundreds of more valid signatures that were out of district. Yeah, you did, and you're a car insurance fraud yourself, Daniel, so you better be careful with your accusations, Mr. Fraud, aka car insurance fraud Daniel, selling fucking fugazi car insurance policies to illegal aliens. Daniel, get your fraud straight. John Kitover didn't create fraud, didn't commit fraud. You commit fraud, Daniel Nero. You! Get your facts straight, Mr. Projection. Hello?
How many petitions did you submit? Since we know that only 266 were out, how many petitions did you submit, John?
Can't let it go. Some people just can't let that shit go.
Well, I can find the article. I just don't remember off the top of my head. But back to the other topic. I think what was it? Who spoke last was the pockets. I think the key point that we learned from that was the problem is intolerance. Like, hopefully, we should be able to support freedom of expression. That includes the right for other people to criticize. It doesn't mean that you're free from criticism, or some people seem to think that that means that you can say stuff and not be criticized, or the other side equally has the right to criticize you. So that's all part of freedom of expression. And I think it was Matthew that made the allusion to the Enlightenment, and certainly
the fraud!
That period, the importance of separation of church and state, freedom of expression, and hopefully we can respect those general principles.
Yeah, so the point that I was trying to make is that, yeah, I think so, and the freedom to examine one's own thoughts, and the fact that in the West we live in this multi sort of reality world where, you may have one type of perspective, I have a different type of perspective. And then those differences are tolerated. But one thing I do want to speak on, if we're talking about
See, I'm most interested in thinking about thinking, because here's my thing, right? I think that artificial intelligence is becoming increasingly more sophisticated. I wrote this in the chat. And if we don't really stop and think about our thinking, and if we don't really stop and try not to generalize when and where we don't have to, if we just be more smart, if we demand more from ourselves, the less manipulated we'll be. Because these damn information systems, like the billionaires, whoever they represent, usually just themselves, they're gonna use AI, and they're gonna put out super sophisticated, fucking neuro-linguistic programming, brainwashing, sort of really sophisticated stuff. And if we allow ourselves to generalize about everything, we're done, man. We're doomed. We're gonna be just slaves. That's just how I feel. I don't. It's just my feeling.
They say that we'll have nothing and still be happy. That saying, we'll have nothing and still be happy.
Well,
you know that term, but Matthew,
yeah.
So, I honestly, living in fear, having anxiety is not a happy place for anyone, right? And so, I choose every day to be a better version of myself. Every day I try to be a little bit better than I was yesterday. And living a shameless life. We know that AI is obviously it's improving and it's progressing very, very fast. Living in the fear of what could happen really isn't
The only thing you have to fear is fear itself.
Yeah, living shamelessly. I feel like it's definitely more freeing and more peaceful. Living in fear, it's just, I don't know, sounds like prison.
Yeah, I don't see this problem of generalizing that, Matthew, you keep referring to. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea of its consequences. I see the problem as intolerance. When you have fascism, intolerance, that's the problem. And we have Pew polling from around the world that shows that in some places in the world, they have a great acceptance of the idea of using physical violence to obtain political objectives. So specifically, for instance, suicide bombing has high support in certain populations around the world. This is unfortunate, to say the least. It's a terrible, disgusting thing. So to deny that this is a reality, it's we're all the same. No, we're not all the same. We do not live in a society where 30% or 40% think that suicide bombing is justified. There are ideologies which think it's a good thing, and they literally hope that their own children die. May I ask yourself, that's bad. Is it good? Would it be good for you to convince everybody in this room that Islam is an evil religion? Would it benefit you somehow? Dude, bad religion. I'm not even suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is that certain beliefs, certain ideologies are bad for society. And one of them is if you think it is appropriate to use violence to obtain political objectives. This is bad. Sure. I mean, it might be nice to ask Muhammad what he thinks since he's a Muslim.
How about everyone being with killing innocent babies?
So Muhammad
abortion is murder. There are more abortions that have happened in the last 25 years than there have been murders in the recent wars. Do we understand that? Innocent
then you might.
It's just women's health care, Ann. It's not murder. If you're born for 10 hours or 100 hours or 20,000, it's a late-term abortion or a preterm abortion. It's just a medical procedure for women's health.
Okay, so we agree on stage that abortion is murder.
Yeah.
Then
I believe it is.
baby,
Can I say something, guys?
the moment of conception.
1 second, Muhammad.
Okay.
I agree with that.
It's not a clump of cells. It does have a heartbeat. So we can all agree, right?
I agree with that.
And we know the difference between a man and a woman, right?
Yes.
Yes, Muhammad, do you know the difference between man and woman?
Okay, just making sure.
I think the need not to generalize is an emotional argument and an emotional belief.
Mohammed, do you from your perspective, Euro was suggesting that something like 40% of Muslims think it's okay for it to be.
That's not what I said at all.
What did you say?
Please don't. I said that Pew polling has shown that in various communities around the world, there's disproportionately. It means exactly what I'm saying. And there were certain communities where it was 40%. I never said Muslims worldwide. No, dude, you're gonna misstate my position and then try to argue for it.
Please put Matthew in the goo if he interrupts you one more time. Get your point out. Don't let Matthew interrupt him. Put him in the goo.
That Muslims support suicide bombing. What I said was that their percentages are different in different societies, and some it is very, very high, and some it is actually majorities. Some are at 40%, some are lower. That's what I said.
Okay, you didn't say that, okay? What about if my president decided to, invade another country and he was elected by 100% of his own people? Does it mean the whole country supports him?
Well, I don't know what kind of question that is. So if people vote for a president, they support him to be president. If he engages in a policy, you can't deduce from that they necessarily support that policy. Those are two separate things.
I agree. Okay, that's totally fine. I agree. Obama was elected by the Americans and he decided to kill 2 million.
You mean Osama?
Barack Obama. He was elected as a president for America and he, voted for invading Iraq in 2003. Does it mean the whole Americans are terrorists? I just want to make sure.
What do you think?
Yes, we are.
Okay, that's totally fine.
I'm cool with admitting.
Mohammed is actually saying
What
exactly what I was saying.
I understand it completely. It makes sense. Complete sense. Yes.
You think that means, wait, Matthew, are you suggesting that means all American are terrorists because Obama killed too many people? Oh, okay, thank you.
Thinking that because Obama made certain decisions, does that mean that because majority of Americans voted for Obama, would that mean that all Americans are terrorists because of the decisions that Obama made?
Well, I asked a question to you.
We're complicit, 100%, yes.
Back to Europe, you misunderstood.
I understood. I just disagree with the premise.
I have no idea.
No, I'm saying the people who did vote are complicit. If people voted for Trump, they are complicit in his policies and what he puts out there. See, I agree. We tell these people about this, man.
Hopkins, just to be clear, you're talking about positions that he took during the campaign, right, where they had a chance to vote to know, right?
Right. Okay. So he didn't mention that he was a dictator and that he wanted to keep power and he wanted all these things. He didn't talk about that stuff before a campaign or anything. He didn't list them all. That he was a fucking crazy ass. He didn't say anything like that.
I just people are responsible for their votes. I told you.
100%, yeah. Yeah, so we knew Trump was out of his damn mind before he went into the office. So,
but this is very different from what I was talking about. I was talking about a Pew poll. So these people are asked individually, how do you feel about a certain position? So if 10% or 30% or 50% say that they take that position, it's not wrong to say 50% of those people take that position because they are literally asked those people.
Because how many people took that poll? Euro. So you have to look at.
No, polls are scientific, so I'm not gonna. Oh, they're not. Yes, they are. Oh, please. If you guys take a statistics course, take a statistics course. If the poll is scientifically administered, it is a very good representation of the population.
The first book I read in university was a book called How to Lie with Statistics.
You can lie with statistics. That's different from saying that you can't have a good idea of the of a population based on a scientifically administered survey. Of course, people misuse statistics all the time.
Right, that can be that's fine. So